There's definitely a little bit of bias going on. I want to see Navi MY move on, but in the same way, we do have a Malaysian player on GG as well, so there's still a little bit of, balancing in that sense. I do feel confident that Navi MY will be able to do very well here, but in the same way, we cannot count out Gaming. Gladiators, they have been very driven, like you've already pointed out. I think Ashley specifically is a player that is really worth highlighting because she was the one that really got the ball rolling the moment that she heard about the MWI qualifiers happening again, wanting to make up for their less than stellar finish last year.
Ashley's bottled thunder. Again, in game and out of game, like she is a force of nature. Specifically, you mentioned already a handful, but Churros, I want to ask you about the XP lane. Personally, do you think Arya has just as much a grudge against Navi? Because Navi, they're saying, hey, we want to fight GG, right? Very rarely do you get what you want in the opener of a tournament like this. Do you think this will be beneficial to GG, or will it, derail their approach towards qualifying the knockouts? Because Arya, she knows these girls. They were once sisters.
Yeah, it's always a flip of a coin, in my opinion. If you are in the region that you used to be, you're facing up at regions that you used to be in. And I think for the side of Gaming Gladiators, they do have that expertise from Arya. Hey, they know how to play this hero. This is what Navi MY is really strong in, and let's try to ban out, or let's try to dictate their movements around. But there has been a lot of changes in the meta as well. But on top of the meta, though, I would say it's a flip of a coin. They do have one substitute as well in the games. So if they don't work out, if Arya doesn't perform well in the first game, they might be able to switch it up over Jewel. And Jewel actually has a little bit of experience playing together with the team all the way in MWI qualifiers in NA last year and this year as well. So they have a much longer kind of interaction with each other, and I think they know each other more. So I would say more of learning and understanding your players, and I say this again, a team that stays together wins together. And
they have been together for quite a while. Hell, they spent the last month in Malaysia boot camping. Stafa, you know this.
Yep.
I've been following their Coach Midnight stories, standing that hard every now and then, especially when he posts a good plate of food. Any thoughts on the Malaysian server? Because that's mainly what has honed the playstyle of GG for the past month. That's a long time in MLBB terms.
Now, I am probably going to say something that us as Malaysians are not going to be very happy about.
Hot take incoming.
We're going to have a bit of a hot take here. The meme of us being the easy server.
I didn't say it.
Yeah,
you said it.
Yeah, I know. I'm the one. You're not allowed to say it. Only I can say it. Because I'm from Malaysia. Are you from Malaysia? No, okay.
Technically, yes. Technically,
I was born in Malaysia.
No, I was born in Singapore.
You can half say it.
I held a Malaysian passport before because my family traveled from Malaysia into Singapore.
Okay, you can half say it.
I can half say it. I can say E.
You can say
E
You can
server.
say E server, yeah. But basically, continuing what I was saying, I will have to admit the Malaysian server does lack a little bit of something compared to some of the other servers out there. Obviously, I don't play at the highest level, but from the rank that I have done in pubs myself, I always hope I get Malaysia server rather than PH server, for examples.
There's a good reason why a lot of teams, especially for their run here in the EWC, the other big tournament in the MLBB esports scene being the MSC Mid-Season Cup, they also boot camped in Malaysia. So there's got to be a good reason, right? It can't just be a one-off thing of just GG saying, yeah, let's send the girls over there. We have the connect, we have the people we know. Your thoughts on this?
I feel like there is a certain kind of gusto that the Malaysian server actually brings out. Individually, and a lot of players also agree with me, the Malaysians are very micro-heavy. They know the heroes' ins and outs. I think they do want to test their mettle on the lane-to-lane matchup, so that's something that I do want to see, whether the EXP lane, like you said earlier on, will match up with Navi MY's EXP lane and see how that pans out as well. But also, the NA region, or Gaming Gladiators in particular, they are very much focused on the macro gameplay. So that might be their trump card, or that might be their ace in their sleeves.
Yeah, their macro should be on point. Again, even if they are boot camping in Malaysia, they have a Filipino coach.
Yes,
Coach
sir.
Robert Neal, Midnight de Guzman. He's taking care of them. On the other side, though, you have Coach Aish. Coach Aish taking care of Navi MY. Their play style, what Coach Ash has allowed. Staff, have you heard of this? They once played Bane in the gold.
Yeah, that was definitely a strategy that existed at one point. We have not seen a lot of it in recent days, but if you think back to like many seasons ago, a past era of MLBB, Bane gold lane as a way to split push and just provide macro control genuinely was not a bad idea. It was a way to force out pressure onto one's half of the map and basically distract your opponents using a hero that they typically wouldn't be the most prepared for. Do I think we're going to see it under this current meta? I think it's a little bit unlikely. But I feel like this is also a stage that is going to facilitate a lot of very interesting sort of metas, a lot of interesting hero picks, and I'm really hoping to get to see it.
You mentioned the M word, and I think that's gotten Churros excited. The meta.
Yes,
Let's talk about it now. Churros, you got so giddy.
One thing that I want to point out was not only the girls' team, but the boys' team. They're bringing out new, interesting, the men's team, bringing out new, interesting kinds of heroes into the fray. I remember the last MPL MY, Todak was actually bringing out the Harleys, and they're testing things around. And I think the first game could be interesting to play things out a little bit, test their mettle a little bit, and put their toes in the water to see how gaming gladiators like to react. And I guess I know why, because Malaysia is a server that likes to test their opponents. If they are too hyper-focused on the meta, they bring out something that is totally out of meta. They haven't played against it before, and they find themselves struggling and choking out themselves in water. So they're threading onto like the cold water in the end.
Well, I do agree in that sense, but there's definitely benefits to playing heroes that may not necessarily be meta in the first place, right? I do admit this is kind of a potential downside to our server, where we do just like playing our mains. We like playing specific heroes rather than adjusting the draft based on what is needed.
The meta just seems to be a suggestion.
Yeah, but that results in situations where players are heavily focused on micro, as you guys have already pointed out, right? A very heavy practice towards making sure they play this hero as best as possible. They know every single matchup. They know how to negate potentially bad matchups and figure out where on the map they can be most effective, even on a hero that may not necessarily be the most optimal pick.
As we set up for the match, we do have confirmation that the ladies have taken to their battle stations. Y'all can open up a new tab, check out the statistics and the drafts that went down at the wildcard just about 48 hours ago. We gave over a trophy. They have earned their trophy. Virtus Pro joining the top 16 teams going into the Mid-Season Cup. That was a meta that was established, but there's a good chunk of us amongst the talents, amongst analysts, pundits in the MLBB scene saying the meta we saw there isn't exactly what it might be come the next few weeks. Is there a wish list of heroes you gentlemen want to see coming up into today's matches? Again, that's 4 best of 3s. We can't just be seeing over and over again Farsa, Kimmy, Zetian, Zushin, Angela, Baksha, Uranus, Yusun, shit. I can go on forever. That's pretty much all the
heroes.
I can go on forever. Any one of these names, or names I did not mention, you want to see come up suddenly today?
Well, my favorite hero has always been Ruby. So I would just love to see Ruby gameplay. Very universal hero, very safe pick, very good under the sustain meta in the first place. And I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't like healer meta. I like sustain meta. I don't like healer meta.
This guy's just churning out hot takes today. That's your second hot take.
Okay, here's the big hot take from me right now.
Again,
I don't like Ube.
What?
What's wrong with Ube?
What's wrong with Ube?
Are you allergic?
I hate playing against it.
Oh.
No, so you hate playing against it.
I also don't like eating it, yeah.
But then it becomes effective because it's successful in taking you down.
Yeah, but not in a way I want to be taken down. So I'm Malaysian through and I want to be beaten mano a mano.
I don't want to talk about the way you want to get taken down, all right? Like we're talking about...
We can talk about that
the
later.
meta right now. Not on air. So there is... You're talking about a non-wish list. Because Ruby already showed up. We've seen Ruby in the gold lane played by Influence Rage, one of the Latam teams. So Ruby, but where?
Honestly, I'm fine anywhere, really. You could play Ruby jungle. I would be a happy man.
That's why we don't get what we want, all right?
Are you a jungle main? Let me ask you this question. I'm just joshing with you.
Don't trigger.
I won't trigger him. I won't trigger him. Okay, but
I'm a jungle main. So.
I'm a jungle main too.
Okay.
But that's besides the point.
Wish list.
There is one hero that I really want to see resurge, especially with the women's team. It's Rafaela. It's
Yeah.
reworked.
Ooh.
Not a single Rafaela.
Not a single Rafaela. Came reworked with the built-in Immortal, but you can choose which hero to bring
can
up.
revive.
You can revive your allies and your opponents.
On
and
demand. What? Your opponents?
Your allies.
There you go.
Hey,
I
why
don't know what
not?
I'm saying.
May
yeah.
as well, right? Revive your opponents too.
But that means, okay, so the sustain meta is coming up. In order to build one up around the sustain meta, is you put in an enchanter or a healer, and Rafaela might be a very viable option. I don't know why it's not picked so far. It's kind of new to this meta as well.
She's the most mobile
That's
enchanter. She's the most mobile healer because you're looking at Estes. He literally walks around with a
Yes.
big book. You have Angela, who just has to jump into someone.
Vision control with the skill 1 as
global,
well.
yeah, she's fine. You have Florin, also global, but if anybody finds you, like a Rogue Hayabusa or a
Sitting
Lancelot,
duck.
a Yushishin, you're dead. So yeah, no, of all of these names, yeah, I'm wondering as well why Rafaela hasn't shown up. Maybe today, maybe in the next few days here in the MWI, finally, we complete the... I know if it's 3, it's trifecta, but what's 4?
Quadfecta.
I'm not sure that's a
I don't
word.
know if that's a word.
But yeah, if
We'll
all of
coin it.
these big name healers come up, then that means it is Staffa's worst nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, some healers are a little bit more okay.
Oh, so now we're drawing lines.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So, I don't like healers
anyone who
except-
watches my stream knows if you play with me and there is an Estes on the other team, we are not allowed to lose.
So it's Estes. You
I hate
respect
Estes.
You respect all of them except Estes.
Now, honestly, I respect them more subjectively.
Okay, you know what? What I'm wondering is, in the absence of certain heroes and picks made impossible to fight against when you have a healer meta ongoing, gentlemen, what do you think about the absence and the again, unexplained disappearance of Selena? She just disappeared.
I think the adjustments, the nerfs was hit way too hard. Before the patch, she could shoot 2 arrows, 1 arrow reset into her other form, and then reset again and shoot another arrow. And I think a lot of pro players, they like that kind of flexibility.
Run and gun.
Yeah. It also allows you to gain vision into the jungle. But right now, it's a little bit too slow, especially since you got to wait a little bit longer. You can't set your traps all willy-nilly. You have to wait out for your skills to get the cooldown. So I think a lot of teams are managing around Selena, and especially since Super Friends has always brought that up as well.
All right, that's enough talking about the meta. How about we be in the meta and experience what these teams have to show for it? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. I'll be leaving Staffa and Churros to take care of y'all. GG versus Navi MY.
All right, thank you very much, Leo. But straight away, I do have a bit of a question mark here. I'm not too sure if the draft is correct right now, because even in my wildest dreams, I would not expect a Mia first ban. Either this is like some really secret pocket pick I've never heard of, or we might need to remake.
No, I don't think so. I think they have definitely scrimmed at each other, and Fafal is known as a really flexible gold laner. She might whip out the Ruby gold. She might whip out the Mia in the gold lane as well. So there's a lot of opportunities for a little bit of interesting play arounds where Mia actually comes into question. But yeah, I think the draft goes down. We might be able to get a re-roll of that series.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think we're getting some information that there may have been a bit of an issue there because yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, Mia could be a surprise pick. Actually, it's not that bad.
I don't think it's that much surprising because you want to play vision control, and with the ultimate, you're able to just dive straight into enemy lines, backlines especially. You get a little bit of a burst of invisibility. You get a burst of crowd control immunity as well.
Yeah.
It makes for a great kit.
I know there's a lot of pub players out there who are going to say, no, Mia's really good.
Yeah.
Mia's awesome. I play Mia every game. I play Mia jungle. You know who you are. I don't like you. But Mia is not a hero you would first ban. You know, even if it's like a really strong pocket pick for a specific player, you would not get rid of it first. That's my opinion.
To be honest, I don't know what Malaysia server did to GG. If that was actually real, if that actually came up into play, we might be seeing something really new, really fresh.
The draft pops back up and the first ban is Hanabi.
To be honest, though, we did see the Hanabi Lolita combo, so I wouldn't be
True.
too surprised if they want to bring out something a little bit different this time around, because now you have the Esmeraldas, the Uranus is actually coming back. Very high sustain EXP laner, so I don't think that might be too big of a shock for us. To be honest, okay, what is one hero that would shock you if picked up?
One hero that would shock me if picked up, I mean Mia.
That Mia actually shocked me.
Mia
It
Layla
kinda
would be
shocked us.
shocking.
Honestly,
Okay.
it surprised me.
Biggest shock if it gets picked up. Aldous.
Aldous? Like the One Punch Man.
Yes. If you ask me personally, Aldous is the worst hero in the
I
game
would
right
say
now.
Aldous.
Aldous? No,
Aldous,
Aldous is
Aldous.
still okay.
But we haven't seen him like ever since his first debut.
It's just not the
Until
right
now,
time.
It's always not picked up. Like people just like forget about that hero and forget it ever exists. But actually, it kind of works the same way as Freya. If you're playing the ranked games kind of situation, yes, if you get a snowball early, you get a level 15, you get a little bit of a level gap and an item gap, and then you come in all hammering in.
Yeah, honestly, I like Aldous. I miss Aldous. I want to see more Aldous, but Aldous is just bad. The straight up. There's no argument here. Anytime I see someone pick Aldous in my ranked game, I know I have lost.
If they pick up an Aldous, it actually brings me back up to the M3 kind of season where Wise actually picked up the Aldous quite a bit and get that sustain. You just come in when you have your stacks and you deal tons of damage. So right now, we have a little bit of fix. It will be the Uranus and not the Mia, and this is what we're all predicting. The first ban up onto Uranus.
Yeah, this makes a lot more sense. We have been seeing a huge resurgence of Uranus ever since the changes that made it so that all of his damage also scales off of his passive Radiant stacks. So by building those up, you are not only more tanky, you are also more dangerous. It's very easy to control the EXP lane with this hero because there simply isn't a lot of answers of taking him off the board. We're also seeing a lot of other common heroes being banned out on this first phase here. Badang, Baxia, very common options nowadays. 1-1, also getting a lot of attention.
It tells me a lot of about both these teams. Like, they don't want to do any testing. They want to try to ban out the metas and try to pick what is available into play. We still have options like the Kimi, the Yi Sun-shin, the Zhu-shins, or the Zetian that was still unbanned right now. So, as I say, the Yi Sun-shin getting banned out by GG. So that is a first ban phase done for GG.
I am kind of curious to get your thoughts. Let me probe your brain a little bit here, Cheros. Yi Sun-shin did get banned out, but this is one of the core heroes of the triple marksman lineup that we've been seeing a lot of in the wildcards. What are your opinions?
I was honestly edging for GG to pull out the triple marksman, especially since, you know, Nicolette is known as a very versatile jungler, and now into question you have Ashley playing the roam position. You're bringing Sayori into the mix as well, but I think it's more of like, let's just play what we're comfortable with in the grander scheme of things. And now a target ban from Na'Vi onto Nicolette, so no Hayabusa for Nicolette this time around. First pick option, we have Kalea, we have the Kimmys on the tables as well, but they want to pick up that Arlott. So Arya wants to pick something that's more comfortable with her, a nice little setup hero that could never go wrong.
Yeah, Arlott, also a hero that got buffed in a pretty notable way in the previous large patch, now having much better quality of life in lane, faster animations, quicker recharge timing on the passive, which ends up resulting in overall more damage and more sustain. The setup ability of the Final Slash has always been very strong, and with Uranus already taken off the table, there's not a lot of EXP laners that put up a good fight against it. It is also a very good combo option with the Fredrin, which GG has just locked in.
To be honest, in this meta, I'm not really looking into deep on the lane-to-lane matchup, but yeah, like you said, can definitely hold himself up against more of these sustain kind of EXP laners. We teased about the Lapu Lapu as well because it has a lot of new backswing animation reductions as well as higher damage reduction from the passive stacks when you get from the Bravest Fighter as well. So Na'Vi will choose to pick up that Farsa and the Gato-Kacha. GG responds with the Fredrin as well as the Kimi, so a little bit more late game centric for Gaming Gladiators. I think they do have a plan for the second phase of the pick, but for Na'Vi though, they're more towards like, let's get zonal control, let's get something that is more annoying to Panda, let's take her out of the ball game and not let her be able to play her game as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, from what I can see already from the first half of the draft, Na'Vi MY is putting a lot of focus onto late lane priority, getting that Pharsa as early as possible, and then the CC showing up to make sure it doesn't get banned out, to make sure that they're able to control the EXP lane against a very powerful pick in that Arlet. This means that Na'Vi wants to prioritize early game rotations. They want to have heroes that are able to pressure their lanes and then pressure the map in return. Jungle invasion is not something you typically consider against a hero like Fredrin, but if you are able to do so, it already limits a lot of his ability because he needs to get those first couple items before becoming a mid-game monster.
Yeah. Now, second phase of the ban, Na'Vi MWI gonna ban out all of the marksmen. I think a little bit of a respect over to Panda as well. We've seen a lot of resurgence of Moskov. You have that cross-map plays, and I think both these teams understand that macro is going to be the name of the game. The sugar and a cup of tea, where the Ling also gets banned out. We're teasing the Lancelot as well in the first game, so maybe Na'Vi might be able to pick up that Lancelot. It has a little bit of a hybrid kind of build that you could go for, a little bit more versatility on that Lancelot.
Yeah, I think GG is already scouting out that because of the increased lane pressure priority that Na'Vi is putting into the draft, there's a very big possibility that they're going for more of a scaling jungler, Ling being the most obvious choice. They're also gonna get rid of the Joy here. Personally, I feel like they could have allowed this through. They got a good amount of crowd control options, but you can already see that Gaming Gladiators wants to play that classic front to back around this Fredrin, delaying and denying heroes that can dive the backline.
You know what this is? I think that GG is playing that composition that you hate the most. It's kind of looking like Ube, not gonna lie.
I'm a little worried about that. That's why Na'Vi even banned out the Matilda, right?
Yeah, because you're being biased. You like Na'Vi MY. So Lancelot getting picked up right here for Na'Vi MY. I do like that odds. You have a little bit of lane control in the side lane. You have that pressure in the late game as well. So the Lancelot really needs those minion stacks, but I don't doubt Rina from playing that Lancelot as well.
Yeah, Lancelot is actually a very good option here. Using the iframes to eliminate the threat of CC would provide Na'Vi with a good amount of play around. It is a hero that is vulnerable in the jungle early, but that is already circumvented because they have good lane pressure in the mid and EXP lane. So Gaming Gladiators ideally wants to get heroes that are able to prevent the backline dive and at the same time offer a little bit more resistance towards the early game to deny potential jungle invades. Kalea is a very good option for this. Going for some pickoff already threatens the Pharsa as well and works well with Arlet too.
Ooh, okay, very good lineup from GG. They do have a lot of crowd controls. They have single target pickoffs. They have a tanky front line as well in the form of Arlok, Kalea, as well as Fredrin. And you have backline heroes. The only threat that GG has to deal with is that Lancelot and the Gato just diving straight into their backlines. Maybe you have the potential to deal with the CC as well. It might take a little bit of time to try to disrupt the CC from getting into the backline, but a traditional front to back for GG might work out well in favor for objective takes. But for Na'Vi though, they don't really need to care about objectives since they have that zone of control from the AOG as well as the Predator Airstrike with that Pharsa.
If they want to continue going for early lane pressure, then you want a gold laner that can take care of themselves fairly well against the Irritel and can also protect themselves from Kalea later on. 1-1 and Moskov are already off the table. Ooh, I was more thinking something like Bruno, but Harif going to be the last pick from Na'Vi.
I know a lot of teams in Wildcard, they don't want to pick up their Harith. The damage that it deals has been nerfed to the core, and they don't really see a lot of value in their Harith. But right now, I think there's a little bit of a difference here in terms of getting that Harith up on top. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Am I right?
I don't know. I feel like Harif is kind of broke. That's the issue that we've been dealing with, right? Ever since the Starleo Scythe nerf, this hero has not been having as much success.
Hey, it ain't the hero, it's the player. So if Afao is comfortable with the Harith, we'll see how they play around this. And I think for Harith on a lane-to-lane matchup against the Irithel, it's easier for Harith to get in closer to the Irithel to deny a lot of the burst damage and the physical damage reduction coming in from the first skill as well.
I don't know, even in the past when Harif was strong, Irritel was still a pretty 50-50 matchup, but we will see. Ladies and gentlemen, let us jump into the Land of Dawn for the very first game of MWI 2025 Gaming Gladiators versus Na'Vi MY.
We'll start things off strong, a lot of damage taken by Ramoon, able to walk out of the way with the Revitalize. But now Na'Vi MY showing that they're getting pushed back. GG starting things strong, starting things very aggressively. That's what you get when you have a Sayori with a Kimi in that mid lane and Ashley taking control of the momentum in the early game.
Yeah, this Kalea makes a big difference, actually. We already talked about how the early Farsa pick was for Na'Vi to make sure they had mid lane priority, but the Kimi-Kalea combination just does so much damage at level 1, and then the Kalea passive offers you much better trading, means that Gaming Gladiators has actually regained control over that part of the map. This makes early jungle invades impossible and gives Nicolette a bit more space to play around Rina.
Yeah, we're talking about late game. Look at the level difference so far from the Lancelot and the Fredrin. Rina got the level 3 much earlier than the Fredrin, so Nicolette has to buy some time, play towards the late game, try to go towards the objectives. You don't want to play lane to lane kind of aggressions and as well as clashes. So I think for Na'Vi MY, trying to play more passively, try to deny that late game potential that Gaming Gladiators can bring up. Taking a look at emblems, is there anything that speaks out to you, Sadafa?
Looking at the emblem setup overall, there's nothing too unusual. Weakness Finder on Sayori means that they are leaning more towards late game scaling. Otherwise, it would be Quantum Charge to take advantage of more mid-game pressure. We also have Sprint on Panda, so not going for that Purify, since Gaming Gladiators know they are much more superior in terms of crowd control, even forcing 2 Purify takes on Na'Vi instead.
First turn of the game, Nicolette's already in position. Aria level 4, waiting to use that final slash. They will knock up 2 members. Ramun is actually knocked up to the sky for airstrike to zone Nicolette out of the way. Won't be able to take her out as Gaming Gladiators take 1 kill, and Na'Vi MY secures the turtle.
Fairly 50-50 there. Trading first blood for the turtle is not too bad either way, but Gaming Gladiators definitely had a better positioning overall. I think Raymond was hoping to be able to just buy time for Rina to get the turtle, but Lancelot early really doesn't do all that much damage, so it took longer than expected. And now looks like we are going to be jumping into a very quick pause to resolve some technical difficulties.
Yeah. To be honest though, I think Gaming Gladiators was not actually looking for the objective takes, because right now it's more of like, let's trade for kills, let's trade for turrets, and I think for Gaming Gladiators in the late game, that's going to be a huge problem, especially since you have sort of like a better scaling on that Lancelot for damage-wise, and you have the passive rework that Lancelot enables Lancelot to just dash around as and when she wants. So this time around, for Na'Vi, are they looking to set up the aggression? Will they look for more kills and try to deny Nicolette from getting that late game Fredrin intimidation?
In one word, yes. Looking at the way these compositions interact, Na'Vi MY is the team that requires a little bit more overall initiative. They do have okay late game scaling, but it's a lot more conditional compared to Gaming Gladiators, because they have that Kimi, they have that Iritel, they have heroes who can very easily deny the feathered airstrike, which is going to be one of Navi's main tools once you get into that late game stage. So Na'Vi MY really cannot afford to allow Gaming Gladiators to get the farm they're looking for, and that's why GG, aware of this, doesn't need to commit too hard into getting those neutral objectives.
To be honest, what I know this about Na'Vi MY was that they actually adapted to the use of the additional speed buff from the river whenever the turtle spawns up or the objective spawns up. With the Farsa, with the Gacha, they're able to just get into position much faster than what Gaming Gladiators can do. And Nicolette slowly picking up the pace, and I'm looking at that jungle clear speed, especially from Na'Vi MY. You already have level 5, so Nicolette's actually really holding up well against that Lancelot. Now on the other side of the table though, what do you think of the EXP to EXP lane matchup?
Well, on paper, CC should be able to do quite well, but after the recent buffs, Arlet is actually capable of sustaining himself in lane. We can see that Sha going for the lane freeze instead. I think that's a very smart choice.
Nicolette dives in, getting taunted up. Airstrike try to push everyone back. Nice tsunami slam into the wall, over the wall, and AOG out of the way. Ramoond playing with death just a little bit more as Gaming Gladiators almost taking one down.
Yeah, that was actually really good spacing of cooldowns coming in from Gaming Gladiators. They didn't commit all of their abilities at once to try and burst Raymond down, because they know that Gatot is not going to go down that easily. They space it out. They're able to get him out of the feathered airstrike, but then they decided, okay, we do not need to commit on this. Let us just go and play the map instead.
It's a little bit of a slow movement. You got Ramoon trying desperately to get a little bit more vision. Ooh. No AOG though. As Sayori forced to get the flicker out of the way. Rina, she wants to kill them with kindness, but Rina woke up one day and said, I'm gonna choose violence this time around.
Really well played from Ramond right there. You get engaged on instantly. The unbreakable two-man taunt sets up for the feathered airstrike, and Rina is able to chase down a very important target. The more they can delay the farm on Sayori, the more time Na'Vi MI will have to play around. Because once you get into the late game scaling, this Kimi is going to become their biggest problem.
Scoreline, economy, equalized as of now. You can see a lot of rotations coming in from Gaming Gladiators. Panda is actually trying to go over to the mid lane, trying to get as much funneling economy into herself as possible. We're starting things up onto that turtle. Haney uses the fair airstrike, trying to kick things up. Nice little the final slash onto Haney, but able to use the wings to get out of the way. In deep, Arya, one more hit, might be able to go down. Nice little swing and a slash. Rina actually takes one down after another. That's 1-for-1 for both sides. The turtle getting dished, getting dodged. Ramoon is just waiting for her inevitable doom.
That was excellent adjustment from Gaming Gladiators. When the fight started, it was almost 100% going to be won out by Na'Vi MY, but I think Rina might have missed a puncture, and that ended up costing them a lot of their damage. Gaming played it slow, backed up into their front-to-back positioning, and used the passive from Kalea to actually prolong the fight, in which they would have the obvious advantage. Trading Arya to get a free turtle and a kill onto the CC already sets up Gaming Gladiators exactly where they want to be.
This is the issue, right? You get a final slash, hold on a second. Fair airstrike won't be able to take Arya out just to zone her away, but you know, the fair airstrike doesn't really matter as much. Got a tsunami slam into the wall. Shah able to dash out of the way. They're focusing fire on that turret. They need to take that T1 down up the top side. Nicolette trying to zone out the members. Haney and Ramoon can't even get close. They take out that T1 and they get out of the way. That's a drive-by from Gaming Gladiators.
I'm really liking the rotations from Gaming right now. Playing the map, going for structures, not overly committing. They already lost the tier 1 down bottom. There's a wave pushing down there against them, actually. So that's something they'll have to keep in mind. But now Ramond
does have the AOG, so he is safe. As Revitalize keeps her up and alive for now. Now, focusing fire, they have that 5-minute kind of a composition turnaround as Arya on 1v1 against Rina. So Arya should be the answer for the late game side lane split push. So you want to send that R-Lot over to the side lanes to maintain that priority over these major objective takes. Is that enough though, Sadafa?
I think it's more than enough. Gaming Gladiators should just win out team fights once you get into the late game because they just have so many more tools to play around with. They don't even need to fully commit to the macro necessarily as long as they set up the map advantageously in the earlier stages. When we look at their itemization as well, I actually kind of like that there were 2 dreadnoughts on Arya and Nicolette. There was actually no magic defense itemization because they know they can cancel feathered airstrike really easily.
Conceal play, just to scare them away, as right now the 2 marksmen down the mid side as well. Oh, Arya starting things up. Vengeance trying to pull them over for airstrike, trying to save Shah from harm's way, but getting pulled back. Saruri takes up that kill. Ramoon stuck in the middle, waiting for an inevitable doom. Nicolette will pick up that kill, but from the back line, you have Rina trying to dash, weave, swiping away. Will not get any kills whatsoever. Gaming Gladiators still up on top. Sayori down low, almost taken out as they win out on another trade. But here's the kicker though, and Na'Vi MY still ahead in terms of economy. What's happening, Sadafa?
And they're still farming the map pretty well because we have to know Gaming Gladiators have a lot of tools, but that also means that their heroes need multiple members around to make use of those tools. The fact that they're rotating together quite closely means that they're not farming the map quite as effectively. I imagine Fao Fao actually has quite a lot of gold at this point because this Harif has just chosen not to participate in any engagement. Oh,
coming in, Haney doesn't have the wings by wings, able to walk and prance out of the way. Nicolette taking a little bit damage, but they are not targeting onto that turtle. Arya getting ganked on by 2, down the bottom side. Shah trying his best, but Arya actually gets away from harm's way. This is the turtle getting decimated, and the Lord getting coming up into fray. Na'Vi MY able to zone out into this one. Gaming Gladiators, what is their play?
I think they can take this slowly. They're trying to force something out. I'm not sure about it though.
Oh, actually taking a little bit too much damage. Tsunami Slam gets her out and safe out of the way. But you have Arya chasing onto Haney, taking a lot of damage, not able to get out of the way, and she goes down. Gaming Gladiators loses 1, and I don't think this Lord will be contestable by GG.
And literally right after I said it, slow it down. You do not need to force things out. Game has tools to pick off members of Na'Vi, but they basically walked into the artillery line there. Feathered Airstrike comes down. They're all grouped up together. And then Arya tries to force herself into the backline to get some sort of pickoff when the rest of GG is already backing up.
It's a lot of damage, but I don't think they care. Na'Vi MWI just using their bodies to source for more information. A little bit of a reconnaissance party here for Na'Vi, and vision is all they need because now Gaming Gladiators, they're working hard as a unit and ape strong together. As the girls, they're starting things up again. Gets Tsunami Slam into the wall for Airstrike, try to push everyone back out of the way. Sayori into deep for foul, right from the flank, finds Sayori, takes her out. You got the Zaman Force as well. Arya, no dashes, no way of escape. Down they go. 2 members down for GG, and they're sounding the alarm, pulling the trigger. Ashley just delaying her inevitable doom. No more Tsunami Slam, and she goes slam into the graveyard.
No, that is not how you want to take the fight right now as Gaming Gladiators. They're not following their front-to-back lineup. They're trying to force things out. I'm honestly seeing some gaps in communication here where some players are trying to make things happen, but the rest of the team isn't actually following up on it. Are they making the call? Are they just not prepared? Either way, it is costing them dearly, and Na'Vi MWI have now built up a pretty sizable gold lead. They have a Lord on their side. Gaming cannot afford to make mistakes like that anymore.
Fafao is actually coming up online. 2-0-3 for this Harif. We all thought that, you know, it's a gone case for Harif because of the adjustments in the previous patch. But right now, Fafao is actually showing us that Harith is still relevant whenever she comes into the team fights. That is it. I don't think it's also like the main damage from the Harith itself, but also the way that she positions herself. She doesn't show herself up until she knows that she can secure a kill. Taking a look at the mid-game itemizations, what are your thoughts, Adafa?
I think it's very greedy of Sayori to go for a Sky Piercer second item when they're not really that much in the lead. Hani has not actually died yet, already has the Genius Wand. We do see the Brute Force Breastplate, so Lancelot going for more of the Semi-Bruiser build, and that is allowing Na'Vi to really prolong these fights even though they are dealing with a Kalea. You can really see the healing nerf come in.
Oh, Arya tackled on by 4. She will fall in the process as GG, they're losing their composition, they're losing their minds over this one. They're running around like hitless chickens. You have a loose member from Na'Vi MWI up on top. Rina doing and making quick work off the long lane. As Gaming Gladiators, they're struggling on that defense. They're starting things up yet again. 2-man traction pulse into the fray as they pull someone back in. Ray Moon goes down by the hands of Sayori, but it's not enough. It's 4 members down by GG. Nicolette is all that's left as Na'Vi MWI cleans up shop. Arya comes back out, but I don't think it's enough. You got a minion waves coming in. Na'Vi MWI might just end this off. The final slash might look pretty, but it's not enough as the throne will get taken out. Na'Vi MWI, that's a first victory.
Almost as quickly as it began, it came to an end. A single strike surgically placed into the heart of their opponents as Na'Vi MWI claims game number 1. Definitely some things that needed to be worked on by Gaming Gladiators there. The start of the game looked really good, looked really clean, but they found it difficult to adapt as the game went on, and the flexibility coming out of Na'Vi was what won them out in the end. Let's go ahead and bring Mr. Leo back onto the desk. What did you think about game 1, sir? Oh, is he back yet?
One day.
And
that day's today.
You gotta have an epic entrance.
How was your nap, Leo?
I did not nap.
I'm just kidding.
I watched the game. You know I was close to you like your shadow. I would say GG had a great draft.
Yes.
Very rarely do you get the likes of an Arlette, a Kalia, a Kimmy, a Fredrin. I'm just naming all the heroes, right? On the same lineup, but here, all right, we're going to be seeing the highlights in just a bit, right?
Yep.
I think on paper, what was happening was they just did not know how to use their resources, and Na'Vi punished them hard for that.
I agree with you, because in these first few fights, Gaming Gladiators was doing a great job. They were taking fights slowly, adapting to the situation, spacing out their crowd control to pick off members. But then as the game went on, there was a sort of unnecessary desperation to make something happen on the map, even though they could arguably wait and scale.
Yep, they put a lot of pressure on Redmond And how many times was that they killed Remwood? Like 3 or 4 times? How many more times did Remwood get away with it? And I think that's where the frustration builds up, which eventually leads to them being scattered on the map. And I get how they got to this position. I watched it minute by minute, beat by beat. This is not looking good for GG and Navi. They just know how to punish hard. They knew how to slip between the cracks and end quickly. What was that? Less than 12?
Yeah,
I think it was like
it was
13 minutes.
The first Lord, anyways.
About 13?
Around
Around 13 minutes.
Yeah, sleeping is the 14-minute. But I do have to say there are some patterns that gaming letters actually brought out. The first is that they work better if they are in a defensive position. If Navi MY goes in deep into their own jungles, they have what it takes to get a defensive play and try to win on some kills. The second is that Arlott was just way too committal. You know that Arya is going to go for Haney down onto the back lines, but when she does, there's no means of escape. It's do or die.
And this is what I alluded to earlier. Remember when I said, hey, yo, Arya used to be teammates with these ladies from Navi. Would this maybe be a detrimental factor to their approach? Because one might say, oh, this is just misplaced. She was just misplaced, right?
Yeah.
Or she was just too forward. But what if it was aggression? What if it was just like...
What if it was just personal?
we fight now!
There's like a personal issue happening. No,
You know
I
what
don't
mean?
think so.
Boyle, we fight now!
I'm gonna be honest, I don't actually think that is the case, as funny as it might be. I feel like the issue for GG this game was that they went into every fight with a checklist. I think they set up a checklist when the draft concluded, where it's Kalea catches the first person in front, Traction pulls him in, locks him down. Arya goes to the backline, cancels feathered airstrike. Every single fight, the goal is to do these things.
And if none of these things happen, nothing happens.
Pretty much. The problem is they were going out of their way to make them happen, right? The Arlet was always too far back to cancel feathered airstrike.
Quite physically. They were going out of their way, and it was evident. Folks, when I mentioned that they were not using the resources to the best, I think we would better understand this if we checked out the gold distribution. You'll see that the reason why possibly the Harith got away with so much and got bank in him is because of how they played this game, how they managed to put enough pressure on Sayori so that they questioned their mid lane rotations, how they managed to, again, whether it be Arya's fault or Navi's fault to put Arya in such a weird position, led to them missing the roamer for most of the fights. And then that just naturally led to, the subpar gold laner in Harith showing up and, again, uncannily beating the Irithel. Because right now, I think Irithel is number 1. Like, if you get an Irithel to farm up, she is bar none the best gold laner. Like, some would pick her over 1-1. Some would pick her over Granger. But here, Harith shows up.
I think we can set this up very simply. Gaming Gladiators has Fredrin, they have Arlet, they have Kalea. So much crowd control. And it felt like Fao didn't need to use Purify the whole game. Right? Isn't that an issue? That feels like a problem. They were using
because
so many things.
She doesn't show herself until the 10th minute mark, until the first lore of the game, and then they just win it.
I think it's less that she didn't show herself. GG was dealing with this checklist. They were going
exactly.
for the checklist, and the checklist never happened near the gold lane.
Yeah.
It was always just around, like mid, towards the river, but Fafa was never in trouble. Like, I think that's one of the main reasons too. It's like, they were so focused on this specific set of things that they needed to do, they didn't get to do that. Next thing they know, it's too late. Fafa was online.
And even worse, if they do that, they don't have any resources left for them anyway, right? Because you're using all your big ultimates, all your catches on the front line or canceling the Farsa. What do you have left for the Harith, right? And even if you use the Purified, then you need something else. You have so much crowd control, but you are not distributing it the correct way.
We'll check out in the highlights once more what this exactly means, how it translates in-game as we run through this very, very swift matchup. Game 1 was, 13 minutes, you reckon?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. It's around 13 minutes. Arya actually had nice plays, but she's only used very sacrificially as a setup. There are some nice escapes from Arya, but she's not a main target as well. And the fact of the matter is, for Navi MY, they layered in their heroes very well. Reno only came in at the last minute. You have Fafao only coming in at the last minute. But for GG, they're throwing everything onto the 3 members. Shaw, Haney, Ramoon was always there in any of the clashes. So take a look at this. Sayori goes in without any vision onto the back line, and when Arya actually commits that dash, there's no means of escape.
They were basically proposing on the first date.
Yeah. Just look at how awkward. Literally, look at how awkward they're standing back there thinking, what do we do? Do we enter? Do we back off? Do we... Like, there's question marks happening over the heads of GG, and as the game kept going, they kept trying to do the same thing or forcefully attempting something different, which wasn't necessarily something they were prepared for.
If y'all were to name an MVP, like just off the top, who would it be? Navi MY. I'm gonna...
I think either Rina or Fafal, but...
Okay. I'd say Trina.
You say Rina?
I'd say Trina. It's very straightforward for Fafal to get to that point.
Because Rina gave her that space.
Exactly. Rina was hunting down Sayori. Rina was compromising Ashley's entry because just in the highlights, what was that, twice now? You saw Ashley overextend, try to get somebody good, but it always just ends up being Remund. And Remund was doing her job well, just like, just get me, just get me.
Pull out all the resources, taunting even more, and then the last second,
AOG out of here.
Yeah. I think
genius.
Many members of Navi were honestly doing a good job. Raymond was great. You know, Gatot is specifically very good for these situations. You get caught, you AOG out. I would give it to Rina, but there were actually some Lancelot plays in the first few minutes that I felt like were a bit sloppy.
Hey,
so.
she's just getting warmed up. What are you saying,
that's
man?
true.
But
That's
did
possible.
she die, though?
She didn't die.
She didn't die.
So we'll still give it to that. I would personally pick Hani, actually. I think the Farsa, the feathered airstrikes, forcing them out of position every single time, even though it didn't do the most damage, made a big impact.
All right, so definitely these are must-watches for GG as we go into the draft. I had gotten word that the draft is nearly upon us. I do see the ladies back to their battle stations. So Coach Rexvin, Coach Aish are going to be playing once again a game of chess to set these ladies up for combat. Besides the Lancelot, besides the Farsa, I think these are the two spotlight heroes for Navi MY. Any other picks that maybe GG should watch out for? Maybe that Gatot. Maybe the trade for the Gatot and Kalia wasn't as straightforward as we thought.
First pick Arlot, I don't think that would be
There
a
you
very
go.
viable option.
Switch the priorities.
Switch the first pick Arlot. I think try to suss out what your opponents want. I think if Phobius would have been a much better choice as well. At least you're able to disrupt that back line more effectively. You can soak in more damage and you're healing everything back up.
Fight the Harith better.
Fight the Harith better. The only trade-off is you don't really have a loose member down on the side lane priority. So I guess that's what they want to go for. But I think putting Arya in a first pick position and you're playing against your old team is like, okay, I know Arya's gonna first pick this one. Now this is how they're gonna play. You're playing right into their books. You're falling into their traps.
I agree. I can definitely see that because Arlot is actually not too bad as a first pick, but it's always risky to pick EXP lane early, right? Because this is one of the most what's the word I'm looking for? A lane that can be very versatile, yes. This is a very versatile lane. This is a lane that affects the game very heavily depending on how that matchup goes. So picking a hero early, you need to make sure that it's able to make an impact no matter what.
Yeah, it's versatile. Weirdly enough, meta-wise, I think XP lane now is versatile in purpose, but not in hero pool. It's one of the most shallow hero pools I've seen in a while. Maybe only second to mid.
Yeah.
Because who's really in the XP lane right now?
Lapu.
Top tier. Lapu.
Uranus.
Always banned.
Always banned out.
So it's Lapu, Arlot, Phobius, CC. Glue. That's it.
That's it. Maybe on the off chance, sometimes you pick up the Yuzhong, but we haven't seen that yet.
We've been alluding to the Yuzhong.
The Masha is very situational.
My eyes are on these ladies and the coaches. Come on. Rexvin, Midnight, Aish, you have to do this now. Like, no debuts. I wish that was an actual Mia ban. Like, I was hoping that was real. It's like, what do they know about the Mia? We don't.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been scrimming in the Malaysian server, so they've definitely met a couple of times before the EWC main stage. So, if Mia is actually banned out, I think I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked. I would be like, oh, it's kind of interesting.
I would be shocked.
I know you would be.
I think I would be pretty shocked. And I see Mia in all my pubs games.
What rank are we playing exactly? That's dangerous. I'm worried for you than anything else. But folks, do let us know exactly who you think is going to be winning. Wherever you're watching Stream B from, welcome. Once again, we are smack dab in the middle of this best of three, the opener to the MWI 2025. This is a Group B matchup between Navi Malaysia and Gaiman Gladiators. Again, just a quick refresher on the format. There are 4 groups. GSL format each, and the top 2, meaning they won 2 series, regardless of how many losses, makes it through to the knockouts. Anybody who loses 2 is knocked out. So this is what? Navi MY 1 game away from being halfway there to qualifying for the knockout stage.
Yeah, but honestly though, we talked about this backstage. This is a matchup of the day for a reason, and I'm actually gunning to see 2-1s coming up from both teams. Maybe the first game is like, I just woke up, there's a little bit of a time difference, and I'm adjusting to my jet lag, and I think this might be coming through.
It has been about 48 hours since these ladies have landed, but that's more than enough time to make up for it, given that Game 2 is upon us. Here we go. Churros, Staffa, take care of business.
Thank you, sir. We will catch up with Leo after this game. Will it be the end of the series, or will we be going to a game number 3? Gaming Gladiators now under the spotlight to see whether or not they can adjust their strategies to deal with Navi Malaysia. They have swapped sides, so they're going to be on the opposite sides of the draft this time around. Navi going to be banning out the Badang, the Gatot themselves, as well as the 1-1, whereas the Uranus and Yisun Shin will be taken out on the red side.
Apart from the heroes, pretty much similar from the first game. But take a look at the girls on both sides of the table. You have Navi MY actually feeling very confident, very calm and composed, but you have a lot of focus, very locked in kind of phases coming in from GG. So from both these two teams, I guess they have a different way of locking in. For Navi MY, it's just another game. It's just another game. But okay, coming back to the draft, GG actually bans out that R-Lot. Possible EXP shallow pick, but now the Boxia getting first pick up by Navi. So take a look at a lot of the Enchanter and support heroes for the side of GG. And you want to deny that from coming in. Granger getting picked up here by Panda as well.
Very interesting choice to go for the Granger here. Still an okay goal lane pick, but definitely not nearly as strong as before. Though we've already been proven that strength of the hero doesn't really play the biggest role, since Navi already won game 1 with a Harif, which we all thought was just out of the meta entirely at this stage. Granger will provide some good poking potential and is a good way of whittling down a hero like Baxia from afar, but you're still going to need a solid front line to be able to stop it, and I don't know if I agree on Kalea.
Actually, GG likes to just play that front to back, that traditional front to back kind of composition. So we talked about Selena as well. Navi MY actually picking that up for the mid lane, but might be flexed up into maybe even the jungle, because you still have the buff from the previous patch where Selena can play in the jungle. So a little bit more flexibility there. You might even throw Selena in the roam position. It might be a possibility as well. But they are going to pick up the Irithel. And like Leo said, I do agree with him where Irithel is one of the better marksmen to pick in this meta, just because of how mobile she is. You can dash away from the Death Sonata as well, so it makes it harder for Panda to deal her shots. And it's a very greedy lineup right now with Hayabusa and the Granger coming to play from GG. Both of them actually need so much more farms to come online.
Ooh, this is this is risky here. Like you mentioned, Churros, Haya and Granger both need items, both need farm to really start making things happen. Granger can afford to play a little bit safer, but Hayabusa needs early snowballing, and the Baxia is not an easy target for you to take down. Selena could be an option, but part of the reason why the hero was good before was also because of the map vision that it's able to provide you with those abyssal traps, right? You just set them up around, you make sure that you always have vision over where your opponents are going to be. Right now, I'm not too sure how I feel about Gaming Gladiators draft, but we will see how it comes as we jump into the second phase of bans.
GG banning out the Ling as well as the CC. You don't want to deal with that up on the EXP side, but on the side of Navi MY, taking out the Juicin, I think the Zetian hasn't seen the light of day just as of yet. They might think of taking it out, and then you play a little bit more vision, because right now you're facing up against the Selena. Once you have the Selena traps around you, give your team a little bit more vision control, and I think Zetian would be a viable possibility to pick up just to deny that vision play.
I can see that. Right now, I'm very curious about the CC ban. Banning CC here indicates that GG probably wants to lock in their EXP lane as the 4th pick after the bans conclude. But what hero would really be prioritized here?
Farsa. You got a Farsa wide and open, creates a lot of pressure in space, but then
it's vulnerable to Selena and
three
Baxia,
vulnerable
though.
heroes. Yeah.
like banning out CC. Usually you'd ban out CC against Uranus. Uranus is already banned. Phoveus, but not very good against Na'Vi right now. Glue, but also not very... Lapu is probably the most likely EXP option, but if GG wants it, they need to lock it in now because there's a chance Na'Vi steals it away. They go for Zetian?
Yeah. It's more of a passive play, doesn't do a lot of damage, and we talked about this yesterday as well when we were like discussing about the viability of Zetian. It's basically used as a utility mage. You want to give a little bit more vision on the Fury of the Phoenix, but as well as maybe try to set things up together when Ashley goes in with a Kalea, you throw down your Fury of the Phoenix, maybe you can get a little bit more burst damage when you have that Venn diagram, the circles coming in and integrating it together. So Lancelot will be picked up once again. Right now, I think much easier target onto this Granger, but then chasing Granger is not what you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but it's still something that you can do, especially now when you look at GG's draft. They have a lot of backline, right? Zetian and Granger are generally going to be quite vulnerable since most of the time, Kalea is going to be trying to set up for a pickoff in the first place. So they would be quite vulnerable to a hero like Lancelot, especially when you also consider the lack of crowd control on GG right now. They need CC, they need a strong hero that can form a secondary front line that can protect the Granger and the Zetian if the Kalea goes in front. The Glue already going to be taken away by Na'Vi as well, a hero that's very good at diving. And this is just straight up a dive comp from Na'Vi, which is exactly what they need.
It's easier for them to layer it in onto the Zetian as well. Baxia rolls himself in, tries to break that the passive shield, and then Rena just comes right in from that flank, tries to swoop her up from the back. So I think that might be a little bit of a risky situation that they have to play around, but they go back to basics and Terizla getting picked up.
Terizla. Alright, I can see that being quite good. It is a very strong matchup into the Glue as well, since you are going to be able to lifesteal off of all the individual Goos, but also a very slow and bulky hero. Not to mention Penalty Zone is not the strongest form of crowd control in the game.
It's easier to dash out of Penalty Zone as well.
There are so many heroes on Navi's side that can just completely ignore Terizla and dive their backline.
So what is the thought process here for GG? They do have two greedy heroes, a utility mage, not a lot of damage in the early game. Do they play late game? Is there a way for Nicolette to hyper-focus onto a main target? And who is the main target?
The ideal for GG is to play for early to mid game. If they can get early snowballs into the Hayabusa, that would be the most ideal. Maybe put a bit more pressure onto the Terizla to immediately unlock him from the side lane and allow him to join you, rotating and potentially invading the jungle. But that is a lot of checkboxes that they're gonna have to tick off here. We're jumping into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Gaming Gladiators currently 1 game down against Na'Vi Malaysia. Can they bring it all the way?
Pressure is definitely on for GG. One more game and Na'Vi just takes it all, especially since, you know, you won 2 games win and you're in, and it doesn't look too good in the group stages. And on the bottom side, you have Sayori, immediate rotation down the bottom side, try to get enough pressure and try to get Panda to win out that lane. Ashley trying to draw a little bit of attention onto themselves and holding onto the mid side.
I like the early rotations from Sayori. Like I already mentioned, going to help out the Terizla early is going to be good.
Ooh. Way too much damage taken. Very risky play from Ashley. The turret shots actually brought her down from almost full health to down low. Arya taking a little bit too much damage. Swipe and flicker out of the way. There's a crucial resources wasted for Gaming Gladiators. Right now, they're being on the aggressive too early. Haney getting the stun up, might not be able to hit Sayori, and Sayori gets out safe for now. But you can tell, totally tell that a lot of aggression coming in from Gaming Gladiators. Is that how they want to play against Na'Vi?
I think it is, but you ideally need a bit more lane control before you're able to do it. The goal is to get as many kills onto Nicolette as possible, because that's going to be this... Oh, hold on, gold lane.
A 1v1 Panda will not be able to finish the job. The turret minion's still there, but able to push Fafal back onto play. That buys her some time onto the gold lane. Turtle has already been spawned up. Sayori already popped that shield, and that was the job of Raymond. So what is the play now for Gaming Gladiators? Will they be able to contest for this one? Reno will snap pick that turtle up, and Gaming Gladiators playing on the passive. Top side though, Nicolette comes in, swoops in, takes out Fafal. draws a little bit of attention onto herself as Na'Vi rotating upwards. But Sadafa, this is looking much better for Gaming Gladiators. They have a pickup composition. They're playing it to their strengths.
Yeah, that was the correct play. 100% the correct play. Arya was not even level 4 at the time Na'Vi was contesting the turtle, so there's no way they can take a team fight there. Go to the opposite side of the map instead and help out your gold laner. Plus, get an assist onto Nicolette. That is exactly what they needed to do, and then they backed it off to make sure they do not overcommit the way they did in game number 1. So that allows them to get a slight goal lead. I think Gaming can continue playing around this sort of situation. They actually have a good amount of mobility, so if they play the map and just avoid fights against Na'Vi early, that might actually be a win con.
Yeah, Panda just playing a little bit more safe, trying to draw their attention away from the turret range. Seeks out where Ramoon is, and they're losing their gold plate turret up top. You got a Tsunami Slam onto Haney, unable to finish the job as Nicolette tries her best. Will not be able to land the shadows just in time, though. Shadow kill will not be enough. Revitalize keeps her up safe. On the top side, though, they're trading the turrets. T1 is down for Gaming Gladiators. Man, Na'Vi MY just looking for trades left, right, and center. The macro game is what Gaming Gladiators need to eye around.
I'm loving the way that Raymond is playing around this Baxia right now. Really maximizing the capabilities of the hero, of being a very fast rotating early frontline tank, keeping herself in a place where you can either back up the top lane if Gaming decides to go for a full dive, or help out Hani in case Nicolette shows up on the opposite side of the map, which in this case, the latter actually happened, and the Revitalize was able to keep the Selena alive. Na'Vi MY is well aware that the less resources they give the Gaming early, the easier it'll be for them to take control of that mid game, because that is where their heroes really start coming online.
Ooh, risky play from Ashley, diving in, forcing a flicker out of the way as Shaw tries to get too deep. Ashley getting hit on by 3. You got a penalty zone already committed. There's a 3-man stun. Shaw hit the mark right on Gaming Gladiators, pulling all of them down. Sayori's next on the chopping block, but won't be able to hit that mark. But did you see that, Sadafa?
I did definitely see that, and that was a beautiful play coming in from Na'Vi MY. Did you know, Churros? Fafa was interested in fashion design, you know, because that was a work of art right there. From Na'Vi MY. Gaming Gladiators made a huge mistake. They already lost Arya. There was no reason for Ashley to try and force a flicker catch, and then the rest of their backline walked up to back her up and instantly got 3-man stunned by the glue of all things. They cannot keep doing this, Churros.
It was 4-man, and Sayori already popped that shield because Ramoon was actually on her back. And Sayori needs to be able to find a way to play a little bit more passively. Right now, you don't really have a lot of damage. Over the wall they go. You got Rina actually dashing, weaving, bopping away. As Gaming Gladiators are falling. Sayori goes down as Rina tries to come in for the counter-attack. Zarya next to fall as Ashley unable to watch her children stay alive in this small little skirmish. And as I said, Gaming Gladiators, they had a much better round in the early game, but they are struggling when it comes down to the mid. Nicolette able to dash and weave, bop out of the way. It's Na'Vi MY ramping up the aggression onto GG.
Honestly, though, I feel like we are starting to see this game go down the exact same path as before. We can see here in the instant replay, they tried to go in on the lance, but look at how much damage the Thorn Rose does, and then the instant Abyssal Arrow follow-up. The communication from Na'Vi MY is on point, and when Panda's already backing off, the rest of GG is just hovering there very awkwardly. They need to decide.
Another Abyssal Arrow as Arya taking a little bit too much damage. She will fall, but hands off a foul. It's just feeding that Earthel up so much. 5,000 gold lead for Na'Vi MY, and they're looking for all these turret trades. Nicolette versus Rina is 1v1. Able to dash out of the way, though, is Nicolette. Use their shadows, though. But Na'Vi MY, they have their eyes set on these turrets.
Looking at the items right now, there is a very clear advantage going over to Na'Vi. They're already at nearly a 5k gold lead, and TQ is going to be the first item for Sha. Very wise choice, since most of the damage coming in from Gaming Gladiators is going to be physical. Only Hunter Strike completed so far on both Nicolette and Panda. Even trying to go for that Sky Piercer, second item on the Granger. It is a key item build, but not sure if this is the right game to go for it. I also might dislike the War Axe first choice for Arya. You need bulkiness now. That damage is not going to help you.
So Dafa, if you're GG, what is your game plan right now? Do you go for the team fights? Do you try to play more defensively or passively, try to just let that give up all of their turrets? They do have a little bit of high ground, especially from Panda and Sayori, so it might not hurt them for them to stay huddled and turtled up on their base.
You literally have no choice but to either turtle or try and play risky to go for map farm. And it looks like they are going for the latter, sending Panda down bottom to get minions.
They can't take out the T1
yeah,
bottom
Navi
side.
is just rushing the base.
Okay. Aria taking a little bit too much damage, able to force that flicker out of the way. Sorori comes in for a backup, try to push them out of the way. Gaming Gladiator is able to zone Navi out just for now. Abyssal Arrow misses by a hair. They might not want to go for this counter re-engage. Not a lot of damage from the shadow kills. Nicolette dashes out with the shadows. As Gaming Gladiators, they're struggling to keep up.
We have reached the point of the game where Gaming Gladiators just straight up has no damage. They do nothing to the members of Navi MY unless they're somehow able to jump on Hani. Otherwise, you are going to tickle Sha and Ramon most of the time, and Navi MY is more than aware of this. It's so easy for them to dive. And we talked about this during the draft, right? There's a lot of heroes on Navi that can just ignore the Terizla and go for the backline, but they're so farmed at this point that the Terizla is basically a pebble on their path that they're kicking aside. They don't need to ignore him because to them, Aria no longer exists.
Ooh. Nice Abyssal Arrow. They might not be able to have that damage to follow up. It's Ashley getting possessed on by that stick. Oh man, Sha will be able to stop her in her tracks and take her down the way. Gaming Gladiator still up on 1 kill. Nicolette has that Shadows to dash out of the way, but they're waiting by that Shadows. They don't know that Nicolette is running away, but they're making a beeline for it. There's a silver arrow and there's a huge red mark at the back as Nicolette slowly walking and prancing all the way as Rina, oh man, there's 2 levels ahead. I don't think she'll be able to survive this.
Even on Rina, you can see the Yogi Shadow Kill barely does anything. Even though Nicolette is buying a lot of time, there's not enough map control for the rest of Gaming Gladiators to do anything with the space created. Nicolette goes down. Somehow they pick up Aria as well, who's hovering around the Lord Pit.
Very dire situation from Gaming Gladiators. Now they don't have their jungle. They can't contest for this Lord. It's Navi MY taking full control of game number 2.
Messy. I am seeing a lot of messy plays. Really, no reason for Aria to be that far out. Your jungler is getting chased down across half the map, and the rest of your team is not going to be able to back you up. Give up the Lord. Try to get farmed wherever you can. And the more and more we see, the worse and worse it gets. We are looking at an 8,000 goal lead for Navi MY. 3 items now concluded on Faufa with that Berserker's Fury holding up the rear. Brute Force Breastplate allowing Rina to be more tanky. Rayman once again focusing on that Dreadnought armor just to make it even more difficult for the Haya and Granger to actually make any sort of impact.
All of the members of Navi, they're at least 1 level ahead. You got Abyssal Arrow already stuck in. Sha trying to go in with the stick and split onto the fray. As Aria goes down once again. Gaming Gladiators has to deal with the Lord on the top side as well as the skirmish down the mid side. As everything goes wild, it's chaos in the land of Zion, especially in the home of GG. There's nothing they can do. But they're going to play more defensively as they don't have that damage to take anyone down.
I'm sorry, Gaming Gladiators. This game is over. There is literally nothing you can do anymore at this point. You have no
They're
damage.
Gonna make you eat your words.
There is no chance.
Be careful.
It literally is no chance. I'll tell you right now. I would normally say you need a miracle to happen for this to turn around. This has gone beyond that point, in my opinion.
11,000 goal lead,
It is that dire.
Not looking so good for Gaming Gladiators. Don't really have that damage to get on that defense. I think the only silver lining is only if Gaming Gladiators turtle down for at least another 10 more minutes, try to equalize the level difference that Navi MY has ahead of Gaming Gladiators. Out of all of this, the only kill that they had was Nicolette down on that top side.
Yeah, this is very, very difficult. This composition required very specific conditions to be met in order to be effective, and they've not found that.
You're the Phoenix already committed. Rina able to dash out of the way, but they cannot finish the job. On the top side, though, they're trying to buy some time as Nicolette tries to use their Shadow Kill, try to push everyone out of the way, but with 1 cannon minion and 1 for foul right on that base, that is a huge chunk of damage that has already been taken out from that T3 on that bottom side.
Na'Vi MY showing the world right now how much they have improved since their last stint in MWI. This is really clean macro. The decision making is so effective. When they saw Arena getting jumped by 3 members up top, the instant decision is to go for the push down bottom, maybe pick off Nicolette if they're lucky. They weren't, but they still are able to create the pressure they're looking for. And now there is lane manipulation happening to maybe bait GG out in advance as the Lord is going to respawn.
They're playing on the opposite side of the map, though. Lord spawning up in 3 seconds as Gaming Gladiators tries to get enough priority over their own jungle, picking up all that scraps. It doesn't look like they want a contest for this Lord. They can't, and this is the 12-minute Lord that we're talking about, Sadafa. Gaming Gladiators turtling up once again. Sha is actually keeping them busy, getting a little bit more vision, tries to get herself latched on to Ashley. Might be able to do that. Fear of the Phoenix will miss all of their targets though, as Aria goes in deep with the penalty zone, forcing to use that flicker out of the way again, as Ashley getting possessed onto it. Some foul will take Ashley out of the game.
Aria gonna be picked off as well. Mega kill going over to Rina as Hani chases down Nicolette. 1v1 monster kill. 5 members of Na'Vi MY rush down the crystal of GG.
Up against 2, there's no way that GG will be able to defend against this rush in the battle of Malaysia versus North America. Malaysia takes this not as a game, but as a statement.
A statement has been made, has been published, has been edited, and put out in full blast for the world to see. Na'Vi MY are here as contenders, eager for the throne of MWI, and this is only the first step on that journey. But what a huge step it is for these ladies up on stage right now. A clean sweep against their rivals, Gaming Gladiators.
First game, I would say, pretty close from both teams. I thought GG had some fight in them, but the second game, after that first blood kill onto the top side, onto Fafao, it kind of seems like Na'Vi MY, they're all locked in and ready to go. They're like, not anymore. Don't take out my Fafao. I'm going to take you all out. But man, what a series this has been for both teams. A lot of high hopes for both these two teams as well.
It's just been an incredible performance. Honestly, there was some messiness from their gameplay early in game number 1, but you said it was a warm-up. You said it was a warm-up.
It was a warm-up.
I think you were right.
It was more of a warm-up for Na'Vi MY. Is like, okay, we made some mistakes, let's just change it, and they were dominant in the second game.
They were so dominant. I'm honestly curious to see what they will have to say, because we have an interview set up. You guys can see Trex, the handsome man standing there next to Na'Vi MY. Let's throw it over to him and see what they have to say.
Thank you guys for the throw. It was an amazing 2 series. And right here I am joined with Finna, the jungler. Rina, the jungler of Na'Vi MY. Now, a lot of us kind of thought you were the MVP for those 2 games. I don't know what the final call is going to be, but before we get to that, quick formalities. How do you like Riyadh so far?
So far, so good, but it's just a little bit hard, yeah.
Definitely a little bit toasty. You guys came into this game swinging, you 2-0'd. Did you feel confident coming into this game?
Yeah, I feel so confident that we are gonna top 1 in my grouping.
All right, top 1 in the group. All right, are there any teams that you're really excited to face after you top 1 in this group when you get to playoffs? If you top 1 in the group, do you feel anyone that you're really aiming for?
I think it's gonna be Onyx.
Onyx?
So, because we lost to them in other tournaments, yeah, so we want to revenge, yeah.
Okay, and last question. We got to see you play Lancelot amazingly. Are there any other junglers that you're excited to play during this event?
Yeah, I will bring Saber.
Right.
No, I'm joking only. So, you guys have to stay tuned and watch our all games. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, make sure you guys stay tuned, and let's throw it back to our wonderful casters with the highlights.
That is a face of a man that is trying to hold back his tears. But hey, congratulations to Rina and the rest of the Na'Vi MY squad. They played a heck of a game. This is the second game that we're seeing right now. And this was the play that Aria actually went in, Sha actually went in with a 4-man glue stick down the bottom.
And they really set themselves up for that. They were basically lined up like bowling pins, waiting for Sha to roll them over. Again, this draft is not easy to pull off. It's a composition that needs a lot of conditions to be met, and they're already playing from the back foot because Navi MY is clearly adjusting their hero picks based on what is coming out from Game in Gladiators. You go for full dive composition to punish a front to back, and yeah, I still am not too sure about some of the options we saw here, but we have Leo back on the desk. What are your thoughts about our first series, sir?
Something tells me maybe, if not just as quickly, much more quickly, things went sideways for GG in game number 2. Definitely some stuff they need to polish. Their communications, their positioning, even the draft. It's clear that they love Kalia. They like a certain way of team fighting, or they prioritize certain resources when it comes to building comps. But here, it seemed like it was more disjointed than even game 1. And that ended in 13. This one was just... This had at least 2 lords, right?
Yes.
This had 2 lords. It's just... It felt like
it wouldn't have been if Navi MY was being more aggressive in the first Lord run. They could afford to be, but then you might give advantage over to GG. So they were dominant, but they were also disciplined in how they want to play out the entire of the game. A lot of teams struggling with closing games out, but Navi MY actually learning from their mistakes.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent observation. That's exactly what happened. It was aggression, but controlled. They knew exactly the limits that they could push while still keeping their egos intact and having fun on that Land of Dawn. It's very clear one of these teams knew what needed to be done. I think that Gaming Gladiators definitely went into this game with a plan. That's why they stuck to their draft so closely. But it's already difficult to have to execute that kind of plan against a full team of counters. And I feel like even from game 1, there was some miscommunication that needed to be fixed.
Yeah, what exactly that looks like translated into the game, we're going to go and take a peek once more at game 2's replays here. Run through this base defense, which was, again, as soon as I saw a majority of the ult spent, I think, what was that? Sadafa, you said this, like, yeah, it's over. I don't think there's anything left for GG. And Churros, as much as you'd like for Sadafa to eat his own words, it's the reality situation. The math checks out. Rina was just a little too much. I'd say even Hani was a little... We were looking for the Selena pre-draft, yeah? Pre-game, pre-match. And here, Hani brings it out. I think this was a much easier game, even for Remon, compared to game 1.
I think so.
All the Baksha has to do is run herself into 2 or 3 members, and now she has help from Sha, and then they just rinse and repeat.
I have to note, we didn't like get to point this out in the game very much, but Rimon was so comfortable that I think she went for a Guardian Helm, second item.
Oh yeah, I'm staying. This is my house now.
Yeah, just dealing a little bit more damage over time as well for the roam. Just to get a little bit more damage, but not like you have 12,000 gold lead by the end of the entire series.
All-time high.
All-time high.
I mean, it's the first series on Stream B. So
first series,
one
first
could
game.
only wonder what the gold lead.
Yeah.
But to think it might be 12, higher than that.
But to be honest, though, I would say it all boiled down to the draft. I think GG just easy to jump out of the Fury of the Phoenix. It's easy to jump out of the penalty zone. There was no way where in the Panda actually read everything differently, and she actually went in. So that was a very high-risk play from GG, and they don't know their power spike difference from that level difference as well. So I think, oh man, if I could turn back time, I wish that it would have been done differently for GG.
Yeah,
they had such promise.
We could not turn back time. We can only move forward. Coming up next is a matchup, another best of 3 between Virtus Pro of the Mekong region facing off against Terror Queens of Myanmar. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Stream B of the MWI 2025 live from the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Stream B of the MWI here at Esports World Cup 2025. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Sadafa and Churros. We're bringing you a best-of-3 matchup between Virtus Pro of the Mekong region facing off against Terra Queens from Myanmar. Gentlemen, we ended up with a quick sweep with our opener this time around, or what are we expecting?
I think this one's going to be interesting because both of these regions, their men's teams, have actually done surprisingly well on the global stage, even though they don't get quite as much spotlight. And I think the women's teams are just as eager to do so.
We got Daisy, Starsoy, Sa, Cow, and Liv. This is Virtus Pro.
Yeah, we're starting things off. Virtus Pro sweeping the Mekong qualifiers in first place. And I think they have got their way through. There is a little bit of changes. Starsoy is Indonesian, so bringing the Indonesian flavor into the Vietnamese mix as well. So I am having a lot of high hopes for this team, especially since, you know, they have been highly dominant. They've shown a lot of adaptations on the fly, especially in the Mekong qualifiers as well. And the fact of the matter is, they have been some sort of adapting, and I want to give a huge shout out to my friend Lucian Cutie, who's now the coach of the Virtus Pro team, and bring his own experience into the flavor as well.
Lucian Cutie, the cute one?
Yes.
He is the cute
Yes,
one.
he is the cute one.
Dude, he stole my heart at MSC 2023. Competed as the roamer for RSGSG then when they played in Cambodia. They went far there.
Yes.
That's
yes,
the one
they
and
did.
only Lucian Cutie. Yeah, there he is. They are facing off against once more Terror Queens. Majority of the lineup were the formerly known as Net Angels when they competed in the MWI 2024. Let's get to know these ladies now. Once again, these are the Terror Queens coming in from Myanmar. The Burmese squad made up mostly of Klang, Rui, Lunalin, Sikoshi, and Ku. There is one import here. We're looking at Rui.
This is a team that has a lot to prove, and a team that is confident that they are going to be able to prove it, being the first place finisher in the MWI Myanmar qualifiers, sweeping Weibo Gaming 4-0 in the grand finals. They went undefeated throughout their entire qualifier tournament, and after finishing 5th to 8th place under their previous team last year, they're eager to rise up among the rankings and claim a spot even further in the championship.
This squad does not belong in the region. They are so talented. They even got their old coach back, Coach MSK, aka Vladdy. These ladies proved themselves an amazing squad. Even last year, this is not their first rodeo. Mind you, Skoshi here, if the facts check out, she's a med student. She had to put her studies on hold to be able to chase this dream of esports greatness, and here she is now.
Yeah, I believe that is correct. From what we've heard previously, Sakoshi did give up on medical studies to follow an esports dream. Definitely a risky path, but we gotta give her props for following up on that passion. This is going to be her second MWI and also her second tournament with Luna Lin and Ku. She has stated before, and we asked her, that her idol is actually Benny Cutie. So that's definitely a player that she looks up to, and we might see similar playstyles from.
Yeah. To be honest though, both of these two teams have very notable hero picks as well. For the side of Virtus Pro, they brought out the Alice Angela, the Alyssa in the Mekong qualifier series, and I think that caused them to sweep the entire round, especially during the group stage and up till the grand finals, where they had a 4-0 run as well. On the other side of the table, we have Terror Queens, who has a little bit of a juicy pickup for the Harley. We haven't seen that in a while.
Yep.
The last time I remember seeing that was Todak and MPL MY in season 13.
Yeah, that was the thing. It was shocking. It was literally the only appearance of the hero in the entire tournament. They didn't even play it after that happened, but it was very effective for that one particular game. And I always love it when teams are willing to bring slightly non-meta heroes in positions where they are specifically designed for the job. Considering that both of these teams have had a little bit of international experience, this could be a chance for them to show off some pocket picks, heroes that we don't get to witness very often.
Yeah, prior in the series, that went down. Navi MY in the hands of Hani debuted, or re-debuted in this case, the Selena. So Selena is once again a real pick this time around. I do believe, no. Yeah, that is Hani. She scored something disgusting. It's like a 504 on the Selena. So we were looking for her, and now she finally shows up in the post 1.9.90 hotfix patch meta. So maybe this time it's the Alice that gets debuted, or
Maybe.
I highly doubt it, because I think Terra Queens might be on it. Coach MSK might just straight up ban it.
Yeah, suss it out, right? It's just like, take it, respect it. But then again, it's still the first day. Would you want to risk playing things around, trying to open up kind of a tease new heroes that are coming into the mix and try to play around that meta?
No, this might be the best time. Because
Yeah,
if it
this is the
doesn't
best
work,
time.
you revert back to what works.
Yes.
I see, if you ask me, there's no difference between first day, second day, whichever day you are in the competition. Every single game could be your first, every single game could be your last. So you gotta bring your A game regardless.
Let me remind you, they're in Group C, so their other contenders are Navi, PH, and CFU Gaming. So then again, if you have these kinds of like options, you leave them as options. Like if the draft calls for it, then maybe you play for it. But now you have to think about what your strategy is. You need to think about like what do you really want to show your cards on. If it's on a greater team like the crowd favorites on Navi PH, then you bring out your kind of like wildcard heroes.
We scored an audible from one of Virtus Pro's players, Sa, that is their mid laner, and she says she wants to face off against Tegami. She pulled a King Kong from Team Liquid ID back in the days of M6 when she says, Sa, Tegami, says Sa, I want to solo kill you. So luckily, CFU is also in the same group.
Yes.
So this moment might actually happen. Coming from today's match of the day, Navi MY came through to take down GG here. I think we have some time to wait for this rivalry to brew. But yeah, no, Virtus Pro and Terra Queens, they know each other very well. Again, Xeno Lilies last year, Net Angels last year. There's a good chunk of these players that have locked horns in the past year of MLBB esports. Gentlemen, are we expecting this to go long, or are we expecting a 3-game series, fast rotations? Might this be a stomp? I'm hoping it's not.
I think it's going to be an interesting dynamic for sure. Because when we went into the start of the day, right, GG versus Navi MY, we were expecting that to go the whole way. We were expecting that to be the game that really started things off, the ball rolling for
real
MWI.
scrappy.
And then it ended up being a very fast, clean sweep for Navi MY. So even if we say, oh, these teams might be evenly matched, we don't know how much preparation has gone into this tournament in the past few months of both these teams. Based on what we know, though, from previous information and from the interviews that have been done by our production team, thank you very much, the guys behind the camera, I think there's an interesting dynamic happening here where Virtus Pro were very honest with themselves, right? They admitted many times that they didn't play very well, are quite blatant and direct to each other about their gameplay and willing to look within themselves to see if they're doing anything wrong. Whereas on the opposite side, Terra Queens is one of the only teams that has self-proclaimed that they will be the dark horses of the tournament.
That's right. How often does that happen?
Humility versus pride in this kind of setting. But I think it's quite exciting to see like the top of the Mekong qualifiers up against the top of the Myanmar qualifiers, which should be pretty much in the same region, so to speak. They're all in Southeast Asia. They run through the Mekong region. And Moment was also saying like, yeah, they should be in the same team. But hey, right now, it's their first time, or Vietnam's first time in a international league. And so this is where most of the Virtus Pro players are having their first foray into international tournaments. So jitters definitely in, but then you have some experience from star players like Star Soy and Sa.
Yeah, more about Vietnam as a region itself. This is the first year that they have been removed just being under the Mekong banner.
Yes.
They are more now likely known as the Vietnam region. They are 3 out of 5 Vietnamese, correct?
Yes.
But I'm looking at Star Soy too. Story goes she was inspired by EVOS, the champions of the M1 World Championships, and here she is now fighting for a world championship of her own in the realm of women's MLBB, facing off against a fellow Indonesian too. In the jungle as well, Rui, who has, word on the street, been staying in Myanmar. She's lived with her team for the better part of the past 6 months.
think it's very important for these teams to be able to create that chemistry, right? That's why a lot of these teams have gotten together. They boot camped in countries outside their own to get used to more alien locations, being able to play under pressure and not necessarily in familiar positions, alongside faces that they may or may not have a lot of experience participating in tournaments of this scale with. So we can tell that from this year of MWI, a lot of teams have put a little bit of that extra effort compared to when MWI joined EWC for the first time. There's a lot more eyes on this competition, and the players are aware of that.
Yeah, let's get down to brass tacks here. Talk about the meta, because the draft is nearly upon us. Starsoy plays heroes that, in her words, are unkillable. So she wants to try and make the Angela Alice work if it comes through.
Yep.
She also has a pocket Lucas. Well, in the days of their qualifiers, Lucas was still a top-tier jungler. Gentlemen, what heroes do we want to see come out this time around? I think it matters more now because the wish list is very real. As long as we manage our expectations, we did see a Selena come out in game one match one.
To be honest,
game two.
When I was watching the Mekong qualifier, Starsoy actually pulled out Fanny a couple of times. And we oftentimes don't see Fanny anymore because there's a lot more, I wouldn't say better heroes, but easier to execute heroes. But Starsoy played it super well. They understand their own dynamics within the team. They understand what their job is, what their role is in between every single one of the lanes, especially big team fights and macro plays. So I'm not surprised if she actually picks up the Fanny once again. And don't be surprised of other assassins that might not see the light of day. Like the Lancelot might come up once again, the Lings as well.
Starsoy Fanny might definitely be a thing unless, you know, Virtus Pro puts Cho in the hands of How. It's one of the heroes that can actually answer to the Fanny. Stafa, your wish list, what heroes do you want to see?
I mean, Ruby is still up there.
Still?
For sure. But now that I've known that, okay, Starsoy likes unkillable heroes, we could see assassins. They're known for Angela Alice combination. That could be interesting. Another option, if you want like a unkillable jungler, could be Julian. Right? We saw a lot of that hero beforehand, playing around the enhanced sword, becoming just a pain in the butt to get rid of, especially during the Rose Gold Meteor meta. No longer quite as strong as before, but could be something.
Infinite iframes.
Yep.
One could assume.
I hate it.
I know you also do not like healers. There's a certain kind of type lineup you want to see, but healers, does Kalia count? Is Kalia part of that?
I give a pass to Kalea and Minotaur because they're kind of, mixed. And I'm actually okay with Angela purely from my own bias because she just heals one person. And I want that person to be me.
Actually, it's not usually the case.
It's
like
an
when you have
AoE
your
up
hard
front.
waves.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's an AoE up front.
If you
Not
hit
in
the
my
skill
pub
shots,
games.
yeah. Well, again, what rank are you playing on?
Hey, don't
I'm not gonna
dox
reveal
him.
that to the
We're not
world.
doxing. We're
Don't
not
dox
You
doxing.
guys don't need to know. Top level, right? Top level, right, guys?
Top level gameplay.
There's a
My
reason,
fans watching at home, you guys know, right?
There's a reason why he's a caster.
Yeah,
We'll leave it at that. I personally would like to see Rafaela. Again,
Yes.
cannot be said enough. In the first match today, I was hoping that some way, somehow, either Navi or GG would bring it out. But here, why not? Virtus Pro, please, Terra Queens, do us a solid. Bring out the Rafaela. We've already seen Florin in the wild card. Maybe Kufra. If Fanny is an option, then Kufra, Cho, Moskov.
Ruby.
Yeah, whenever she lands, just stop her in her tracks. Granger still can't catch a break.
No.
Sadly, we have heroes that we want to see. These are some of the heroes I want to see less of. I hate that Granger took an L while Harith got a dub. Like, it doesn't paint the meta game in a good light because we're going left and right here. We're pulling and pushing and pulling and pushing.
Yeah, but there's a certain kind of composition that you want to play around a Granger. I think GG in the previous game actually experimented on that, bringing out the Arlot as well as the Terizla, heroes that were kind of lost in the meta. And so I think both of these two teams, especially for Daisy in Virtus Pro, who is known for a little bit more adaptive play styles, she is able to bring out Benedettas into the mix as well. I think the long-lost burst damage kind of EXP laners has not seen the light of day in a long while. So right now, I think it might be a good time for them to experiment on different kinds of heroes being pulled out
If
as
we're
well.
going down that line, besides Ruby, I really miss Paquito.
Paquito brings
Yeah, I miss Paquito.
a certain
do.
amount of burst in the EXP lane that has not been replicated. No, I don't think there's anyone out of the EXP lane that bursts quite as quickly as Paquito.
It's just that he's not bulky enough nowadays, right? When you compare, like, it would be way better to go like Lapu Lapu because he does a good amount of damage, but it's so difficult to kill in return that Paquito is basically relegated to jungle, and even then you're going to have way better options in assassins that have iframes built in. So I'm really sad because Paquito is one of my favorites, and he just has disappeared for so long.
Yeah, Paquito I don't think counts as an assassin, although he does assassinate certain
Yes.
heroes. But one of
People
the
do build assassin emblems on him as
yeah,
well.
but one of the most prolific times in Paquito's time in the limelight, I think, is when he was punishing Ling.
Yep.
He was
Yeah.
punishing Ling. Ling lands, you're dead.
Yes.
Paquito's hunting you down. If you find the Ling, you're dead. So
Maybe-
Ling has been bubbling up. Ling has been, you know, around here, behind the Hayabusa, behind the behind the Lancelot.
Yep.
So
Maybe Paquito just needs to pick up a knife.
I don't think boxing works like that.
You gotta do what you gotta do, man.
Some heroes already have knives. But
Exactly, right? You can't bring fist to a knife fight.
we're hoping to see maybe
True.
a Benedetta, because if the Enchanter metagame further progresses,
Yep.
then the Benedetta is one of your solid answers.
Definitely works.
Besides
because you have
Basha.
Uranuses, who are always proxying the wave. What
leave 'em.
other EXP laners to counter this? Not really counter, but to go mano a mano, head to head against this Uranus would be the Esmeralda, the
Yeah.
Benedettas, like before. Try to clear up the waves and try to join in the team fights as effectively and fast as possible. So I think this would be some of the things that I'm looking out for, especially from Virtus Pro. Now on the other side of the table, we also see Terra Queens who have quite a bit of solid pickups and wildcard picks. So we were talking about like the Alduses and the Auluses that were coming into the fray as well. I don't think in this match the jungle
Yeah,
might
probably
change.
not.
But with the Harley in question or as an option for Terra Queens, what other interesting jungles might you think you might pick up, especially from Rui?
Well, we've already brought up the Julian as an option.
Daemon
Paquito,
maybe.
Paquito moving
I would
up.
love it.
Nolan, I'm wondering why Nolan isn't the thing.
Right.
That's true,
'Cause
actually.
Nolan has a modicum of CC immunity.
Actually, Suyo hasn't been picked up as much anymore. Too.
Amazing burst. But yeah, I think I've alluded to Suyo like at least twice or thrice in the wild card, because
Yeah.
as long as you know that the magic damage profile from your opponent is clear,
Yeah.
no one is as high a utility pick in the jungle as Suyo. He has everything you need. Mobility, damage, sustainability, can steal away major objectives with the Sever Retribution combo.
That's
It's
right.
still like maybe only second to an Appraiser's Wrath or Lethal Counter plus Retribution in terms of mechanical execution. So yeah, no. Where is Suyo?
In the same scheme of it, we haven't really seen Lucas jungle in a long time, right?
We've seen Lucas XP in the wild
Yeah.
card, as played by Rare Adam out of the Chinese server. They came close. They were almost going to make it through, but Virtus Pro, not this Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro men's, knocked them out.
I'm happy you brought that up, actually. So the men's team actually got in through the qualifiers.
That's
Right
right.
now, the MWI women's team has a lot of pressure. Like, hey, the boys are already making it through. You guys have that on us in you to really take it to the top and win out the MWI series. And they do have that gusto in them to make it work.
Yep, they're driven. Again, this is for club points as well, for
That's
that club
right.
championship. And if I'm not mistaken, Virtus Pro was right about here. Like, they were at least top 8
Yeah.
in club championship
There's still a shot.
points.
Still 2 weeks into the EWC.
And if you ask me, big picture, I think Virtus Pro, this Virtus Pro now, these ladies, I think they can make a top 8
Yes.
here in the MWI. So that means those points count up towards the club championships. No matter what happens to the men's team in MSC, they're going to be in action like later on in the month. I think Virtus Pro is in a good spot. This is a great way to get that started because if they do win the series, they're halfway through to qualifying for the knockouts.
It's not going to be easy, though. I think both these teams have already proven that they are capable of standing on an international stage. Both teams actually went completely undefeated in their qualifiers, didn't drop a single game. So they are clearly threats on the international stage. Like you pointed out earlier, neither really feels like they belong in their region. But do they belong here at MWI?
We're about to find out because, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few, we are jumping into game number 1. The draft is nearly ready. That is a best of 3 delivered by Stafa and Churros here. We've already talked about the heroes we want to see, and we want to hear from you. Wherever you're watching from, please do put it in the chat. Let us know what heroes you miss and who you think is going to be winning, who you think is going to be taking this down. The first game out of Group C this time, playing out on Stream B. Virtus Pro out of Vietnam or Terra Queens out of Myanmar. Gentlemen, let's do some predictions.
Predictions? Ooh.
I'm going to help you out. No need to put scores.
Honestly, I gotta say, I'm with Virtus Pro on this one. I've seen how they play in the Mekong qualifiers. I've seen also Terra Queens play in the Myanmar qualifiers, and I think Virtus Pro has it in them.
Stafa?
Well, I mean, if you guys are going to go Virtus Pro, then Terra Queens needs a little bit of support. You know? This is a team that has said that they're going to be the dark horse. And before they went undefeated in the qualifiers, they said, we will be undefeated in the qualifiers. They made reality.
You just gained about 500 Burmese fans just about now.
Hey, follow me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do apologize. This draft will have to be rebuilt. So do hang on. And this does give me time to give my predictions.
Hot take.
I could have sworn I was going to get away with it. I was just about ready to dip out. Yeah, so Terra Queens.
VP.
I've seen a fair amount of play from both of them.
Yes.
And I think they both have a fair go.
Politically correct answer.
Yeah, no, but I'm going to say it now. Patience, sir. Terra Queens. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
game number 1. The draft is upon us. Coach Destined 1, Coach MSK here at the helm. Stafa and Churros bring you the action.
Thank you very much, Leo. Very good of you to leave the desk before we can ask you for more details on that, especially after you said Virtus Pro was probably going to be top 8. But we'll catch up with you after game number 1. Virtus Pro on the blue side, Terra Queens on the red. And we're already seeing some very different bands. Haya and Joy being focused down. 2 assassins by VP.
It's a respect over to Rui. They know that Rui is more like an assassin player, so I wouldn't be surprised if Lancelot getting banned out right here would be an option, unless Starso wants to pick it up right from the bat. Now, on the other side of the table, you got a Kalia, Baxia, and now that is typically the Uranus spot. If they open it up, it will go over the hands of Virtus Pro, and they have to play around it. Now, without the Baxia, the Uranus will be a huge threat.
And getting rid of Baxia here means that Terra Queens probably have to consider banning out the Uranus themselves. I'm trying to think about what else has been let through the draft. The Yisun Shin, the Badang, the Wan also, which has been getting a lot of attention, all are wide open. So Terra Queens do still have the option of just leaving it open entirely and playing around with the draft. And it seems like that is what they're doing. They banned the Arlet instead.
You want to go for the 1-1 first pick. We talked about how risky that is. And now for the side of Terra Queens, Uranus hasn't been picked up. And Uranus is typically the first pick, first prio material. It kind of counters a little bit on 1-1. Wherever she hits, he will get that restoration. So in this case, I think there's a lot of options for them. They could pick up the Yusun Shin, Kimi, Uranus for themselves, but they go for the Jusin instead. A little bit more zonal control from the side of Terra Queens.
Zusin and the Hilda going to be locked down by Terra Queens, so not going into the expected result of the Uranus. Although that hero is pretty good, it would actually be kind of difficult to play into a 1-1. Correctly played, it's a very easy hero to set up Crossbow of Tang on, so I think Terra Queens just wants to avoid that entirely. And by putting Hilda on the table, it puts VP in a tough spot where if you go for an assassin pickup, it is going to be very vulnerable to this hero.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, okay, it is possible for VP to actually pick up the triple marksman meta because you already have to deal with a Hilda, but now it gives a little bit more space. And now the Kimmy has been picked up alongside Uranus. That gives a lot of lane proxy approach, but not a lot of crowd control. The only one right now for VP is basically Attraction Pulse from the Kimmy itself. And it kind of works well because you have that range to keep yourself a foot from the Hilda whenever she pummels at you. Now they'll finish up the first stage of that draft with the Earthel, which I like. It keeps both of these lane-to-lane matchups in the gold lane. I would say it's still even Stevens. It is tougher for 1-1 to actually get close to Earthel, and that's how you want to counter it.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be interesting. I think it's a pretty 50-50 matchup. It's not an obvious victory for either gold laner, but Terror Queens do decide to ban out the Angela, which is very interesting because I actually feel like they are in a better position to pick it up for themselves as
With
that
the Juicy and Angela combo.
Like, literally every hero on
That's
this lineup works well with Angela. Irritel, Zusin, Hilda are all very solid. So getting rid of that is interesting. It indicates that they may want more of a roam presence since Hilda has the potential to be countered by this Uranus in lane pressure. The land's now going to be focused down, so even more priority onto getting rid of Rui's heroes.
I think a lot of assassins are definitely taken off the bat. It's interesting, they banned out the Esmeralda for themselves actually. On top of Uranus, might hint that Uranus could be going into the jungle as well. It has happened in the MSC wildcards, so I'm not going to rule that out one bit. That last ban slot might be a Ling or a Hanzo has been picked up by Rui as well. I think it might work well against a triple marksman composition as well. Man, Yisun Shin, you want to ban that out for yourself?
I think if it's possible, Virtus.pro would probably want to get the Yisun Shin. It's a little risky since there's a Hilda on the opposite side, but as long as you have a solid enough roamer at the end, it's still possible. But they do decide to get rid of it. So it's unlikely to be a triple marksman because you do need a Yisun Shin to actually make that work. Now we see what Terror Queens will prioritize for their fourth pick.
Quite a bit of options right here, especially on the jungles. They could very well snap pick the Ling up for themselves if they want to secure a assassin jungle. But then again, Virtus.pro has ways to deal with assassin jungles because Starsorn is a strong assassin player herself. So they might be able to identify and suss out what Terror Queens wants to pick up for themselves. Will be the CC first, try to mitigate a little bit mano-a-mano damage with the Uranus. So to match up that tempo, I think that would be a good pick for now. Virtus.pro, last two picks.
I was thinking it might be good for Terror Queens to keep Hilda flexible and lock in their jungler first, but since they don't know whether or not Uranus is going to be jungle or EXP, I guess they've decided to play it a little safer. But that means that Hilda is going to be locked into the roam position, and VP just makes sure they don't draft a weak early game jungler, and they should be pretty okay. Uranus can actually still go into that position quite well, but Dang going to be locked in. This was a hero that was 100% banned in the first match of the day. Let's see what their final pick is going to be.
Now, left with the Phoveus. Okay, so it will be the Uranus in the jungle, Badang in the roam, and then Phoveus in EXP. And then you got a double marksman that you can possibly protect. I love how Virtus.pro likes to play things around. A good amount of recovery, a good amount of crowd controls, and a good amount of chase onto the back line. So Irithel and Juicin will be a huge threat into this lineup.
Okay. The Phoveus is kind of interesting because that is a hero that actually loses lane to the CC, so you're picking him into the counter actually. But they are anticipating the last pick, Assassin, which in this case does end up being the Ling. I think it is one of the best options that Terror Queens has. A hero that can dive the backline and has a get out of jail free card just in case the crossbow of Tang becomes a threat.
Out of all of this though, I think Virtus.pro is giving us something new, something fresh. Throwing Uranus in the jungle once again. I believe that this is not their first foray into Uranus jungle, but then there comes the question of Uranus actually being a holding on to the Retribution versus holding on to either Revitalize or the Vengeance itself, and that changes how you want to play things, especially in team fights. But then therein also comes where is the Uranus much faster than the Ling in terms of jungle farming, and how impactful is the Uranus within a lot of these objective takes?
Well, we'll get to see the answer to every single one of those questions as we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 of our second match of MWI. Will it be the virtues of Mekong or the terrors of Myanmar that secure victory in game number 1?
Quick little aggression, especially from Ku over onto the jungle side. Starswai needs to try to push her away because there is always that threat of the buff getting stolen, and trying to get back into the battle would be a little bit tougher. You have to pop that retribution off the bat. Trying to take it away from the hands of Ku, but just giving a little bit more information. But a bottom side, Daisy taking too much damage from the CC, so that shows a little bit more dynamic into how Terra Queens wants to play this very aggressively.
Yeah, that's what we were worried about, right? The Phobius loses lane to CC, so Virtus Pro picking this into the counter matchup is very risky. Loses out EXP lane pressure. Ku gonna try and annoy Starsoy again, but this time Sa is around, and you do not want to mess with a Kimi level 1 and 2. It just creates so much pressure.
And speaking of pressure, Terra Queens are on reconnaissance duty. They're always in Virtus Pro's jungle. Taking a look at itemizations, nothing screams out to me on the top of my head. But now look at where that Uranus is. Starsoy is being pummeled on by the 2 double fighters in the bottom side.
Still okay though, Uranus is pretty bulky even at this stage of the game, and will definitely have a lot of Radiant stacks built up since the jungle creeps are just gonna be hitting them back. So even a Hilda is not gonna very easily chase Starsoy out of the jungle, and that'll allow Virtus Pro to play for a potential turtle contest as long as they can give a bit of help to the EXP lane.
No level 3 from Cal and Ku as of now. You're able to push that in. A lot of damage down by Cal. Starsoy tries to...
Traction Pulse can be avoided by Hling. Starsoy still in position. We can see Rui actually picking up another buff. So Ling going to be 1 level up on the Uranus. That should give Terra Queens a potential advantage on Turtle Take. Infernal Pursuit comes in. Cow going to be buying some time as Ku eating up the damage from Daisy, baiting the Phobius away from the rest of the team. Terra Queens taking this very slowly. Daisy now going to be engaged on the Lantern. Pick up on Daisy. Forces the flicker outwards. Rui comes in, does the damage, chases Virtus Pro back into the mid lane, and Terra Queens gain control on the turtle.
This is how they want to play it. Terra Queens has a lot of early game damage. You don't have to have that level 4. Starsoy taking a lot more.
Starsoy might go down here, is able to get away. Rui secures the turtle. Tempest Blaze comes out. 1v3 in the turtle pit as the rest of Terra Queens turn around and pick up the first blood on Cow. Daisy gonna be chased down as well. Double kill over to Rui. And the Purify even forced out. Sa not gonna be able to escape from the terror in the Land of Dawn.
Where everything broke down was that they pushed Starsoy away, and this is where it gets a little bit risky. Yeah, Ku also stolen the orange buff away from Starsoy, so that leaves 2 levels behind of Rui. This is not a good start for Virtus Pro, but then again, it is so difficult for Virtus Pro to play this early game because of how well Terra Queens has that damage and that crowd control, especially from the Juicin whenever they come into that clash moment.
You can tell that the draft was played kind of defensive. Cow in trouble again. Ku on top. Oh, that is a lot of damage. Fistcrack comes in, but here comes Rui. Killing spree to the Ling. And now chasing down the purple buff, contesting it away. 3 level difference on the Ling. Looks like Starsoy was still able to secure their purple buff, though.
Hey, Silver Lining. Needs to take the purple buff away. Try to claw yourself up on top again as Virtus Pro actually back on that defense. Terra Queens 4 kills to 0, and this shows the amount of aggression that Terra Queens wants to put onto Virtus Pro. They need to be able to draw some more time though. Virtus Pro might be able to play it more safe, wait till 1-1 or Liv gets online, wait till Cal gets a little bit of an angle, finds a nice little flank for any team fights. But Rui's already 301. There's a lot of damage from that Ling on the top side though.
Rui wants to pick off Sa, gonna use the anti-grab thrusters, get away through the back of the purple buff pit. But Terra Queens living up to their name, terrorizing the map, not allowing Virtus to even play on their own half of the jungle.
That's it. I think Virtus Pro early game is in shambles. Look towards that mid game. How do you want to play this? Liv trapped in the middle though, on by 3.
Looks like Terra Queen's not going to commit to this. They don't really need to. They just zone out. They gain control. Turtle is coming up.
There's not a lot of fight that Virtus Pro can do is 3K gold lead up on top for Terror Queens. And giving away this turtle might be the best option here, as Virtus Pro don't want to throw bodies. They want to be able to play objective. They want to be able to push and wait till that late game until most of them get to their power spike. Starsoy can't even sustain over the damage coming in from Ku, so that's going to be a huge problem from that. How do you want to play it though? Again,
oh my goodness, Ku. Nearly 1v1ing the jungler as the roam. They're the same level, by the way. That's how far behind Starsoy has been put. 5 minutes into the game, we are looking at a 4K net worth lead. By the way, Sa went for a Sky Piercer first item. I'm not sure I agree with that, considering the state Virtus Pro is in. But hey, you made your bed, now you gotta rest in it.
yeah, you have that early game rotations, but Terror Queens reading it so well. They're matching that rotations and sending Sikoshi down to deal with the waves, and now the top side T1 is already broken down. This gives a lot of opportunity for Rui to place cross-map plays for a side of Virtus Pro. There's not anyone that you can actually feasibly send at this point to maintain that wave prio. So Virtus Pro sitting ducks for now until maybe the first Lord comes up. But silver lining is that they're very patient. They're playing defensive. They don't want to throw their bodies in the mid side though.
Daisy trying to look for the fight. Infernal Pursuit doing good damage to flicker backwards defensively. Daisy just, no, doesn't get away. Luna Lin has the Sky Piercer. Lantern finishes off the Phobius, and the terror continues in the mid lane as now Starsoy in a little bit of trouble, has to use the ult to get away. They're trying to re-engage, but the curtain call latches two together. Starsoy can only eat damage to keep his team alive.
Not a lot of damage so far. There's a problem with the 1-1 pick. You don't deal a lot of damage in the early game. You need to wait till your Trinity build, and this is proving to be a little bit tougher. And for Ku to match that level that Starsoy is at is not where you want to see yourself.
It absolutely isn't. The Uranus jungle should be able to hold things well, but Terror Queens have done such a good job of controlling the map. Purify forced out on Sa again. Kao goes for the flicker and is not able to lock down the Zeus in.
Yeah. Virtus Pro actually sending all their resources to protecting all the crucial buffs that Starsoy actually needs to come online. There is sort of like a crucial moment. Look at the bottom side as well, where Sakoshi's busy handling that
Liv
T2.
is in trouble. Oh my goodness, the Sky Piercer. How many stacks does Luna Lin have? Liv just exploded, and now Kao is gonna be chased down, gonna follow her into the grave. Double kill for Luna Lin. And by the way, Sikoshi got a free tier 2 down bottom this entire time.
It's in shambles. Right now, 7,000 gold lead. Rui's always in question. Is able to burst down Starsoy.
Rui is just diving. Tier 2 diving inhibitor. Wants to kill Sa. Able to escape just barely. Rui now in some trouble. Doesn't have energy. But the rest of the Terror Queens are here. Ku heals her up with the Revitalize. And the mid tier 2 is being slowly whittled down. Virtus Pro not able to do anything about it.
Even in the defensive position, Virtus Pro might not be able to succumb to the aggression that comes from Terror Queens. They don't really have a lot of high ground defense. The only one that can effectively clear waves might be Kimmy. The 1-1 still not online as of now. They have to build more defensively to try to buy themselves some more time, but Terror Queens not giving them the luxury of time. Still 0 kills from Virtus Pro. They don't have that damage to take anyone down, and they don't have that defense to soak in as much damage.
This composition doesn't allow Virtus to be the one making the initiations. They've lost out lane priority in almost every half of the map. And with them so far behind in EXP and gold, it's very difficult for them to even contest the Hilda, let alone the rest of the Terror Queens. We are 9 minutes in. The gold difference is already 9,000. We are reaching the point of no return.
That's a fat stack and a half, if I could say so myself, as they're trying to get a little bit more silver lining, deal a little bit more damage, try to test the waters a little bit, but this is where things get a little bit more tricky for Virtus Pro. If Terror Queens is able to take that Lord away, and take down all of the T3s, that leaves Virtus Pro wide and open. They don't really have a lot of defense.
Starsoy gets picked up, just barely gets away. Tempest Blades also going to be used. Traction Pulse completely whiffs it as Luna Lin uses the ult to dash out to safety. Virtus Pro are able to keep their towers alive and everyone still standing, but Terror Queens have complete control of the map and the Lord.
Complete control is an understatement. This is more of a dominant performance from Terror Queens than it is Virtus Pro. They're just in here for the ride. And they, honestly though, Sadafa, I think Virtus Pro should just look towards that next game. Terror Queens already taken down that first Lord.
They found Liv, and look, Luna Lin's already on the opposite side. Crossbow of Tang is available, but Liv knows that there's no point going for it. Tempest of Blades, Rui just stabs Liv to death. Mega kill.
Now without the marksman, it will be that much more harder. You still have 10 more seconds until the Lord spawns up for the side of Terror Queen, so this gives Liv some time to get online and get that respawn. But again, you don't want to make these kinds of risky plays. You built, or you have a Ube composition, play towards your team fight composition, and Terror Queens are just breaking them apart one after another. What a risky play by Liv.
It's risky, but it's kind of something they have to try and do. It just didn't pay off for them, and now the lead is growing even further. Lord pushing down mid lane for the Terror Queens. 10.5 minutes in, is dominant. Fistcrack comes in, only locked down Sikochi, and he just dashes away. Queens all the damage, it's unstoppable for Lunalin as they execute them one by one. The bowling pins fall right before the eyes of the Terror Queens. Triple kill to Lunalin, and the crystal is wide open as the Terror Queens prove their confidence is not unfounded and take the victory in game number 1.
This wasn't just Terror Queens as a team. This was basically a ballistic missile, homing missile, and targeting the face of Virtus.pro. There was basically nothing they could do. Even with the fist crack at the last moment, it wasn't enough damage. And if you have a Ryu Ranus, what you want to do is soak in that damage. You want to take that damage. But you take a couple hits, you can't even... You just can't. Sadafa, man, this has been such a... The emotions running high.
You can see there's a lot of passion in the game right now. Terror Queens feeling very, very happy and comfortable about what they've achieved here, but Virtus.pro feeling the impact of the damage that has been done. The series is not over, but this might affect their performance going into the next game.
I'll say, get the resets going on. I think there is definitely a lot of emotions running high, especially for Virtus.pro. But it's still the first game. There's always ways to come back in. But we talked way too much. Let's bring Leo into the fray and talk about the highlights that we see here.
Gentlemen, I think you talked the right amount. But I would love to. Thank you so much for looping me back into the conversation. It's true that emotions run high, and this being the opener for Virtus.pro, after everything that has been said, I would understand why there is some disappointment in their own performance. But looking at the lineup, right, starting with the draft, I think it's one thing to say the damage profile is good, especially since there's a solid amount of magic from the Kimmy. There's a solid amount of damage from the 1-1, but both are relatively conditional.
Yes.
Especially the 1-1. That one moment in the twilight of the game, I'd say the last 2 minutes, wherein they actually, weirdly enough, caught out Liv. Like that's not supposed to happen.
Yep.
Liv tried too hard, and maybe there wasn't enough communications happening from Virtus.pro, and I think that much is true. We can only guess what's going on, but I can tell you this: being in the SEC studios and listening to the difference between both sides, Terror Queens are laughing, Terror Queens are communicating, they are just shouting out, calling every move, and that's good. That's a sign of life coming from a team. And when a team is quiet, when they're not saying anything, you know something's wrong.
Yes.
That's what happened to Virtus.pro.
Honestly, I don't even really blame Virtus.pro too much about this. I don't even blame Liv for going all the way out and getting caught out there, because you really just have to try and make something happen in that position. Get some farm, pull some pressure elsewhere. She actually almost made the recall back home. It was just like a fraction of a second off, but I think that this draft did not do them any favors. You take one look at it and you can instantly identify every single hero on the Virtus.pro lineup needs items to do something.
To be honest though, I don't think it's the draft. Like both teams, I think Virtus.pro had a very interesting draft, and it was just down to, I wouldn't say execution as well. It's just Terror Queens read their draft so well with the Hilda and the CC, and Starsoy not even getting freedom of her own farm, her own economy. That shows a lot of harm coming their way.
But she didn't need it. That's the thing. Even if you are the Uranus, down 2,500 gold, 3,000 gold from the Ling, you don't care because you're still building tank items. I think the problem was not what you got, but how you used it. And I think Virtus.pro, again, for the lack of a better term, their breakdown in communications led to their lineup that needed to farm up some items where it mattered. Again, you needed it on the Kimmy, you needed it on the 1-1. Hell, I think the Phoveus needed a little bit of farm too. Plus the fact that Terror Queens were so comfortable. They were just so, they were flowing. Again, some teams you just watch them and you know that they're flowing. You know that what they're doing is according to their plan. That was just a perfect mix of Virtus.pro not getting anywhere with their lineup, especially with the Uranus jungle. The Uranus jungle was such a key strat for their counterparts in the men's division to do so well. And Doryu got 5 heroes banned away. Their new jungler, the Filipino import, got 5 bans away, and then they're like, we still have Uranus. So without an Angela, mind you. But here, it was a swerve. Like, here's the thing, they didn't even need to swerve.
They didn't swerve.
Honestly, I feel like they put too much stock in the Uranus. They went into this draft believing Uranus jungle will handle the Hilda one-on-one, no problem. That didn't exactly go according to plan. And then if you need someone to help the Uranus, it's already kind of bad because Uranus is supposed to create space. You're not supposed to have other heroes create space for the Uranus, and that was what was happening. Even worse than that was that they didn't have any heroes to create that space because Badang can't do anything to Hilda early on, and the Phoveus was losing lane. They picked it into a losing matchup.
Yeah. It's a combination of these factors that made a bad situation worse for Virtus.pro. And for Terra Queens, again, even if they did end up playing a roam Hilda, which is, again, less than ideal most times, the fact that Virtus.pro didn't have solid ground to stand on made it passable, made it even excellent in some cases.
Yeah. What I want to point out is from the first second of the game, Ku, the Hilda, as well as the CC.
Flying Rina.
What?
Flying Rina.
Flying Rina?
Flying Rina. She was she was flying last year, and we know her as such. We loved her, but she's like Flying Rina now.
To be honest, though, they predicted where Uranus was because there's 2 options that you can go for with the Uranus. They throw all their bids into the orange buff, where Starsoy actually was in the jungle.
She struggled minute 1.
Struggled minute 1. You see Ku immediately making a beeline for the orange buff, trying to roll that dice, and they actually hit the nail right on the spot.
1 of 50-50.
Yes.
I mean, the thing about Hilda, though, is that you don't really have to predict where your opponent is because you're following them the entire time.
Yeah, no, but the opener is
that's true.
What impressed Churros, like, what if they did not do that?
What if they did not do that? And they're just wasting their time. At least the CC was proxying a wave and pushing Phoveus away because in the early game, CC has a lot of damage over Phoveus. You have faster rotation. Try to aggress against the purple buff, but then it's much faster if it's in the orange buff. I think Starsoy just read it a little bit wrong for how they want to play this.
So what you're saying basically is that if Starsoy had started on purple instead,
it might be a different story.
It might be a different game.
Yeah. Or the other way around, if Flying Rina and Ku went to the purple and read the rotation there.
Yes.
So it was, again, it was a destiny. It was serendipity for these 2
stars aligned.
Yeah, these 2 major decisions in the early game, the opener of this game 1, to lead to this. But again, that could have been just amplifying the fact that maybe Virtus.pro weren't in any good shape to take those kinds of fights anyways. You know, like the whole compromising the Uranus to start. It's a huge thing. It's a game changer, yes, but what would they have done with that extra space? Like, would they have done better if, let's say, Starsoy had a good 5 minutes in? Because again, you're right. What do you do with that space?
Yeah.
Even if you do make space, Terra Queens picked up the perfect hero to use that space.
Yeah.
The Ling, like, if you do get space, then the Ling just goes away.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at some of the replays as well. Remember where Cal was when, the Ku was in the orange buff and the orange buff was in shambles. Cal was actually walking up from that purple buff, so she was actually giving vision onto where the buff was. And this was the one where Liv was trying to use Inspire to get away. She shouldn't be too far ahead from the rest of the team, and I think that was the whole breakdown in communication issue that Leo, you talked about.
Yeah, well, what could have the decision have been made, right? Like, I'm going to bait them away from y'all. No, you shouldn't. You're the gold laner. That's an argument you should be having. But alas, it still happened. It's still what we ended up with. And the reason why we're so fixated on these small things is because the rest of Terra Queens basically had a free game. I saw Lunalyn, believe it or not, her first real item was a Sky Piercer.
Yes.
Wasn't even the glowing one, wasn't even the boot. Maybe she had boots, I don't know. But Elegant Gem, like that cooldown book, and then Sky Piercer. That's how well they knew early on that they were going to dominate and win.
Yeah.
I think I have to also commentate on the item build on the opposite side, right? Sa on the Kimmy went Sky Piercer first item, even though they were in such a bad position.
Yep.
And then the second item was concentrated energy.
That's ballin' before you got rent covered.
It's like,
right.
why? Why is that the play? You need to be building damage. You even went Weakness
Still,
Finder,
I
right? You're
understand
not meant
where-
for utility.
I understand where she's coming from, though. Like, I mean, if Sky Piercer is part of your build arsenal, you want to build it earlier on because you only have like 1,500 gold that you need to actually activate that Sky Piercer. So, I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Just get it and try to build other things. If it doesn't work out in the late game, then you sell it off. So I think, yeah, it kind of worked out better for the Jusin instead of the Kimmy. And to be honest, though, I think how Jusin likes to play, and I forgot this all the way back in previous 2 seasons ago, where Jusin first came out and she was being used as an aggressor. She was being used as a vision play, but now she's being used as a vision control, and of course a sort of like a crowd control setup and a hunter.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think it's going full circle. She's both now. She can start up fights, zone out, and then once you get your build going again, folks, do not try this home. Do not just jump to Sky Piercer. These are professionals, all right, competing at the highest level of MLBB esports in their realm. If you have these 2 items, the Glowing Wand and the Sky Piercer, and you are way ahead, like you know that your team is ahead and you've done your job to zone out, get some vision, control fights the way teams go in and out, then yes. But as it is, that's all just spilled milk. Virtus Pro have to put on their big girl pants and say it's go time once again as we go into game number 2. Virtus Pro on the play, Terror Queens, match point. Got to answer back with a double. Churros and Stafa got to take care of business.
All right, we'll catch back up with Leo in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, because now is the true testing ground. It is no longer just a game to see whether Virtus Pro can upgrade their gameplay. It is about whether or not they can regulate the emotional state to come back and take game number 2 to keep themselves in the series.
To be honest, though, right now, I think it's the same first pick, second pick kind of lineup. Terror Queens really like that second pick, so it's a little bit more adjustable for them. They are respecting the Hilda, and that is something that I like, but definitely Terror Queens has something up their sleeves. At least you take Hilda out of the equation, you know that your jungle is safe, and Star Sword can play a little bit more passively on that front. There seems to be a little bit of technical issues, but man, I think, what do you think would be the best case scenario, especially for Virtus Pro if they want to have take a game off of Terror Queens?
I do think you need to be a bit more balanced in the draft overall. Yes, there were ways they could have played around that hero composition, but it's difficult, right? You need items. You ideally don't want to be disrupted too heavily by the Hilda early on. And if that doesn't work out, then you just end up as a fish in the water, right? So having a composition that's a little bit more balanced, I think especially they need to have some sort of early game pressure. You gotta be able to draft to make sure that your lane is at least even. You cannot draft, especially EXP lane, you cannot draft into a losing lane. When the Phobius couldn't do anything against the CC, it already made things way more difficult.
Yeah. Then again, I do have another question to ask you. Is there another hero that could fill the shoes of what Hilda could do, if that is the game plan for Terror Queens? I remember it used to be like either the Hilda or either the Jawhead or Khalid.
Yeah.
That was the main aggressor heroes. Does this work around the composition that Terror Queens might want to pick up?
I think it's possible. With Hilda already gone, you could definitely still go. Oh, well.
Yeah, that's
okay,
Khalid getting
wow.
banned out.
Okay, I'm a little concerned about that. Getting rid of the Hilda, all right, makes sense. But I feel like if you're banning Hilda and Khalid, you are leaving yourself very vulnerable to some of the meta picks in the meta right now. And if you are this unconfident about dealing with picks like this, like you could call them cheese picks, then other teams know that that is a weapon that can be used against you.
I think there is still quite a bit of options. Terror Queens might not ban out the Uranus right here because they know the power of the Uranus and how to deal with that. So that was just basically their testing ground into how they want to play around a Uranus build. Typically it used to be Prio, but right now Terror Queens don't give a flying fish of what Virtus Pro wants to pick up if it was that Uranus pick. Now, do you want to force Star Sword in an assassin role this time around? I think that would be a much better option right here. But then again, knowing how Terror Queens likes to be more aggressive, that could be the Achilles heel that breaks Virtus Pro down?
I think you still want to stick to comfort somewhat. You don't want to put yourself too out there. But having a more universal hero as a first pick would probably be best. They went 1-1 as their first pick in the previous game, which put them in a really vulnerable spot. They're going to go for the Farsa this time around, which I think fits into a lot of compositions.
Yeah.
But you have to be a little bit afraid when you pick this hero so early, because instantly Terraqueens knows we just draft
Gatot.
CC, we draft backline counters.
Yeah, it could be the Gatot right here. The Badang will be their hero of choice, but it could go into the Gatot as well. It might not be shoved away from the table again. This time around will be the Joy though.
Ooh.
So in the first game, Virtus Pro actually hyper-focused on respecting Rui's heroes and taking out all of the assassins. Now, what can do with that Joy in Virtus Pro's eyes? There seems to be all the assassins wide open. Starsoy might pick up a Ling, or it used to be the Suyo going head-to-head with the Joy as well. They might try to pull that out of the way if everything else goes south.
Joy is already pretty scary. It's a very good answer towards the Farsa, and you just need to have crowd control on your side to deal with it. Ruby, one of my preferences, is definitely out there. The classic counters to Joy would be things like Belleric or Tigreal, but we haven't seen a lot of that recently. They're gonna go for the safer option. That's gonna be the Gatot, as well as the 1-1. Definitely has the mobility to outpace a Joy once you have the items.
I don't know why they wanted to play around the 1-1 twice in the game. And up against the Irithel, no less. I think Irithel would have been a much better option. I have to agree with Leo. We talked about this before, that Irithel does have a little bit more flexibility to play around. And you don't need to wait till you have a Trinity build in order to deal that much damage. From level 1, you have, once you throw out your combos, you can burst your opponent, lane opponent down and basically push them away from any of that gold. So it still has that dominance factor in the lane. 1-1 still needs a bit of time, but right now there is a little bit more of a rotation speed coming in from the Farsa and the Gatot, so that might change things, but it's all down to execution, Sadafa.
Yeah, Virtus Pro needs to make sure that they ban out heroes that would deny mid lane prio to a Farsa Gatot duo, because that would enable the Joy to farm very safely and give Terraqueens access to their jungle. I really like the Fredrin ban from Terraqueens, because typically when you play 1-1, it's for one of two conditions. You either have a lot of CC on your side to set things up for the crossbow tank, or your opponent has a slower, bulkier front line that's easier to get the stacks on. Fredrin fulfills this role on both teams, so Terraqueens just takes it out of the table.
Zetian has also been taken out by Virtus Pro over the side of Terraqueen, so you don't want to have that range-to-range matchup for that Farsa, giving Sa an easier time in the mid side. For now, though, Matilda getting taken out by Terraqueens as well. I think they want to try to take out all of the Enchanter heroes. I think for Terraqueens, they need an EXP lane as well as either a roam or a mid. EXP or roam or mid.
And you think that Badang is typically more comfortable in roam nowadays, especially, so it is probably EXP mid. You would want to go mid here first for Terraqueen, since you already know their mid lane matchup. That is the Farsa. Virtus Pro get rid of the CC.
I would say CC is a very good ban. In the previous game, that CC was just running circles around Virtus Pro. Now you take that out of the equation, and you're not dealing with the same heroes that you are before. I think if the Badang is put in the roam position and Terraqueens basically play to their own modus operandi and just going headfirst into the jungle, if they make the right call and they suss out where Starsoy is, it might be a little bit different for Terraqueens and how they want to react to this, because Badang generally doesn't have a lot of damage in the early game.
What would be good here for Terraqueens in their mid lane?
Kimmy is still
Zusin
open.
has been banned. Yeah, Kimmy could be an option.
Selena once again.
Okay, of course. Against the Farsa, Selena going to be a very good choice. Is risky, because if you're not able to land those arrows, then it becomes very difficult to play with. And against the 1-1 especially, is a difficult hero to execute on, but we've already seen it done to a very effective degree by Navi MY in our first match of the day, so I'm excited.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you. I think Navi MWI played the Selena very well, but therein comes several factors that you want to throw out there. There is the primary engager and then the secondary engager. Typically, the Selena comes in with the Abyssal Arrow as a secondary engager, so you're throwing all your eggs into one basket with the Badang, trying to set up with a Fist Crack. So I think that would be the condition that Terra Queen wants to play around. And speaking of your checklist, I think it kind of ticks all the boxes, right? You have a little bit more vision play, but then again, Virtus Pro responds with the Yisun Shin Phobia's pickup. I do like the Yisun Shin to understand a little bit more vision play, but then now it becomes a little bit more vulnerable because you're an assassin marksman in the jungle.
Yeah, Yisun Shin has the potential to be vulnerable to a Joy later on in the game as well. It really is a skill-based matchup. The Phobius is going to help alleviate some of that pressure since it is the direct counter to the Joy. But with no EXP lane revealed just yet, there's still the possibility of a counter. They got rid of the CC specifically to make sure they could lock in this Phobius, and I imagine that Coach MSK would have definitely seen that from a mile away. So, yep, there it is. That's what I was wondering about. It's either the Glue or the X-Borg, and the latter here is going to do a great job of controlling the front line for Terra Queens.
Yeah, it typically leaves 1-1 out of the equation. There's nothing that I mean, if you pop the weakness points and you throw the crossbow tank onto the X-Borg, it doesn't really matter. The Firaga armor comes off and you basically throw yourself away. And there's a lot of hints on X-Borg actually coming up into the meta as well because you have more spins in the Last Insanity.
Yep.
You have a lot more true damage that you can pile on top of yourself. So I think the tanks for the side of Virtus Pro is a non-factor in the eyes of the Terra Queens.
We're once again seeing really good flexibility in the way that Terra Queens are drafting. There are more tools for Virtus Pro to play around this time, but they once again gotta keep their jungle safe, play around the mid lane priority, and give their Phobius some help because the EXP laner had a lot of difficulty in the previous game, which meant that the map could not be unlocked. Let's see if they're going to be able to hit these conditions because they have their backs against the wall. Can the Terra Queens spread their terrifying aura across the Land of Dawn once again in game number 2?
Pressure's on for Virtus Pro. If Virtus Pro loses this one, they're taking a whole game out of their hands. But right now, we don't see the same aggression that Terra Queens has brought upon the Polar Bears in this round. There's a little bit more held back, a little bit more patient. They want to wait till Rui gets that power spike. Take a look at emblems, not a lot of differences, but I do like the killing spree coming out from this Irithal. So Sakoshi looking for that late game. Whenever you get a snowball rolling, you want to be able to come in.
Ooh, the engage onto Cow forces out the Revitalize, but that's a pretty good battle spell to get rid of early on. And that means Terra Queens are actually winning out a little bit in that mid lane prio.
But still, Virtus Pro having a much better start. You don't really have the aggression that the Hilda, that the CC brings on top of the Yisun Shin. And what you need as an assassin is basically a little bit more space, a little bit more time to farm up and get your power spikes. And Yisun Shin is known to be one of the, if not the fastest junglers. We have the world record level 15 in less than 8 minutes on an Yisun Shin. So if Starstory plays her cards right, it might be a really easy time for Virtus Pro.
That's why he comes in. Mountain Shocker dropped on Hlang. Gonna be able to burn away the Firaga armor, force him back to base, but Abyssal Arrow comes in from the mid lane. Daisy gonna be caught out. The Flicker doesn't dodge as Lunalin picks up first blood.
Beautiful dashes from the Selena, and I saw what Daisy was doing there. The Abyssal Arrow was coming in, but he was going left and right and left and right. Wasn't she was a little bit confused. The arrow comes in, gets stunned up, and basically Starstory can't do anything about it. But first blood goes up.
Gonna be caught out with Feathered Airstrike. The artillery strike alongside the 1-1 picks up the kill, but Rui gets the turtle.
I spoke a little bit too soon. Terra Queen's ramping up the aggression. Helen Arena coming into the jungles. And you see Rui trying to pop that Retribution away. Won't be able to get it though, but buys themselves some time to get into position where Terra Queens is able to understand the rotations of Virtus Pro a little bit better. Now Rui, it's free map, free play for her. She can go into the enemy's jungles, go to her jungles, and just farm up whenever she wants.
Yeah, we can really see why Virtus Pro devoted so many ban slots to Rui's Assassins in game number 1, because you could see that there's a really notable awareness in rotation of how aggressive she can afford to play on the map. And yeah, even though she didn't manage to steal the buff away, the damage is still done.
Yeah, you got Mountain Shocker already used up by Starsoy, so vision play. Oh!
The arrow actually
long
hits
range.
Lunalin, flickers forward! Executes Starsoy from a mile away!
Must be happy about that one. Man, what a shot from Terror Queens. And right now, Virtus Pro, they don't have that momentum that they had in the early game. We're seeping into 3 minutes, 50 seconds till the next turtle spawns up. And Rui's actually 2 levels, it's right up ahead in terms of Starsoy's rotations just because of that death.
And that was a really unfortunate timing for the Yisun Shin, and it felt like a really dodgeable arrow as well. It's like Starsoy wasn't actually paying attention to the map, and you cannot afford to have that happen when a Selena is walking around.
I'm trying to wrap my head around what is happening around Virtus Pro. They had such a strong time in adjusting in their Mekong qualifiers, but now going up against the Burmese team, it kind of seems like they're intimidated, they're scared, they don't know what to expect.
Ooh, it's a face crack, lockdown tree! Infernal Pursuit comes in from Daisy. Fang Rina coming in to back up the mid lane as well. No casualties here.
Coming out of nowhere, I think Virtus Pro, they're desperate in trying to find a target to take down. I know they take down one hero on the top side. It's Sakoshi went down, but now there's no way they can get close to the turret.
Better airstrike committed on top of Ku. AOG gonna be used as well. Meanwhile, the backline is being bursted with the last Insanity. Hangreina forced to flicker away. Lunalin finally caught as well. Starsoy getting some much needed revenge. Kao gonna be holding the front line. Revitalize still available, keeping her intact and forcing Terror Queens to retreat.
That is the play that Virtus Pro wants to execute. Well, a little bit more defensive, wait till Terror Queens come in, but it kind of seems like they're throwing away the objectives. And right now, Virtus Pro, they have their first lead of 2 games they had so far. Scoreline 2-2. It's a slight lead, but it's more than enough.
It's something. At least they will have a foothold to put themselves into the game. Liv also has been farming pretty well overall, so Virtus Pro will be able to play more towards their mid to late game scaling, especially with a Farsa as well. Looking at the items, we're already seeing the first being completed.
Yeah, we're starting to see the rotations. Loose member Starsoy actually having on going onto the long lane, trying to maintain that lane, Prio pushing it in and trying to draw Terror Queens away from that. The power spike has ended, scoreline is equalized, and Virtus Pro has a fighting chance for this last turtle of the game. If things go well...
Better airstrike comes in. Cool gonna be caught between 3 members. Virtus Pro executes the Terror Queen roamer.
Defensive play coming in from Virtus Pro allows them to secure another kill. This is how Virtus Pro wants to play around. They're not too busy rushing into any of these team fights. They want to draw them in and try to play a little bit more reactively onto Terror Queens. They know that Terror Queens are very aggressive. Just let them come. And then Virtus Pro just comes in for that defensive play.
I think it is a smart idea. Their counter attack is actually pretty good, especially if they can time Feathered Airstrike for when Terror Queens have already overcommitted, but it's giving space to Rui. Feathered Airstrike comes out once again. Ferraka armor burnt down on playing Rina. Ku trying to go for the flank, not able to find it. Crossbow tank comes out, AOG cuts him off, Fitz crack. Not gonna be able to buy more taste for him. Ku gonna be picked off straight away. Terror Queens still in position, but they don't have a lot of HP to work with anymore.
And Arena still has the immortality. They're waiting and buying some time, but Virtus Pro will snap pick this turtle up. You don't see Rui in position anywhere at all, but it's a 2 turtle for 1 trade out of both sides. Daisy
1v2 actually burns away the immortality. Liv picks off Sakoshi with the Feathered Airstrike as well on the top lane. Playing Rina gonna recall backwards. Virtus Pro finally in control. Mountain Shocker stuns the Joy. Rui goes back in just to pick up 1 final camp. But Virtus Pro finally in control.
Finally, after the second game, the first game, a lot of emotion. Second game, it's personal for them. This time around, they know their win condition. Starsoy is coming up online. You have the vision play around. Lunalin, the early game is over, and it will be easy for Virtus Pro to take her down. Late game, Selena is a non-factor for a lineup such as Virtus Pro. It's not too viable in team fights, so Daisy's able to just zone out that back
Conceal
line.
play. They're looking for Rui down bottom. Rui realizing, uh-oh, this is a bad spot. Unbreakable into the Feathered Airstrike, and Liv picks up the last hit. Killing spree for the 1-1.
23 seconds, she'll never get back as the Lord spawns up. Look at where Starsoy is. She's handling herself over on that X-Borg.
Playing Arena, not successful in stealing the purple buff, actually loses her entire Ferraga armor, gets caught with the Dark Wave. Daisy not gonna overcommit this time, the damage is done.
That being said though, Sakoshi busy with the side lane pushes. You want to maintain that side lane priority. They have a lot of pressure on the back row.
That's right, they caught out Ku, forces the flicker. Badang gonna survive, but no battle spell for the next 2 minutes.
8 minutes on the clock, 30 seconds until the Lord spawns up. Virtus Pro moving as a unit. Terra Queen splitting all of themselves up. They seem a little bit desperate, but Sakoshi has an idea of trying to get that side lane split push up, get a little bit more farm, and when she comes online, the rest should be history. The longer this game goes, it goes in the favor of Terra Queens. They have a little bit more tankier lineup in the form of that export and a lot more burst damage from Irithel.
Now we are reaching the point where Virtus Pro is able to play more of a death ball style, and it does seem like they're more comfortable in that position overall. Terra Queens aren't out of the game just yet, but you can see that they're a little more uncomfortable now that they are on the back foot. Next Lord currently in control of VP.
Virtus Pro starting things off, but I think Terra Queens a
Who
little
in
bit
trouble,
injured.
Federico also catches Rui in the backline. He's sidestepping it, but that means the Joy is out of the fight. Last time he comes in, Starsai gonna be picked off. Sa steals the Lord away. Liv gonna be picked off by Rui. It is absolute chaos in the Lord pit. Sakoshi still inside the fight, will lead the retreat, allowing Terra Queens to back off.
Very good try. I saw that Rui was being targeted on by Sa, able to dip out of the way and try to get in for that retribution. Unfortunately, though, it was a little bit too late as Sa actually picks that up with a skill 1, skill 2 combination. But then again, it buys Virtus Pro some time. This game is a little bit closer, but I think it's still anyone's game. Take a look at the replay. Look at where Sa is. They know where Rui is. It will dip out of the way. You get the Last Insanity deep into enemy territory, but it was a little bit too soon. If Arena waited for a couple more seconds, the Lord would have been theirs. It doesn't seem that Rui would be able to get in position in time.
But Arena actually had to go in there. The Last Insanity comboed with Ku was actually what allowed them to take out Starsoy in the first place, and that's what allowed it to be a 50-50. It was just unlucky that Sa was the one to get the last hit. But it's still actually not a bad trade. Terra Queens have been able to halve the net worth difference at this point.
Yeah, it's still a long game to play. Virtus Pro wants to push it through the late game. It will be all even Stevens.
Right comes out once again. Infernal Pursuit follows Ku all the way into the mid tower. Last Insanity used for defensive options. Terra Queen gonna be able to keep their mid tower standing.
Their goal is to just keep their T1 mid up. As long as Terra Queens is able to still take control of their jungle, they could sort of like sustain their farm over onto Virtus Pro. If their jungles open up, I think it gives a lot of opportunity for them to come in.
Flicker, Fist Crack connects with 2, but in the mid lane, Cow already chasing down the backline. Sa picks off the Badang. Revitalize gonna be used by Cow. Rui looking for the entrance, but the Mountain Shocker locks her down, forces the retreat. Virtus Pro deny the attempt.
Super risky play from Rui, just jumping right in, taking the full brunt of damage from Starsoy, Cow, and Liv. Man, this is a very tough matchup right now as we're seeping into that late game. 12-minute mark. Lord spawns up in 50 seconds. Does look like the airstrike.
Sakoshi in some trouble, but able to get out of that. I do like that size, creating a lot of pressure. Has to be careful though. Terra Queens is going to eventually figure out the patterns if there's not enough adaptability.
When you slow down tempo just a little bit, especially for Terra Queens, they can't find a way back into this fight. As Virtus Pro, they're leading and dominating this game so much more. And every time Daisy opening up that map, Terra Queens need to find a viable pickoff. Starsoy though.
Starsoy in trouble, able to dash away, but now the Purify count out from Sa, actually dodging everything. But Sakoshi picks up the shutdown. Crossbow of Tang finishes off Ku in the backline, but it's still a pretty good trade for the Terra Queens.
1-to-1, Sa for Ku. It's so much better for Terra Queens. They don't have that the mid lane from Virtus Pro to zone themselves out from this Lord. They're able to handle that side lane. Then this Lord should be theirs. And this is the 12-minute Lord, mind you. Sadafa is looking really good, really even Stevens for both teams, and it's a trade for trade, tit for tat for either sides. And I think that the one that would lose out on this game is the one that manages the side waves. And speaking of which, Liv already pushing that in. So they're pulling Terra Queens away from that Lord pit to deal with the bottom side.
Yeah, macro play is probably going to become quite a big role in determining who actually comes out on top here. Terra Queens have been able to narrow down the net worth difference quite a bit. Mountain Shocker going to be used. Rui scouted out in the bush behind Daisy, making sure they can't enter. Conceal going to be scouted out as well. Ku forced to use the dash to get out of Feathered Airstrike, but the Abyssal Arrow connects. Here comes the last Insanity. Terra Queens are stepping on the gas pedal. AOG comes in defensively. Daisy buying a lot of time against caught in the fist crack killing spree to Sakoshi as Terra Queens regains control of the river.
Very smart move from Terra Queens, but Virtus Pro also was too trigger happy with the Feather Airstrike. Cal trying to buy a little bit of consolation prizes.
Gets the taunt on Hlang Rina. One hit away from death, but still holding on to that immortality. Lord down to 30%. Cal gonna be jumped on by Luna Lin. Stunned once again with the fist break. Feathered Airstrike gonna be used. Terra Queens chooses to reset the Lord, start the Lord dance all over again.
Again, even with a low cooldown, Terra Queens, they understand the window of opportunity where Sa uses the Feather Airstrike. Ku
misses the face crack. Sarsoy gets away. Last Insanity comes out, but Ku goes down. Immortality burnt on Hlang Rina. And now being chased down. Xborg will survive. But Virtus Pro now the leaders of the dance.
This is a very different crew that we're seeing in this game.
Again, he tried to go in for the steal at the last minute, but caught, stunned, taunted, literally everything under the sun thrown at her, and the joy falls.
Ku is just sacrificing her own body. She was down low. She knows that Sastos has the Feather Airstrike. Taking a look at itemizations, it does look like Wanwan and Aretha are online. The good thing about Wanwan is that you don't even need to buy boots. That might be a defensive item like an Immortality just to keep her alive just for now. And the zone potential from that Farsa is actually too much for Terra Queens to handle. And now Luna Lin or the Selena doesn't have that value coming in.
Mountain Shocker burns out the Faraga armor. Liv, you can see the 1-1 already becoming a problem, level 15, and probably close to max build at this point. A Malefic Roar now completed for Starsoy as well. Terra Queens simply do not have enough consistent damage.
Macro game, bottom side pushed up. Terra Queens can't find himself to split. You got a nice Abyssal Arrow onto Daisy though. Virtus Pro just slowly waiting. At the very least, they could take out that T3 top side.
But they could be looking for an endgame where Predator Airstrike comes up. Purify can be used. Sakoshi survives all of it. Predator Airstrike already used as well. Inferno plus 2, buying a lot of time on Shocker. Lands in backline. But Sakoshi picks up the mega kill and chases Virtus Pro out of their base.
Smart move by Sa though, using Fair Airstrike. Oh, Abyssal Arrow. Lash onto Cal.
Revitalize comes out. Cal stuck behind the wall. Gonna be able to dash over it just in time. No more casualties here.
It's a bit of slow tempo. But that was a smart move by Sa using Fair Airstrike. You have that Purify on as well.
The Flicker Fist Crack finds Sa! Farsa will go down to the hands of the Badang.
It's a very, very even game after coming out from a dominant game from the side of Terra Queens. Right now, it's super, super even as Virtus Pro actually economy up ahead. Take a look at the jungle to jungle matchup. It does look like Rui has a much faster farm over Starsoy, but this doesn't put Starsoy out of the equation just as of yet. In the late game though, Rui is very sacrificial. That's why we talked about Joy not being in the meta as much. When you throw yourself in the mix, you're getting shot down by either Sa, either Starsoy, or Liv, and basically you're a sitting duck. Rui should be looking at getting something a little more defensive or trying to get that macro game going on. For the side of Starsoy, easier to execute. You have the Mountain Shocker that you always need to be in the team fights. But now the question is, in Virtus Pro, who do you send out to the sideways? Right now they're playing as a unit, they're stronger as 5, but is there anything that they could do to manage that sideways split push that tears Terra Queens apart?
Well, I think they do have the heroes that can do so. It's not quite as easy because they're... Oh, hold on, Luna Lin, why are you there? Barely gets out with the... I'm actually surprised that she's alive, but Virtus Pro now have easy control over the Lord.
Yeah, you also have the long lane getting pushed in as well. Arena starting things off, trying to give a little bit more vision.
Playing Arena, going to be engaged on once again by Daisy. Here comes Rui from the side lane. AOG used, misses, but helps hold the front line. The two-man taunt into the Lord knockout. Combs picks up mega kill to Live. Last Insanity not doing enough damage. Luna Lin secures the Lord. But what did it cost? A double kill going over to Live.
It buys them some time, but they have to deal with the side waves. This is what I'm telling you. Virtus Pro has it in them. They're pushing the top wave, the bottom waves, and now Terra Queens, they have to wait till Ku and Sakoshi comes up. Without the Aerithel, they don't really have that burst damage, so it's basically a Lord for them to buy time for the next Lord to spawn up, and it's the 18-minute Lord. The enhanced Lord will be in question.
Starsoy gonna start working on that mid tower with only 3 members alive. Terror Queen's not gonna be able to stop him from getting Rui trying to go for it, but it comes in Winter Crown. Rui punished for trying the 1v1.
Yeah, right now, Virtus Pro, a huge 180 turn of emotions. In the first game, a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, and right now they're just having fun. Nice little outplay from Starsoy on a kind of a 1v1 against Rui. But right now, the later this game goes, Starsoy does have the upper hand. You have that vision play, the vision control, you have the zone potential from Sa that tries to push everyone out of way from Terra Queens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're seeing the quick 1-2 coming in here from Virtus Pro. They have definitely managed to adjust themselves back in as if a little emotional breakdown we saw earlier never happened, and that's exactly what we're hoping for from these professional female teams. Terra Queens now running into an issue. Their comp highly dependent on finding the right time.
Now, as 90 seconds till the next Lord spawns up, this is the third Lord of the game, mind you. Virtus Pro slowing down the tempo, and so should we. The fourth Lord of the game. This is going to look really scary, especially for Terra Queens. Do they give it up? Do they throw Rui into the mix? Because this Joy is super sacrificial, and that's why I think it is super difficult for Joy to actually come back into the meta. Yes, you can deal with the side lanes, but Virtus Pro has the Mountain Shocker that Starsoy can use at their own disposal. If you try to go for that side waves, you get sought out by Virtus Pro, and Terra Queens are unable to find a way out of any tight situations.
Now, it's definitely still possible for Rui to make something happen here. It really just comes down to patience. She needs to wait. There's a sensation of wanting to jump the gun, of wanting to get those kills, but Abyssal Arrow connects. Sa gonna eat a lot of damage, actually manages to fly away, but the Wings by Wings still has immortality intact too.
Purify already popped up, so that's a crucial battle spell out and about for that Farsa. Now, 20 seconds until the Enhanced Lord spawns up. We have everyone from Terra Queens already in position. Crew already giving a little bit more vision on reconnaissance duty down to mid-brush. As Virtus Pro, they're playing on the opposite side of that map because they know that the tower is in shambles. If they're able to take down that T3 up top side, Terra Queens has to watch their 6. Or their 12 for that matter.
Oh, here comes the Federal Airstrike once again. Ku goes in, Fist Crack connects with Saba. Daisy is buying so much time and space. Last Insanity comes in, bursts down the immortality with the electrifying beats. Rui gonna be caught in front though, but Daisy finally falls. The big purple man finally taken down after such a long time. Abyssal Arrow actually connects with Starsoy again, but Terra Queens knows better than to overcommit.
Yeah, the minion was there. That's 40 seconds. Daisy is offline. And Terra Queens, they need to be able to find a way to block out Virtus Pro from getting in too close. His Rhythm of Joy onto Sa.
Feathered Airstrike forced out. Rui eats a lot of damage, but will survive and dash away to fight another day. Mountain Shocker, though, gonna scout out the entirety of Terror Queens.
Rui at half health is going to be a
They're going for the
tricky
concealed play.
situation.
Ku goes in with the Fist Crack. Connected one. AOG used defensively. Catches out Ku with the knockup. Last Insanity does a lot of damage. Winter Crowd keeping Langrina alive. Electrifying Beats comes in. Starsoy is gone. Another will fall. Double kill to Sakoshi as Terra Queens bites back with a vengeance.
Rui still has that, it's still online with 3 members down for Virtus Pro. That was such a good pickup. Langrina starting things off 0-11 for this export, giving a lot of space for Sakoshi to just gun everyone down. Another stun coming in, Liv taking a lot of damage.
Daisy in some trouble. Last Insanity comes out once again. Oh, look at the backline. The electrifying beats from Rui. Liv in trouble, but the crossbow tank comes out. The dash away, though. Rui survives all of it.
Too close for comfort. What a close sacrificial play from Rui. Man, oh man, this is starting to look, both these two teams playing on instinct right now. Rui trying to find flanks. She knows that she's sacrificial, but right now, since the Lord is being picked up, slowly marching up on that top side, they might be able to crack down that mid lane. Look at the burst coming in from Sakoshi as well. Liv can't survive from that Irithel burst.
The positioning really
right.
mattered. Oh, Feather Airstrike might have been used too soon here. Ku goes in, gets caught between 5 members with Mountain Shocker though. And that means they go down. Abyssal Arrow connects, but it's Cow. Cow will be fine.
Is the Revitalize coming in as well? Star Soy!
Rui, okay, learn her
immortality.
lesson. She knows she cannot afford to take those. She doesn't know the position of the rest of VP.
They're desperate. They still have the Lord in their possession, slowly marching down. That's a slow push up on that top side. Terror Queens eventually broken down that T1 mid side. You have all 3 lanes sinking and pushing in together. And Virtus Pro has to play on that defense.
Another Feather Airstrike used mid. Sikoshi dropped to half HP, but still alive. And now there is no Farsa ult to defend this mid tier 2. Sikoshi will slowly work. Rui comes in, forces the Wings by Wings out, and Cow bursted 100 to 0. Immortality gone. Cow falls. It is a 4v5 defense. Mountain Shackler lands on Sikoshi, but the last Insanity flies into the base. Terror Queens are turning it around. Double kill to the die. Mega kill to Sikoshi. Liv and Sa, the only survivors, but Terror Queen's very low on HP, and the Lord will eventually fall. That will be the end of the push.
They're taking turns. Arena goes in, but hold on a second. Rui toying with death, but eventually a little bit more discipline to get out of the way. Still have a little bit of silver lining though. 30 seconds until Star Soy actually eventually comes up as Terror Queens continues their rampage onto the turrets.
The minions keep pelting against the base. Rui looking for Liv. Bursted down Immortality, but the Abyssal Arrow into the mid crack. Shut down. Unstoppable. The Terror Queens have done it. They have taken game number 2 and the series.
Playing from the back 70% of the game, and at the last moment they played their cards right. Sikoshi coming into the fray, gunning everyone down and buying them that continuation, the momentum that they so desperately need. To be honest though, I was counting the Selena out of the way, but at the last moment just landing every single one of those Abyssal Arrows, Adafa.
It really came down to the opportunity. Would the Terror Queens be able to create the situation, the perfect spark to take that game away despite Virtus Pro's dominance throughout the early and mid game? And somehow they did it.
To be honest, GG to both sides. This was a heck of a game, and Virtus Pro actually showed us that fighting spirit, losing out on dominant performance, and right now at least they found a way back up. Emotions ran high. It turned around to 180 from the second game. And right now, man, who do you want to hear for? Honestly, though.
Man, I feel like we can hear from anyone at this point. Terror Queens, they came into this. We knew this was a confident team, a team willing to call themselves the Dark Horses, to predict victory many, many times in advance and turn that into reality. And they've done it again in their first match here at MWI.
To be honest, I thought they were sacrificial, especially Rue, especially Ku. The Badang, and coming into this matchup, I think the sacrifice actually paid off. Throwing her body, if she didn't attempt to make big plays, none of this turnaround, this comeback would have happened.
It was a clear adaptation. These players learned. They realized what they needed to change during the game itself, and that speaks to a level of experience and maturity that we're hoping for from these female teams. We're going to be hopping into an interview very, very soon, though. I think this will be one to watch, right? I'm very curious about what the team, what the players will have to say. We already have Trex in position. I believe that is Lunalin down there as well. That's gonna be very interesting. I think Lunalin did a great job. So let's hand it over to Trex. You know, we'll let him handle things and ask the questions.
All right, another 2-0 Terror Queens come in strong. With me today we have Lunalin. You played an amazing 2 games. Now, after the first game, you guys completely dominated. Second game was a little bit closer. What do you think the difference was?
And I think my teammate is just a little bit through in early game because they think like first game is so really easy game. So maybe the second game, they just throw a bit and it's like, oh, we can lose, yeah, like that. And then they really seriously in late game.
Nice, nice. Now, it seems like the other team took that first game a little bit hard. We saw some emotions running deep. Do you have any words to the other team for their future games?
And I want to say good luck for them because there is a three player from like Golena and Roma is my ultimate also. Like ultimate also. So I want to say to them, good luck.
All right, and last question. In game number 2, you guys were falling a bit behind.
Yes.
And I think it was second Lord or third Lord. Rui goes down and you get the steal on that Lord that probably bought you guys the time to win that game. What was going through your mind there? Take me through it just a little bit.
Like I'm thinking like my Roma gonna withstand to the enemy jungler. Maybe my jungler is cannot dash here because there is a Fovia hero also. So I'm thinking like, okay, I will use my scale 1 and scale 2 to Lord and I will try to get the Lord. I just thinking like that.
And you did it. I mean, you did it amazingly. We were all bouncing off of our seats for that one. Before we toss it back to the casters, any words to fans, family, anything like that?
Can I speak with Myanmar language?
Yeah.
我ညီမတို့တင်းကိုပေါ့နော်အခုချိန်ဒီပေါ့နော်အပင်းတွေကိုကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်အပေးရကျိုးနဲ့အောင်လည်းအကောင်းဆုံးပေါ့လုပ်ခဲ့ပါမယ်ရှင်အခုမြန်မာနိုင်ငံကနေကြည့်ရှုနေတဲ့အဲ့တော့အကုန်လုံးပေါ့နော်မိဘတွေအကုန်လုံးတန်ငယ်ချင်းအကုန်လုံးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ် Thank you for supporting us guys. Thank you.
All right, let's toss it back up to our wonderful casters. Thank you so much, Luna. It was amazing.
Truly incredible performance and a great interview as well. That speaks to the experience and the thought processes of this very important player. Churros, that was quite a game, right?
To be honest, that one Lord take that Trex was talking about and asking about, of all of the heroes, Selena stole that one out. And I can't believe that, and I'm sure Leo can't believe that either. Let's pull him back in to see his perspective on the game on the sidelines.
I can believe it. Oddly enough. No, but really, I did not spend a second on my behind. This game kept me on my feet. I was giddy, I was jumping, I was hipping and hollering. And I don't know if any of that came through the mics because I literally was inches away from Sadafa's face. But ladies and gentlemen, what a sweep by the Terror Queens. Again, I think Trex got the right interview. I think by hearing from Luna Lin, we got a lot of the early game. We got a lot of what happened in those tight moments underneath the Lord. And we understand exactly what kind of experience Luna Lin brings to this squad, given that she has spent some time in Indonesia playing as well.
Yeah, I think the name of this series is Evolution, right? We got to witness the growth from both of these teams, actually. Virtus Pro, we got to give them props. Their game 1 went really badly, all things considered. But in game 2, they really picked themselves up, played comfort, dominated throughout the early to mid game. Whereas on the side of the Terror Queens, even though by Luna Lin's words herself, she felt like her teammates were throwing a little bit in the early game, it didn't matter. The goal is still that victory. You lock in, you do whatever is necessary, and even if your composition is not quite as consistent, you create those opportunities for yourself.
I do have something to say. A lot of people think that esports, it's just a game, but it's not. A lot of pressure, a lot of emotions that you have to control, especially coming in from Virtus Pro. First game, dominating performance from Terror Queens. All right, that's fine. They were able to, just contain their emotions and really play their hearts out for the second game, giving us a really close moment like that. And taking a look at all the ways that they're playing around, Leo, man, this was, I know I was jumping, I was boxing the TV and
folks,
the screens.
In case you didn't know, like there's no cameras around here when the game's going on, but yeah, Churros was physically boxing the air as he was calling the match.
Pretty much. On my screen, by the way, you have your own screen over there, and you have to come over here and
I just want to be
box
closer to you, Sadafa. I think this was a really close game, just like that. And every single second was just nail-biting for me.
Yeah, no, it's clear that Virtus Pro had an amazing reset. The reset of all resets. The team that played in Game 1 was very different from the team that played in Game 2, and they were in control of this slobber knocker of a game for about 70-80%, and that 20% is what makes the difference. Look at this, 21 and a half minutes in, and the Terror Queens are still looking for ways to clap back. Mind you, they don't even have a mid lane inhibitor, and they were still aggressively pushing in. This is a team that understands and knows when they're the beatdown.
You can tell, right? This is the team that gave the statement that said they would be the dark horses, that said they would go undefeated. That confidence is not unfounded. They have the gusto, the passion, and the skill to be able to represent those words in the land of Dawn itself, and that is amazing to see. I think both these teams have so much more potential than we initially gave them credit for.
Made a believer out of me. Ladies and gentlemen, what a treat it is to have witnessed this long-standing rivalry go this way. Again, a brand new confidence in the Terror Queens after changing their banner, grabbing a couple new friends along the way. But that is that, a sweep. Taking down Virtus Pro. We wish them the best, hoping that they come back stronger in Group C. Coming up next after this quick break, we do see Mana's finest go up against the Mongolian squad. It's Team Falcons versus WOW GG coming your way after this short break on behalf of Sadafa and Churros. My name is Leo, at your service. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone, my name is Othel and we are gonna see the journey of the teams.
So we have our official, unofficial EWC drawing game.
We need you, one of you guys, to draw and another one to guess what is the skill and what hero is it.
And this is your canvas. 3, 2, 1, draw.
Ready?
Yeah.
Again, mahirap ah.
Check the status of the drawing. I'm so proud of her right now. This is one of my favorites.
I see the first part of drawing and I'm already confused.
Okay, we're ready? Okay, show the camera. Okay, Kao, guess the skill name.
Essa aqui é a skill que ele faz, isso aqui é o que ele faz. Eu entendi, só que boneco que faz isso aqui. Fica assim. Fica assim. Ah.
Weapon, like knife.
That's supposed to be a sword. But I understand why you say it's a knife.
Is it Hisashin?
Wrong, it's not Hisushin.
Sing, sing, sing, sing, sing, sing, sing, sing.
Let me give you a clue. The skill looks nothing like this. So good luck.
What skill that is?
To help you out a little bit more, I'll add sound effects.
Okay.
I think you'll get it. Sing.
I can't think of anything.
Maybe you can do the movements to let Dai guess it. For context, this is the hero. Okay. Okay. Yes!
This is Ariel's first skill, but you drew it horribly. You drew it horribly.
Vexana. No.
No,
Harley.
no, no, no.
Heavy spin.
There, see, got it. All right.
Zishan.
There you go. Now we've established that you are good at MLBB,
Very good.
but you're not good at drawing. And we'll catch you guys later.
It's my second time in Riyadh this year, and this city is beautiful. I see a lot of tall towers and very, very clean streets here. Last year, I had a lot of fun. The experience for me was all learning. I prioritize just growing out of the experience, and this year is to execute it through winning.
CX Panda looking for the kill, looking for the takeout. Ashley able to secure it. Nicolette looking for one as well. UA goes.
I'm very glad to be back in EWC and to be able to compete again. I feel like this is a great opportunity for me to make something out of my journey in Mobile Legends, because I've been playing Mobile Legends for quite a while now, and I really, really want to win the trophy for North America. My first impression was everything was new. Like, I was surprised to see everything, to see how the things operated around EWC. This year, I am not as surprised. I'm more calmed about it, and the process of going through everything is much smoother. If somebody looks up to me and makes me their role model, then I'll be very, very much inspired, and I want to achieve more greatness for them to look up to and go out and seek and embrace the journey. Gaming gladiators are committed, driven, and ambitious. I want gaming gladiators to be remembered as champions and winners for 2025 MWI.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
The action continues here live, coming at you from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup. You're watching the Women's Invitational for Mobile Legends Bang Bang 2025 at your service. My name is Leo, here with Stafa, and this time Trex calling this matchup. We got another best of 3 coming your way, this time featuring Team Falcons Mena Vega from, well, they're representing Africa this time. They qualified through there.
Get it right.
Going up against WoW GG of Mongolia. Gentlemen.
I think this is going to be an interesting one. We've already gotten to see a taste of what MWI is preparing for us this year. A lot of these teams have specially prepared themselves after last year's performance to do even better now that women's MLBB is gaining more traction across the globe.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the past couple games have gotten better and better, and if we continue to track that, it's going to be great.
We're approaching Limitless, folks. Let's get to know Team Falcons here. Representing, again, Egypt, you have Velvet, Sunlight, Yui, Piven, Names, and Anucci. I had the pleasure of meeting these ladies towards the end of last year, 2024, when they competed for country pride at the IESF WEC finals. And even then, they were proving us wrong. Like, I have to be honest, I shut them down. I shut them out. Like, if you're not from Southeast Asia, then you got to do something else to prove that you belong on this stage. But I saw them in action, and they were playing awesome heroes. This was in the height of Sicilian, and they were rocking that pretty well, pretty confidently.
So I guess they basically did do that something else that you were looking for, right? They have earned their spot here on this stage, and it's a very interesting journey that Team Falcons had to go through, because they technically had to go through 2 different qualifiers, right? They went through the Egyptian qualifier first, then the African qualifiers, and managed to clean sweep KTG Esports at the end to become the representative for Africa here in MWI. And no, we asked them before this as well. This team actually said it was easy for them to dominate their entire region.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like so far every team has brought a little something different. I'm excited to see what Falcons Mena bring themselves. Do they have some sort of clutch pick? Are they going to approach the draft a little bit differently? Because so far from the past 2 series, there's been a little bit of spice from each different team.
Yep, we have notes on the draft as brought to you by Dr. Sulaiman Al-Habib. Those are the doctor's notes coming your way in just a bit. Very specifically for the draft, because a little birdie told me that their jungle situation is something to be watched out for. The patch, the meta, it's in flux. Let's see how this squad will use that to their advantage. You're looking at WoW GG from Mongolia. You have Deja Vu, Force, Mike Wazowski, Ayame, Rika, and of course their sub here, Kairin.
I'm gonna say right now, I love the team name. Wow, GG is such a fun team name to play with. And
could have sworn there was an exclamation point.
Right? And I'm hoping that we get to see a similar sort of gameplay as well. This is history in the making for WoW GG Esports and for Mongolia as a whole, because this is the first time that the country has had its own representative in MWI.
Listen, my eyes are on Mike Wazowski. With a name like that, you gotta, your eye, exactly. You gotta be a beast. You gotta be a monster. You gotta live up to the name. And earlier, we saw other mid laners dominating and being those controlling players. So I'd love to see how she performs today in the land of Dawn.
If you're all about Mike, I'm all about force because she is a self-declared, get this, killing machine. So this is what I was alluding to in the doctor's notes. So she's happy that assassins are all the rage right now. Ling, Lancelot, Yisun Shin, one might argue. But on the other end, you have Sunlight. Sunlight is a self-proclaimed utility jungler. She's cut from the same thread as cut from the same thread as Wise, M3 World Champion. So you know that if you're in a meta where Baksha and Fredrin are a thing, then there's got to be something. Reports say she also rocks a Julian.
Yes, I did see that in the notes, right? Julian as a potential pocket pick here coming in from Team Falcons. We already talked about that in the previous match, right? As a potential sustain assassin jungler that's difficult to remove from the map. Could have good synergy with certain healer supports that we have not really gotten to see just yet. But I'm hoping we get even more variety in the hero pool. Because so far, the female teams have still leaned a little closer to the meta we were expecting.
I don't know about the Julian just yet. I think we're still maybe a little early for that. I think in these terms of best of threes, where we're not seeing super target bans exactly, where it's not like all junglers on the ban field, it's still a little early. I think these teams are going to keep it simple. Maybe we throw a little spice here and there, but I think whichever teams make it to these best of fives later on, that's when we're going to start seeing some of those more niche picks come out.
And those are going to be coming through in the semi-finals. Quarterfinals, once you do make it out from the groups to the knockouts, will still be a best of three to start. But I'd rather be optimistic about the situation because every series so far since we opened up the show here on Stream B has shown us either a reintroduction of a hero or a debut. I'm looking at the likes of a Selena. That worked out. The X-Borg, one might argue even the X-Borg in the hands of the Fury. Lyrina was untouched. She was immortal. Like she didn't, I like to think she didn't die once. If she did die, it was just in the heat of that final push. So if those kinds of heroes can come up in the first, 3 or 4 hours of a new tournament such as MWI here at the Esports World Cup, what more in the following matches? Because there's just 2 more best of 3s here today as we prep for this 3rd one. I'm looking at Team Falcons to bring the spice because knowing WoW GG, knowing the Mongolian metagame, right? We saw a little bit of that coming from the wildcards on the behalf of the Mongols. This is Coach Bebex, who's leading the charge here, formerly IHC, so he's known what it's like to carry the banner of Mongolia on the world stage. He's also employing the help of Nonaxin, the jungler of Mongols Pink, the team that WoW GG felled in the finals 4-2. So there's got to be some level of diversity, there's some variety that could come in wherein, okay, I know what you're like to fight against. You could use this. You could introduce this. I'm guessing that's the dynamic. I'm hoping to see that.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. It's an interesting chemistry when you see lots of different people come together to make a whole cake, right? And we all love a good cake. Hopefully we get baked a really nice cake right here.
Trax loves some
cake. In terms of gameplay, you love cake. I love cake as well. We all love cake. And that is what we're hoping for, right? In the land of Dawn, just a really delicious dessert of a game.
You know, before you come in, Leo, I have a quick point. You know, you mentioned all hands on deck for the Mongolian team, and from coaches to players from other teams. And I feel like when we look at the MENA team as well, the African team, whatever you want to call them, from what we heard from the lore, from the backstory, it was also all hands on deck for them, from casters helping them get sponsorships, from people behind the scenes. There is a lot of support and love behind both of these teams, and that is something that really excites me. It's not just about the games, it's about the community behind both of them.
You're right. From a community standpoint, these players would not be where they are without the help of passionate and very generous individuals willing to pay it forward so that the MENA MLBB women's scene would grow. And here we are now in the middle of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, hosting an MLBB women's tournament. What more could we ask for? Not to mention the individual stories of some of these ladies who had to fight tooth and nail and prove to their family that to play in a tournament like this, to live this life, to pursue that bread is worth it.
Yeah. So far, MWI 2025 has already demonstrated that it is the amalgamation of all that effort, of all that passion, and all the growth that we have witnessed from these players, from just trying out, becoming a pro, now playing on international stage, some of these players for the second year in a row. It is really impressive, the achievements that they have accomplished, and just how much we've seen even the teams from earlier today improve so far. A fact that is actually shared by both the teams that are about to face off here as well, right? When we look at Team Falcons, for example, last year in MWI, they ended in 9th to 12th place. Not really the best performance, but then after that, IESF came in, surprised the entire world by getting 3rd place finish. In the same way for WoW GG from Mongolia, as you mentioned, they took down the favorites, the Mongols Pink, which previously was the country's representative,
they were
and
queens,
ending their streak across the entire region.
Yeah. I agree. I totally agree. I think it's gonna.
Are you still
here?
Are you still strung up on what happened to open the day?
Yes. Yeah. My mind was still thinking about.
You're still shell-shocked.
Still shell-shocked.
Right,
I have some words for Churro later, but we'll see him on the desk later.
All right, real quick, as an update before we jump into the draft here to start Game 1 proper in this best of 3 between Team Falcons and WoW GG. We opened up with a sweep by Navi MY up against Gaimin Gladiators from NA. And then we went to another sweep, but that was a little more hard-earned by the Terror Queens, the self-proclaimed dark horses of MWI 2025, as they took down Virtus Pro from Vietnam. So now here we are, another region, well, 2 regions to be reintroduced, and to show what they've got here, to prove that they earn it to make it out of Group A. So this is a Group A matchup.
Ooh, okay. Jumping back a little bit. For those of you who don't know, there are actually 4 groups happening with 16 total teams across the MWI, 2 different streams happening at the same time. So if you guys are not catching all of the games, here's a reminder for you guys that 2 games are actually happening at the same time. You do not want to miss any of the action because these ladies are here to play.
We don't blame you though if you choose to stay with Stream B.
Yeah,
we'll just update you. We'll just update you what's happening. Stream A, currently, the defending champions Navi PH swept CFU Gaming. So
TLG also lost. It's been an insane Stream A over there. I'm not gonna lie. I was watching you guys from the monitor and me in the other stream on my phone, trying to catch both games at the same time earlier. It was intense.
You were cross-eyed trying to.
Yeah.
But that does mean all series so far across both streams have been sweeps.
Ooh,
when does it stop?
When does it stop? That's the question.
Right
when
here.
When does it stop?
Trex is here now. It's gonna stop now.
You've been
hot take.
You've been interviewed.
We're getting 3 matches right here.
Is that your
or the
effect?
next one?
One or the other, because you're here for both.
Yeah.
All right. It's time for us to try and get some predictions in. Is that what you're saying? 3 games, but for who?
Are you asking me for my prediction?
Yes, sir.
You're asking me for
That's
my
where
prediction.
we are now.
Listen, I've kind of been on the Mongolian train for a while. We go way back to even the men's teams and some of the other events. They made it to top 8 once, and we've always kind of seen them fall a little short, but there's always been this hype around them, and I want to believe in the hype. I want to believe that they can show up, and so I'm going to give it to them today. I think they're going to take the win against Falcons Mena.
But in 3.
But in 3. 2-1.
So it's WoW in 3 for Trex. How about you, Staffa?
I would want to pick a different team, but in this case, I actually am gonna put my stocks on WoW as well. I think that Mongolia as a region is always a surprising dark horse, whether it be in the men's or the women's league. This is the first time they have a representative here, so I do want to root a little bit for the newcomers as well, their first ever appearance on the international stage. Also, their name is very fun to say.
Wow.
Okay.
GG.
Gentlemen. Oh, did you give a score? Do you see a score?
I don't think I can predict a score right now.
Okay, I won't put you on the spot. And you know what, Staffa, Trex, it's okay to be wrong sometimes. Because I think Team Falcons are taking WoW down. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft has begun. Here we go. Game number 1, Coach Koba at the lead with Coach Bebex taking care of business from the red side. Staffa, Trex, it's your turn.
Once again, thank you very much to Leo for calling us out and then leaving without giving us a chance to rebut. This is starting to become a pattern, but we'll go ahead and jump into the first draft for our 3rd match here in Stream B. It is going to be WoW GG Esports on the red side versus Team Falcons on the blue.
All right, so we're going to jump right in, and things already taking a slight change. We're seeing the Jushin this time banned out, and earlier today we saw the Farza banned out, and the other team take advantage of that by picking up the Jushin. Earlier that was Luna able to pick that up. So this time the Jushin banned out. I'm wondering if maybe we're going to see the side of Falcon focus in on a mage first pick here. Kimmy gone as well. Farza is the next best thing.
But what is also interesting is that Zeusin and Wanwan are both good counters to tankier heroes, right? The Fredrin and the Baxia might actually end up being more priority for Team Falcon, especially now that they've also decided to ban out the Farsa, all of these being more squishy backline DPSs. WoW GG getting rid of the CC for their final ban.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting overall. All three kind of meta mid laners taken off the map, so we're going to have to see them dig a little bit deeper than what we would normally see. But as you said, yeah, Uranus open, Basha open, plenty of choices that have been getting taken out over the past few days, over the past day, along with a plethora of jungle, pretty much multiple lanes with a lot of freedom to draft and pick here.
Uranus is wide open, the Baxia is wide open, the Arlet got first picked quite early on today by GG as well. Didn't go quite as well, but Baxia definitely going to be one of the more universal options. Already provides a direct counter to the Uranus as well, so that's why Team Falcons are okay with leaving that open for WoW GG.
So they pick up the Matilda to respond. Yes, the Basha does great into Uranus. Is it something they still want to pick up? I think it still can be a solid pick overall to give you that front line. You add something with the Matilda, which adds a little bit of shield. Now you're looking at a fast-moving, tanky composition, a good start composition. Like I said earlier, with all the mages gone, that's not something you really have to worry too much about.
Yeah, I think so as well. The Matilda is often used as a combination with Fredrin nowadays, but looks like they go for the Lapu first instead, and I think this makes a lot of sense. You obviously don't want to lean too hard into the Uranus at this point since the Baxia is already on the opposite side. So next best thing, one of the most universal EXP laners in the current meta, going to be this Lapu.
I mean, I've been excited for the Lapu. The moment I heard Lapu was back, it brings joy to me.
Same, man.
I mean,
I agree.
We finally have an EXP laner. We finally have a dive EXP laner back. We have someone that can just cause mayhem and damage, and I'm glad it's here. But in terms of that, how do we deal with that Lapu on the side of Falcon?
Lapu doesn't have a lot of counters, actually, when you think about it. CC, one of the more obvious ones, but already banned out by WoW GG in advance. Otherwise, you'd have to go for more bulky side laners like the Uranus to just hold him in place, or try to win out the dive trade with something like a glue. It does seem like the former is the option for Team Falcons. They go for the Uranus since they already have the Baxia on their side as well. This gives them a very solid front line to play around. And then also the Zetian, which is instantly responded to with a Valentina.
Yeah, we were talking about the Valentina last night and how we barely see it anymore. But again, with all of these mages banned out, these start to be your only options left. Now, don't know not too many options for ults right now. I guess you could take the Zetian ult and be able to maybe get a world, a little bit of hit all over the place, but still things up in the air for both. We need marksmen on both sides. We need junglers on both sides. Basha actually has been a jungle pick more often than not, but there's still the possibility for that flex.
I think Baxia jungle is still one of the better options, but it is definitely possible for him to be roam. As for the Valentina pick, I do feel like it's a bit strange, because if you did watch the hero spotlight for Zetian, Moonton themselves said that Valentina is a counter to Zetian since you can steal the ultimate, but when you really look into the nitty-gritty of it, it means you share the cooldown. And it is one of the longest cooldown ultimates in the whole game. It means that Valentina just basically has nothing else for that entire duration.
I mean, if that's the only ult you want, though, then I guess it's okay. Taking a look at the Valentina, at the Matilda, at the Lapu, it's a quick-moving composition from the side of WoW GG. You've got quick rotations. You've got dashes back and forth in these team fights. It's a dynamic setup so far from their side.
Getting rid of the Moskov and Iritel now for WoW GG, focusing specifically onto the goal lane matchup. Getting rid of these two makes me believe that they might be leaning into something like the Harif or Granger, but there are still better options that I hope they go for instead. What is interesting though is the Barats ban from Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, the Barats, if they follow it up with a Fredrin, I guess it starts to make sense. Like, they're getting rid of that possible bulky roamer that WoW GG might want to bring in, but they take out the carry instead. So now we're also limiting down onto marksman. All we have left is what, the Granger, the Harith. We haven't seen the Bruno yet, but we've heard that it could be good overall. But yeah, I mean, mid lane marksman, seems like both of these teams have their eyes on the damage dealers in terms of bans.
Might be good for WoW GG to grab their gold laner in advance, but there is of course the risk of losing out the lane matchup if you grab it too early. I think Bruno is a pretty safe option since there's not a lot of early game marksmen that's going to be able to deal with it in return at this stage, and I do think that WoW GG is going to need some pretty solid damage. With a Matilda Roam, you are not going to be quite as bulky compared to a Baxia Uranus, and you need a gold laner that's capable of taking care of themselves, but I go for the Granger instead.
Yeah, so Granger Valentina, a decent amount of damage. I do think they still could slot in a more utility-based jungler. On the side of Falcons, though, what I'm seeing lacking right now is totally crowd control. Yeah, they have the Zetian ult, but that's only every, as you said earlier, every 60 seconds or so, 62 seconds or so.
Longer, isn't it?
And I think at level 15, it's like 62 seconds.
Okay.
So end game, it's at around 62 seconds. But I mean, after that, with the Uranus, it's a great pick, but something it lacks is crowd control. Something it lacks is a way to lock down this Valentina, lock down this Matilda, stop the Lapu Lapu long enough that you can actually take him out.
Yeah, right now, Team Falcons draft is facing a similar... Oh...
Who needs crowd control when you just heal?
There he is. There's the guy. There's the guy I don't like.
And a Melissa pick on top of that. It's spicy. I lied.
I was hoping it would take a bit longer for this guy to show up. Estes.
That's your boy.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare accuse me of such a thing. I do not fraternize with this man.
I didn't say you had to fraternize with him. I just said you had to be his guy.
I feel
What's
like
going to be our last pick on the side of WoW GG? What's the last pick on WoW GG?
Xborg looks like. I mean, Xborg's actually
good
really
answer.
good.
Beautiful answer.
Xborg is really good here, actually. Great against both the Baxi and the Uranus, and actually very solid with that last Insanity, since most of Falcons will be grouped up for the Moon Goddess.
And now you have another ult as well for the Valentina. So, I mean, you could take the Essie's ult, you could get heal for your team.
True.
The thing about their team, though, is how close up are they all going to be? It feels like a dive comp. Feels like Xborg and Lapu want to dive in. But hold on, who's the jungler on the side of WoW GG? Is it the Granger
Xborg,
or
right?
Xborg?
It's probably Xborg. Yeah.
It's got to be Xborg, right?
Xborg makes a lot of sense, since regardless of whether this ends up being a Baxia or Uranus jungle, he has a good matchup.
I like it. I think it's going to be spicy. Which draft do you like more?
The one that doesn't have Estes on it.
Okay, so we're going for WoW GG. We both did vote for that. I promise it's not going to be a bias cast here, but let's jump in to the land of Dawn. It's game number 1. WoW GG up against Falcons Vega Mena.
All right, looks like it is going to be a Baxia jungle Uranus EXP lane. So Velvet's goal here is just going to try and lock Deja Vu in lane as long as possible to provide them more space to rotate around on the map. Looking at the emblem setup as well, we got Impure Rage on both Foes and Rika, and then the Brave Smite on Mike Wazowski. So aiming for overall staying power.
So, I mean, Leo was right. We get to see some more debut picks in another series. And not only do we see some debut picks, we also see the Xborg in the jungle, which is a debut position on the last series debut pick. I mean, they just keep switching it up on us. And how much farther is it going to go?
I mean, I love it. I love seeing some variety in my... Oh, Rika could be in some trouble here.
Takes a little bit of damage. Will he be able to dash away? Forced to use the flicker. Is able to get a bit of poke off and will be safe.
All right, that's good. Team Falcons has to make use of this Baxia to really start causing pressure. It's going to be difficult for them to keep lane priority across the map, since Estes will naturally be a little bit slower and doesn't do all that much damage. But the more presence he shows in the side lane, the more easy it is going to be for Velvet and Names to make their presence known and start scaling up into the mid-game, where Velvet and Sunlight become very difficult to handle.
Ooh, a lot of damage on Ayame. WoW GG forced to kind of take this slow here. Now, I want to talk about that export because we felt like it was a good pick against the Estes, but for me, that's more of an EXP lane export because you don't want to blow that last Insanity too early. In turn, like before Turtle, before Lord, you want to try to use it to secure those big objectives. And now, Foe, speaking of the devil, taking a little bit of damage. Micah taken out. Here comes Deja Vu into the backside, gets the stun onto you. Slams down onto Fiven as well, but now Deja Vu needs to try to get out of here as Velvet hordes away Ayami, keeping him away from the team, keeping her away from the team. Back onto the Turtle here. Velvet now also keeping space as Mike Wazowski has to run away, and Team Falcons take the Turtle.
Yeah, really well played by Team Falcons, and a great call as well, knowing that at this stage of the game, Foes doesn't have enough items to actually threaten their frontliners. They can just run him down, especially if Ayame is already showing somewhere else on the map. Getting rid of the enemy jungle immediately means that you can just go for the Turtle, and although Deja Vu did try to cut off the back line, the damage was unfortunately already done, and Team Falcons can just back off with their spoils. First Turtle going to them, a 1k gold lead in 3 minutes.
I mean, it's a big gold lead. A lot of times you'll see teams at least secure something in response to losing the Turtle. WoW GG, not able to really get much minion play, get much tower play, or even get a kill on the board.
Ooh, Names almost picking off Ayame.
A little bit of damage. Ayami is able to get back. Sunlight just being so aggressive overall, and Foes might not be able to get away from this. The frag armor does pop. Team Falcons just ever so aggressive in the first few minutes.
Yeah, unfortunately, the issue with going Matilda Valentina in your mid lane is that you're giving up so much rotational priority, and because of that, Team Falcons can keep walking and rolling around with Sunlight, providing help to the side lanes, and they're still fighting.
Yeah, they're looking for this tower. They want it so bad. Sunlight takes a bit of damage. Here comes the ult. All stuns onto the side of WoW GG, and the tower goes down. Team Falcons able to take a big step in the right direction.
Man, Estes ult is so disgusting to me. The fact that 4 members just dive the tower and barely take any damage in return really does not feel particularly fair, especially when you also have that Baxia and Uranus on that side. It just becomes impossible, especially in the early stages, since again, no mid lane prio from WoW GG. Foes doesn't have enough items yet.
Not only that, but if Yui on the ZTN, wait a second, Circling Eagle does get the knock-up. Foes trying to get some chip damage down. Deja Vu to the backside, able to get the kill on a Fiven. This could be the game changer. Ayami goes down as Names, drops the shots. Names takes another one. Foes falls as well. Velva on to Rika now. Foes just trying to pick up the pieces, trying to get away, but they're not going to let it happen. Not today. Sunlight picks up a kill, puts it on the board, make it a Turtle as well. 4-2 for the side of Team Falcons.
All things considered, that started off not too bad for WoW GG. They were able to effectively split the team fight in half and basically ignore Velvet to try and go for the backline. But again, it comes into the play of there's not enough damage when you have a Valentina on your side, especially against an Estes. Even worse here. It's so much easier for Velvet to survive, actually whittle down the backline, and Team Falcons were able to regain control of the team fight towards the end there, which is definitely not what WoW GG wants.
I mean, even WoW, and the thing is, Deja Vu's doing the right job. Even able to get the kill onto Fiven there, but it just was a little too late. And by that point, WoW GG's all split up, and Team Falcons just takes advantage of it, taking them down one by one by one.
Yeah, WoW GG probably needs to play it a little bit slower. Ideally, wait for the mid-game, get around 2 or 3 items on Foes as well as Mike Wazowski. If you can get a little bit of assists on Rika too, that would be great. Because Team Falcons is definitely going to be controlling this stage of the game. Again, Baxia, Uranus, Estes, you are not getting through this until you have that armor pen, until you have that anti-heal.
They can literally do nothing to Velvet right now.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. I mean, and they do have the crowd control, maybe, but they're gonna have to use so much of their utility to try to take him out. Foes on the X-Borg, I like the idea, but I think Team Falcons just has too many answers for it. You have the Basha who can quickly close the distance, get the stun onto the X-Borg, buy some time to get down the frag armor. You have the Estes who can get the second skill. slow him down, not let him get away. And the thing is an Xborg has to get kind of close. It's not big range. He's not a super quick hero, and I think we're seeing the problem here, but now a lot of damage. Here comes the ult. Everyone gets stunned up, and Team Falcons closing in. The blessing does come through to heal up the team. Deja Vu, once again, caught in the middle of 4. Tries to flicker back. One more shot, but he is able to get away. WoW GG are able to survive at the cost of Mike Wazowski.
That's actually not too bad for WoW GG. A 1-for-1 trade here is actually pretty solid, and they were actually able to finally take down the Uranus. Unfortunately, Team Falcons are just able to top themselves up completely with the Estes once again. Take a free tier 2 up top, instantly rotate, take up a free turtle. Having access to these really bulky, high rotation tanks alongside a portable fountain that is Estes allows them so much map presence.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like once Team Falcons groups up like this too, there was no entry for WoW GG. Even Ayami starting to get shredded down now just by using the ultimate, just by looking for a knock-up, just by looking for some space. If anyone enters that death circle, it's tough, man.
Even worse so, Team Falcons picked up this lineup after they had already seen the Valentina and the Granger. They're well aware that WoW GG just doesn't have enough AoE damage. Even though the Xborg was actually a pretty solid final pick, it might not be enough. They're gonna try and find Velvet by himself though.
Velvet might go down for this one. Might not be able to get away. Foe's able to get the kill there. The stun does come in for ZTN. Ayami almost goes down. WoW GG should be able to take a tower, but they're gonna lose one on the boss side as well.
Yeah, it's not really an ideal trade. Velvet is no longer worth quite as much as she was at one point, since that is not actually her first death anymore, and a tier 2 tower is very valuable. Though it looks like Team Falcons aren't going to be able to rotate back in time. Rika sticking around to get a tier 2 up top. Sunlight, will they find them? Oh!
Now he's alone. Mike Wazowski tries to get away. Foes does come in the nick of time. Mike Wazowski, she's able to dash back. Followed up by the last Insanity. Foes trying to escape Fiven here. The cutoff is coming, but Ayami's there to make sure they're safely to get away.
It's actually very surprising that Mike Wazowski was able to get out of that one. It's quite lucky for her that Sunlight is a lot quicker than the rest of Team Falcons, so they weren't able to come back her up in time to pick up a potentially easy kill. Rika being able to get out as well actually ends up meaning that trade is good for WoW GG. They trade 1-for-1. They're actually able to get a tier 2 up top. They are definitely still in this game, but a lot of it rides on whether Rika can continue farming well.
Okay. Do we think it's the right play to just keep on targeting down onto Velvet? I don't know if it's the right target. Ayami did use the Circling Eagle. Once again, it's a big utility use. For now, not even getting the kill this time.
I think WoW GG doesn't really have much of a choice, unfortunately. The only target they can really find is Velvet most of the time, since she's the only person that is not standing next to Fiven.
Foes looking for a possible steal here. Can the last Insanity come in the nick of time? Yes. Does pop up. Fiven taking a lot of damage. Rika able to get the kill, and now Mike Wazowski's dashing back as Names slaughters onward. Foes taking some damage. Drops a double kill for Names. Taking change. Velvet finds one for himself. WoW GG on the back ropes. They do take the Lord, though.
They do take the Lord, but it ends up being a 1-for-3 trade. The fight started really well, actually. All of the AoE from WoW GG landed on top of a big chunk of Team Falcons. But because they ignored Velvet for it, the Uranus just ended up causing havoc in the backline, not allowing Rika to continue contributing damage and them losing their front line. Oh, Velvet?
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Rika finally starting to output.
That's what we're looking for. Fury of the Phoenix comes down.
Oh, do they want to push this? Names comes in once again. Oh! She's taking Names, pulling their card, clocking their clocks. WoW GG, every time they want to make a move, they're just pushed back. And at this point, the Melissa is looking good.
That was the most you are approaching me situation that I have ever seen. Names realizing they're chasing the now. Now Fiven in trouble.
Fiven? I mean, at this point, though, we've seen Fiven go down a few times. Yes, that is still a win in the book for WoW GG. Everything works at this point. But we're seeing Team Falcons win fights even after Fiven drops.
Yeah, this whole time we've been talking about the Estes combo with the tanky frontliners, and we've just been forgetting that names exist on the map, right? This Melissa is now 5-1. We can see in the highlights just how much pressure she was emitting, literally walking up forward, using the space created by the rest of the team because of the intense dive from WoW GG to rack up those kills. And now this Melissa is the actual main issue.
I mean, Melissa is a hero that on paper has looked good. Like, in theory, to me, has looked good against a lot of dive comps for a long time. You have the go away. You have something that's supposed to be able to help stop things like Lapu Lapu, help stop things like Matilda, help stop some of these dive heroes. It just never really ended up working out, I think, the way a lot of us wanted it to. But for this game right here, it is definitely something, and it's something that we could definitely see possibly in the future against comps like this.
Yeah, it's a hero that requires the correct setup and the lineup to play around, because even though she has the ultimate to zone away melee hero, she still ends up being a very obvious target for artillery mages and long-range marksmen a lot of time. In this game, there's none of that threat, right? The Farsa was already removed in the ban list, and then you have Sunlight and Velvet holding the front line. Fiven can just stand next to you and keep you topped up regardless of the situation. It's very easy for names to find the space necessary, and WoW GG needs to adjust their approach now. They cannot afford to just simply ignore the front line, because if they're not able to find the Melissa, they just get melted down.
All right, so taking a look at the gold, it's not too far apart. WoW GG is still very much in this game. Getting that tier 2 on the top side is going to pay off for this Lord right here, because they're even in the long lane. Ayami takes a little bit of damage there. Deja Vu pops the Bravest Fighter, able to get the stun, the heal. The Phoenix Fury comes down. The stuns just aren't enough. Back in the backside, Velvet tries to zone him away, but Rika gets the kill. And now they're fighting back. Rika pushes forward, pushes back. It's 4v4 right now. 1-for-1, Lord still up.
Dude, I hate Estes ult so much, man. Deja Vu literally did negative damage in that engagement, and all you gotta do is press one button and stand together. Lord gonna be taken by names right here. Even forces out a flicker from Ayame. Things are not looking good for WoW GG.
Foes goes back to base. They decide to give up the Lord. I thought we might see a last-minute, last insanity to try to get the steal there. I'm not counting WoW GG out just yet, though. I don't think this Lord is going to be the game-ending Lord.
Yeah, I don't think so either. WoW GG does have pretty good base defense. Foes should be able to burn it out quite easily, and Rika is actually building up a good amount of damage. They just gotta make sure they don't get caught in a bad spot. I do like the way that Zetian ult has been being used so far this game. It's one of the more effective utilizations of the hero, because so far today, we've seen it whiff a lot of the time. It is being used correctly to really set up the team fight for the rest of Team Falcons, and that is making things much more difficult. WoW GG, they want to try and avoid this doing as much damage as possible.
All right, they're going to try to push in. Lord will get the connect onto this top base tower. Ayami gets the knockup, has to try to get away. Velvet just ever so persistent in staying in the faces of WoW GG. Minions continuing to close in right now.
Still probably one of the best results they could have asked for, though. Forces out a flicker from Velvet as well, but Team Falcons trying to push their way into the base.
I mean, they're doing everything they can. Not enough to take a base tower, at least not yet. WoW GG doing great at the defense, knowing their limits. I mean, even hanging out in the faces of Team Falcons with 30, 40% health. The tower will finally drop, though, as Sunlight and Velvet crack the shell. Here comes the knockup, a little bit of damage onto Sunlight. The stuns land down on both teams. Velvet low, Deja Vu finally taken out because he Bravest Fighter a little bit too deep. Foe gonna drop next. Names able to get the kill. Another tower falls as well. WoW GG against the rope. It's 2 up against 5 members of Team Falcons. They're gonna close the distance. They're gonna take down the base, and they're gonna take game number 1.
It is not even a fight here from the side of WoW GG, despite their best efforts. Despite everything that they've thrown at the wall, they are fighting in their base, and it feels like they're the ones without their fountain. That is the situation we are looking at here as Team Falcons takes game number 1. Let us, Trex, what do you think about that?
Falcons were relentless from start to finish. A lot of teams, I mean, in the beginning they were aggressive, and then even at the end they showed that relentlessness non-stop. They didn't want to let it go any farther. They knew Rika was starting to come online. A lot of teams might have backed off after that Lord there. They might have just, all right, we got 2 towers, we got a tower, we're going to chill, we're going to play it safe. No, they wanted to end the game right here, right now.
And watching games like this once again pushes my vendetta against
Your
Estes
favorite
as a
hero
concept. No, don't you dare. Don't you dare imply
Estes.
such a thing.
I love Estes. You know who else love Estes?
Yeah?
Leo.
This hero single-handedly won the Philippines its second World Championship in a row. I'm talking M3, hashtag we want Estes.
Yeah,
Bring the code,
that
baby.
contributes to me disliking the hero. Like, seriously, dude, every single fight, like, WoW GG throw so many resources. They spend multiple ultimates. They actually don't do too bad a job of whittling down their opponents. Vivin presses a couple buttons and everyone just feels like they never took damage at all.
I think to address this, we have to go back to the root, right? How did they decide to answer the Estes? Because it was in their face. There was no going around it. We were going to fight an Estes lineup. WoW GG, what did they do? They put an X-Borg into the hands of Foss, the self-proclaimed killing machine. I don't know if y'all are looking at the same thing or if you know the same kid as I do as X-Borg. That's not a killing machine. That is a shredder.
Yeah.
That is a little bit of peel, and that is an anti-tank. So already I think WoW GG, specifically their jungler, Foss was coming in with a deck half shuffled. Like it's not all in. They weren't fighting on fair ground. All this while, Team Falcon's Vega Mena, they were just, like they were so comfy on so many levels.
Yeah, I will definitely concede that point. As much as I dislike the hero, I will definitely accept the fact that this was the right game to play Estes. They saw the Matilda, Granger, Valentina very early on, instantly. They know WoW GG is not going to have damage in the early game. In fact, they're not going to have damage for a very, very long time. You add on the fact that they were given access to both Baxia and Uranus, it's easy. It's so obvious that you go in for healer gameplay.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's easy. You know, earlier you said they're just pressing the buttons. It's not about just pressing the buttons. It's about when you press the buttons. And I think Falcon Mena's timing was on point. Yeah, it's about when you hit that ult, right? It's about when you use the go away.
It's not what you got. It's when you use it.
It's when you use it.
Yes, my teammates' health bars are not full. Let me press the button.
I like more than just the way they use the Estes. I think there's a lot of genius in how they're willing to throw Velvet out there. And it takes a very specific kind of XP laner and communications for that to work. Because if you're down one member, if you're down one bit of peel, and then your gold laner in names is in trouble, which by the way happened a lot. Kudos to WoW GG for trying to make that happen because they did throw enough at names. It just wasn't enough. Like, it was too little, too late. And I'm so happy that there's a successful debut once more into the environment of patch 1.9.90 hotfix. The Melissa. This is a win. Again, every series, one new hero gets introduced. Technically 2.
That one was 2, Estes and Melissa.
No, X-Borg.
X-Borg.
No, we saw X-Borg earlier.
X-Borg Jungle.
X-Borg Jungle.
Okay.
X-Borg Jungle. That's new. So, what does this mean for WoW GG? Going into game number 2, draft is almost upon us. They're just setting it up. Do they ban the Estes or do they draft more earnestly so they don't get blindsided like that?
I think it's the latter. Because in the end, there's a reason you don't see much Granger and Valentina anymore. They can still be good in the right compositions. Yeah,
the former was like yeeted out of the meta.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, it's not like they're impossible to play around with, but there was no reason to pick them up so early. Right, there's no threat of them being stolen away, and you could have still adjusted the position. The only reason I could think of that they would go that early is just to keep the draft open, you know, safe, which I'm not a big fan of.
The X-Borg, I think they could have definitely drafted that different and possibly got a win there. I totally agree with you, Leo, that the X-Borg was a rough answer at the end there. They saw the Estes. It would have, I said it earlier, it would have been a good answer if it was in the EXP lane. It could have been a decent answer if it was elsewhere on the map. but coming in the jungle in the hand of Foss, it just didn't really feel right. It wasn't able to do what it was meant to do. My big problem with it was you can't use your ult to attack when the Estes pops the ult and also use it to get a Lord or a Turtle. You're caught between these two things, and there's just no real answer there.
And I think you're overextending and overbearing the ult. Because, yes, Last Insanity did get buffed essentially by adding more rotations and changing the way the damage is dealt, but again, that's not something you can control. It's not like a Puncture or a Tempest of Blades or Phantom Execution that you always have a calculated time to trigger. This is still down to RNG and how many stacks of the overburn you have as the Xborg. So maybe this is an idea from Coach Bebex, from their analyst Non-Action. Because again, this is how you answer most SS lineups, right? You know they're going to Ube, burn him up.
Yeah.
Maybe this was the right solution at the wrong time because Team Falcons know how to play around it.
I want to take a look at Deja Vu here because Deja Vu did play a great game in this early stage. We see Deja Vu plenty of times get back to that back line, split up Falcon's Mena. So I'm wondering what exactly happened. Was it that Velvet was also splitting up the side of WoW GG?
Pretty much.
Every time he went in, there was no follow-up. I guess in the end, Falcon's Mena was doing it better?
Deja Vu, if anything, was the most effective part of this anti-Estes, anti-Melissa operation. She did well, and I think she did better than Velvet because Velvet at some point was just annoying. Like, I don't think this lineup on WoW GG was as scared of the Uranus as Falcons were afraid of the Lapu Lapu. So Deja Vu did very well. I love how you pointed that out, Trex, because she was literally about to kill Yui or Names one way or the other, and mostly it was Names. But again, Names has fun on her. Names has a go away. She's just built to counter that stuff. And I think this was a game that was won on the draft alone.
Yeah, I agree. Because, Deja Vu was doing a great job. I also agree that she was probably doing better than Velvet overall in splitting up the fight.
Or Foes.
Yeah, or Foes. But, the odds were really stacked against WoW GG here because of how they started that draft. I still think that Xborg is a good option. It's just that in this position, it was tacked on as like a final measure rather than actually built around correctly. It was just the emergency button at the end, which isn't exactly going to help you out.
It's a band-aid for a bullet wound, as I like to say. Trex, this does still go down to your prediction. You did say we're going all the way. But you did say WoW GG. What exactly do you think the Mongolian squad here is going to do to make this go that direction? Like, what's the change in game 2?
They're going to 2-1 them.
Obviously.
They're going to 2-1.
Obviously, but what's the change? Like, how, sir? Don't tell me what.
They're not going to pick jungle Xborg. I hold strong. They were like, oh, wait. We already picked our EXP laner. And, they just had to...
Wait, coach. Xborg, what?
So, no, I think, like you said, and like we've been pointing out, Deja Vu played amazing. A lot of their team, during that end game, once Rika got online, Rika started playing great, was able to get the perfect distance on a lot of those shots, was able to poke, dash, back and forth. A lot of the members of the team played well. I just don't think they were given the right cards to play with. So this time when it comes to draft, give them the right cards, give them what they're comfy with. Don't get thrown off by some Estes pick that Sadafa hates. Just play your game and do your thing.
Pretty much, I agree, because despite the fact that they were facing a lineup that's really difficult to handle with their hero composition, I think WoW GG actually did pretty well. They were very good at engaging team fights, deciding when to actually take engagements. Rika was actually able to farm up quite well and actually become quite a threat towards the end game. But a poke hero like Granger is already stacked against the odds against sustain heroes and healing supports, right? So going into the next game, you gotta keep your tools a little bit more open, maybe try to lean towards the meta towards the early stages, and I think you gotta respect the Baxia as well on the red side. There's a reason teams usually ban the hero on the red side. It opened up too many things because instantly WoW GG couldn't pick the Uranus anymore, right? And it was just given back over.
If WoW GG were to break my heart and take us all the way and even win the series, I think one way to do that is to get back to their identity. I think of all of them, Deja Vu still played a very Deja Vu game. Foss, I think Foss is a huge reason why they weren't as successful in game number 1. So put a Lancelot on this woman, put a Ling in her hands, a Hayabusa. I'll even say like a Yi Sun-shin, like if you can find a way to put a Yi Sun-shin into the hands of Force, then she can become the killing machine that she was born to be, that she knew she could be, then we're golden.
And also, I mean, in terms of draft, they have a lot of space for bans. Those bans, we saw Farza get banned. We saw Zushin get banned. We saw Kimmy get banned. There's a lot of room for change-up, I feel like, that can still benefit both sides. You don't have to give too much by dropping one of those and switching it up to give yourself the Farza, to give yourself the Zushin, to give yourself some damage on your team.
Or maybe even in a proactive manner, attack your opponents, give Sunlight a hard time, force her onto said assassins, because again, she's a self-proclaimed utility jungler. Not that there's anything wrong with that, it's just, what if she gets tested? What if her hero pool gets checked and only, you know, the Yi Sun-shin, the Ling, the Lancelot, only those are left out? What if that happens? We'll see if WoW GG's got it in the bag to do just that. Coach Bebex chooses to go blue, while Koba goes ahead and says, we're going red, girls. Game number 2 with Team Falcons at match point. We are going to switch the scores around. Trex and Staffa, y'all take care of business now.
All right, we'll try our best, Leo. We'll make you proud. Let's jump into the draft for game number 2, and there is going to be a side switch happening here. Uranus and Kalea banned out by WoW GG, and the Baxia that we talked about earlier banned on the red side by Team Falcons. So we can see that they have proper respect for the hero.
Yeah, I mean, there's already some targets coming in. There's already some change of targets happening. The Basha gone, but it's Falcons who actually ban it out. They're a little more on the scared side to let that through over to WoW GG. And with the Uranus gone, we're forced to see some change happening.
I think it is good to have some change. Really thinking about it as well, we've already come into this competition knowing that WoW GG likes leaning more into assassin jungles and Team Falcons likes more utility jungle. I feel like what could have happened in game 1 was that WoW GG could have left the Kimmy open potentially and gone for a triple marksman composition, since we already know that works really well against tankier heroes and would have definitely provided the damage that they were lacking to break through the Estus healing. WoW GG though, gonna actually ban out the CC. Makes me think that they might lean into the Lapu early again.
And when they were over on red side, they took out the I'm mind blanking now. They
yeah, same.
Because they
took out Arlet.
They took out the Arlot. They took out mages. But at this point, first pick up Lapu. I mean, yeah, could be solid overall. I think something not too crazy. The Farza's open. I think the mid lane has been a decent pick up front. I'm still not on board with the Zushin first pick, but it gets banned out anyways. With that banned out, I do think the Farza could be viable up front here. You don't want to leave it to the other side when there's not a whole lot of options left. Yes, the Zeatin goes well, but it lacks mobility. It lacks everything that the Farza has in my book.
Yeah, I agree. I think Farza is just one of the more universal and safe picks, even though it is a backline DPS option that could be easily cancelled. It would cost opponents a lot of investment to actually take care of her effectively every single time, as long as the positioning is on point. With the Zeus'in banned out as well, I feel like WoW GG needs to consider the possibility that Falcons wants to go for another utility tank jungler comp. It looks like WoW GG likes playing the Matilda, and that's going to be their first lock-in.
Matilda's solid. I mean, again, another solid pick. You do give up a lot of opportunity for Falcon to also just kind of build their draft here, and there's still plenty of utility junglers that they could pick up. They could go for something like the Fredrin here. We know that it's what they like to play. It's what they're comfortable with. And I'm just wondering if WoW GG needs to kind of prepare for that a little bit earlier. Now with the ZTN picked up from the side of Falcons, they could honestly just go for a very similar draft to last time.
But last time did hinge quite heavily on the Baxia and Uranus just being impossible to kill. There's not a lot of heroes in the pool that are going to be able to match up to that level of bulkiness. Gatot does actually come pretty close though, so there is a chance Team Falcons is leaning in that direction. WoW GG gonna go exactly as we predicted here. The Fredrin comes out to combo with the Matilda. So interestingly enough, still not putting foes on an assassin jungler. And they'll also lock in the Kimmy.
I mean, this is a big switch up, right? We expected to see some assassin junglers, but right now it is hard to do that when there's still things like the Bosch out there, when there's things like the Fredrin out there, if you don't have any answers to those assassin junglers, it can be a dangerous place. And the way that Falcons played last game with how aggressive they were, I mean, it's tough, because if you fall behind with an assassin jungler, if you fall behind with something like that, you're in an even scarier position, because now you're losing more opportunity for damage. And here comes that Melissa again.
Another Melissa pickup. It's not too bad against the Fredrin, but the fact that Team Falcons prioritize it this early once again instantly makes you wonder if this is just a signature pick for names. And it certainly worked out quite well for them in game number 1. Now the question for WoW GG going into the second phase of bans is it worth banning Estes?
I think in second phase, it could definitely be worth, especially already seeing the Melissa, who's long range, can benefit from that with a hero like Zetienne, who doesn't have a lot of dashes, is more of a, I'm going to sit close to my roamer, I'm going to sit close to the rest of my team and fire shots from the back. Estes just works. You have the Gatada as well. I mean, so far their composition looks like they're driving towards that end, and Estes band would not be out of the book at all.
Up to WoW GG to decide if it's going to be a threat or not, because Team Falcons are definitely in a position where they could pull it out again. You go for the thing is, tank junglers, not a lot of them left nowadays. It's only really the Fredrin and the Baxia. So if they play an Estes with only a Gatot as a front line, it is a little bit more difficult compared to how they played in game number 1. WoW GG ban out the Yi Sun Shin instead. So more so concerned about damage options of Team Falcons.
I mean, makes sense as well. They could ban out something like the Hayabusa here now. Just limit down onto that jungler pool. You already said there's not many utility options, and with that left, we're also running out of jungle options in general in terms of damage as well. So if WoW GG, even if they can't handle going against something like an Estes, if they can't handle going against whatever composition they bring, without a good jungler that can try to go throw blow for blow against the Fredrin, you still win those Lords, you still win those Turtles, which are huge in the game.
Looks like that is the priority then. WoW GG having Kimmy will already give them pretty good mid lane control. This is one of the best level 1 mid heroes in the game. Clears very quickly, pokes very easily as well. Combined with a Matilda should give them pretty easy access, especially compared to a Zetienne. But we've got Todd around as well. Team Falcons may not be too far behind in terms of wave clear, and that is a little bit concerning, because Fredrin does have a slightly slower clear speed in the jungle compared to Assassins, and that's something that Team Falcons might be able to take advantage of.
Okay, so what do we see here for jungle? The Lancelot still open, right? Ling still open. Hayabusa still open. All have been popular picks if they decide to go for something aggressive on the side of Falcon.
Oh,
they're going Estes. They're going Estes.
I was like thinking,
they're going Estes.
I feel like there's a tank jungler I'm forgetting about. And this hero was banned in game 1 too. So as my old man brain right there, very good solution into the Fredrin, because you just eat him and he is no longer an issue for a short while. Really messes with the timing for the Appraiser's Wrath. And really good combo with the Estes again. WoW GG is suffering from a similar issue as the previous game too. Matilda, Fredrin are not going to be very good at handling an Estes comp.
Okay, so this time, WoW GG, though, do get some damage on their side to help deal with something like that. They pick up the carry. Last pick for EXP lane. The Lapu's already gone. What do you get to deal? I mean, you could go for the X-Borg again, this time just in the EXP lane. You have enough damage with the Kimmy and the carry. The double K combo here. You have that possibility. Go for the Esmeralda instead to help deal with some shield and whatever Falcons want to bring in as their last pick. We said Estes. Is there anything else? Maybe Wrath? Maybe we finally see that Wrath pop up?
Well, it's possible still that this Gatot is actually a roamer. And then we could see a completely different EXP lane to deal with the Esmeralda. You could go something like a Deroff at this point. Would be pretty good against Esme and Fredrin. Glue also, if you just want to survive through pure sustain at this stage. But Team Falcons, they can still go Ube. They can still go Estes. Let's see which of the two options they will choose.
I mean, I know it's what you want to see, Sadafa.
Please
I know
no
you're
Estes.
hoping for the Estes
Please.
pick. Just a
No.
couple seconds left
No,
on the
not
clock.
no.
There it is. Your favorite hero in the land of Dawn. Falcons Vega Mena. Keeping it pure Ube-esque style. And personally, I'm loving it.
At least that makes one of us, I guess. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to be treated to yet another episode of Walking Fountain, the series.
So do you think this time WowGG has the composition that can maybe deal with it a little bit better, though?
It's slightly better, but I'm gonna be honest, not by much. I don't feel like they have enough to actually deal with Estes still. Like, yes, Carry is going to be very good at dealing with Barat and Gatot one-on-one, but it's still a very single-target hero and really needs time to get going, time that can be spent by Team Falcons to already snowball out the early game. Matilda Fredrin helps a little bit in terms of clear, but Barat matches up quite well and already deals with the hero.
I mean, I feel like when you're going up against Estes, what you don't want is a late game scale comp. And what WowGG brought here is kind of a late game scale comp. They take some time to come online here, and by then, if you haven't already gotten a lead, Estes is a problem. Maybe they can capitalize on the Kimmy, maybe they can capitalize on the mid lane control, maybe look for some ganks on the off lane, but if they can slow down Team Falcons in this early game, they have a chance.
Yeah, WowGG gonna be very heavily dependent on this mid lane here. Since it is an Estes Zetian, WowGG 100% has mid lane priority. We can see that they're able to clear much more easily, so there's gonna be a lot of attention on Mike Wazowski.
Mike Wazowski, I'm always watching. Taking a look at the items, nothing too crazy overall. I haven't seen a Fredrin versus Barat in a long time, Sadafa.
Oh yeah, you're right. That was like the classic, right? When
Like-
tank junglers
Like
were
M4.
the thing.
Yeah, that was definitely, and you're right. The Barats does do well against the Fredrin. It was finally an answer to it because you're able to get that Detna's welcome right around Lord Pit to stop the retribution from coming from the Fredrin and try to get the steal. So that's what we're going to be looking for in terms of Turtle Pit and Lord Pit.
The thing is that Barat doesn't get a lot of play these days because even though he is still quite strong in the early mid game, once the late game comes about and all the items really build up, Barat is super squishy. But Team Falcons have circumvented that with the existence of Pavilion on this Estes, so they will be able to play quite similarly to game number 1, where they just kind of walk wherever they want, and WowGG needs to make sure they don't lose out early game too hard to avoid this fate.
All right, so first turtle of the game, Sunlight holding things down, looking like she's full stacked up. Mike Wazowski showing up to the party as well. It's a 4v3 now. WowGG trying to push the aggressive Fallen Star Moon onto 3 members, but in comes the AOG to stop the fight. And now Team Falcons turning it around. Boss on the run. A nice Appraiser's Wrath does land on a 2, but Deja Vu taken out. Team Falcons gonna be able to take the first turtle.
Yeah, this is a bit of a concern. 3-man Falling Star Moon was actually really good from Deja Vu, but Team Falcons just groups up, heals all together, and the Fury of the Phoenix AOG combination was actually really good as well. Perfectly timed to ensure that Velvet would get the 2-man knock-up and then recontrol the fight and force WowGG back. We saw in the gold lane as well that Names is now 1 level up on Rika too, so Team Falcons has control of the early game. And that is basically the only point where WowGG has a chance to create space for themselves.
I mean, both the XP laners of both teams have been making great plays. We look at Deja Vu and we saw, like you said, the 3-man Falling Star Moon. You get the stun, but if that AOG didn't connect, that fight would have went so much different. WowGG may have been able to secure some kills, get past the Estes Hill, but even though Deja Vu makes great plays, Velvet also continues to respond with great plays.
Yeah, you can see Velvet very comfortable on these heroes that just jump in, assist the team, and if she's able to come in at off timing, even better. Yui is able to set those off timings up very easily, but at the same time requires a good amount of coordination. You can see that this is a team with a lot of experience together. They've played together for many years at this point, and that experience is putting WowGG in a tough spot.
Ooh, a little bit of a play onto Sunlight here. A lot of damage. Brings Sunlight down to about half health, but it's still not enough. The assist is just too much, the heal, the sustain, and now they roll back over WoW GG. Just when things were looking slow, WoW GG tries to make the attack and pays the price.
Oh no, why did they buff Estes? Why? Why did this need? That healing is gross, look at it.
Look at this.
Look at the
They
healing.
started the fight
They
though.
engage on Sunlight,
WoW
drop him
GG
to
won.
half HP, actually get the taunt. Suddenly, they are not doing anything. The Appraiser's Wrath comes in, does a good amount of damage. All of the damage gets healed up. They just chase him down. They just walk down mid lane. It is like they are going out for tea time together. WoW GG is fighting desperately for their lives, and Team Falcons is just having a shopping trip.
But honestly, before that, WoW GG wasn't too far behind. I don't think they should have been trying to take fights here. It was 0-1, it was close, it was even. I think with their composition, they should be trying to bide a bit of time. They want to get Rika online, they want to get Mike Wazowski online, they want to have some time, and they're pushing the limit a little bit too much, and now they're seriously paying for it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Trex. Deja Vu, while she has been able to get some good setups, Esmeralda has a lot more strength in just creating macro positions. The Traction Pulse is good, but look at Team Falcons, man.
Yeah, I mean, another tower down. Names is 3-0-2. Names is a 1.2k gold lead right now over Rika. And we saw how Names played last game. We're gonna see that once again, I got a feeling.
Oh man, we're 6 minutes in, Trex. And I feel like I might have to call it. I don't know if WoW GG is gonna be able to do anything about this anymore. They need to just completely avoid team fighting, try and play the map, split up Team Falcon so that Pivin cannot get maximum value out of the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, and try to funnel all of their gold into Rika. There is no other way to play the game anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't count them out completely just yet. It's not a game to be called just yet, mainly because when you have two marksmen on the field, there is always a possibility you could just out-damage the opponent. And as you said, eventually the Brats will be a bit squishier. Yes, they have Fivin, but we saw it last game. Deja Vu did a wonderful job on the Lapu, able to split up the team, able to split up Fivin from the rest of the team. It's all going to be about timing here for WoW GG in these team fights. And here we go, locking on to Fivin, goes back, but gets caught by the go away. Names continues to outplay. WoW GG continues to be in shambles. Team Falcons just move after move, groove after groove.
It actually wasn't a bad timing. Pivin and Names were all alone, and a pickoff there would have been massive, but the Fury of the Phoenix providing backup anywhere they need on the map is stopping WoW GG in their tracks every single time.
Yeah, but the thing is, Ayami on that circling eagle made the call for, instead of trying to stun Fivin and go towards tower, tried to go into Names. Names pops the go away and just sandwiches her in. I mean, it was disgusting.
Ayame popped like a pimple in an instant. Like she never existed. That's how much damage Names already has on this Melissa too, and this is not a burst marksman.
This might be a hero we see some more of as this event goes on. Team Falcons are cooking right now. I mean, they're bringing something different to the field, and it looks good. It looks like Ube is back at this point.
Oh no, my worst nightmares come to life, but not as bad as WoW GG's situation here. 7 kills to 0, 8 minutes in, and we are already looking at a 6k net worth lead as well. Even if they try to cut Rika.
Oh, gonna be able to get away from this one. They're good. It's just a circle of heroes you gotta stay away from at this point. It's a bowling ball. It's a snowball. It's dangerous.
They need to push out the other side of the map, but in order to safely do that, they need vision, and Ayame is just not tanky enough to actually walk up and give them that space. Yes, they could have sent Deja Vu or Rika to the bot lane to get a push out, but they didn't know if someone would be waiting to ambush them. And that is precisely because this Matilda was prioritized against a team that is known for playing this style of game.
Can we just point out that it's 7-0 right now?
Yes.
It's 7-0. Team Falcons, and the thing about this is they're playing it aggressive too, man. They know when they have the lead. At first, they were willing to slow pace it. WoW GZ is the one that tried to be the aggressors, and now Team Falcons like, fine, now we have an 8K gold lead. Now we're gonna run this lord down your base.
Team Falcons is well aware that they control the early game. As long as they continue farming up the mid game, they can end it before WoW GG even has a chance to get their 2 marksmen up online. The Lord comes in, mid inhibitor just falls. Mind you, the holy defenses are still up.
All right, so what does WoW GG do at this point? They just try to stay away. They try to defend. At this, you don't aim for the heroes at this point. You aim for the minions so they can't attack your base.
Pretty much. But they're not very good at clearing those either. Look at Foss. Oh my goodness.
Solo brought back to base. Mike Wazowski as well with a target on her shoulder. Team Falcons. All they need is one more tower. Minions are coming in from all angles. Foss trying to clear the waves, trying to pull them away. Gets gobbled up, and the Daytona's welcome. Shot back, stunned against Sayami. Down comes the Falling Star Moon. There's a bit of damage onto Sunlight. Mike Wazowski trying to fight back, gets the kill, and Team Falcons finally pushed away.
Mike Wazowski really found the correct one. That traction pulse was actually huge. That is the first kill that WoW GG has been able to get the entire game. And that is after they have basically lived in their base for the last 2 minutes. That's how much it takes for WoW GG to actually get a pickoff. At the very least, it'll give them some breathing room. But they don't have a lot of the map left to actually get farm in, and they got 2 marksmen that are still craving gold.
At this point, they're getting spoon-fed by Team Falcons. It's like, okay, you can have this wave, I guess.
You eat when I tell you to.
We'll let this wave get to your base so you can get a little bit of gold. Speaking of gold, let's take a look at the chart right now. Break it down for us.
Well, we got the double blade armor on the Barats and the Gatot specifically to counter out Mike Wazowski, which means that Rika really needs to come online. She is still not complete with the Trinity yet, but going to be pretty close pretty soon. In comparison, Names just completed her Malefic gun. So that's going to make it even more difficult to jump on this Melissa in the first place. We got Flask and Enchanted Talisman. Typical build for the Estes. Otherwise, everything is pretty default, and WoW GG has a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, I mean, Rika hasn't even gotten 3rd item in yet. We're at almost 12 minutes and we're still waiting on the DHS. Like the mail's coming, man. This is a problem for the side of WoW GG. We did see a little bit of damage coming from Mike Wazowski earlier, but I don't think they can fight for this Lord. I don't know if they can defend this Lord.
Yeah, it seems unlikely. At least WoW GG are going to be able to avoid fighting entirely and just back off, but this next Lord is going to be difficult to remove. It's a 7k gold difference. Sunlight just completed a Winter Crown as well, so now even if the Barats gets caught out, he can buy even more time for the rest of Team Falcons. And WoW GG basically has to pray for a miracle here.
Pray for a miracle, play your best, do whatever you can, because Team Falcons is coming. The ube is coming. I'm not talking about them purple yams you buy in the Philippines. I'm talking about Team Falcons Mena. Lord does go down. They're trying to close in. Velvet with the AOT gets the knock-up. The damage onto WoW GG is just too much. The ube's back, baby. That's a 2-0 sweep.
Yet another recreation of game number 1 as Team Falcons casually walks their way into the base of WoW GG and says, "This is my home now." Another 2-0 clean sweep going over to Team Falcons.
What a game. I'm speechless. I mean, they did that so cleanly, so perfectly. They look like, I'm not gonna say it just yet. I'll wait till Leo's here, man. But those girls played that textbook right there.
It was great. It was an excellent draft. They knew exactly what they were doing. But man, I'm so sad that Estes did so good here. I feel like WoW GG needed to adjust it. They were aware that the Estes comp was a risk, a possibility after game number 1, and it didn't really feel like they changed their draft to prepare for it.
We all knew it was coming, I think, as we got into that second phase of the draft.
Yeah.
We knew it was coming, but even me and you were looking for answers. Like, what does WoW GG even pick here? I guess, yeah, they could have picked up the export, put it into XP. There was a couple possibilities, but would even that have been enough?
I don't know. I feel like Esmeralda was a weird option. I feel like going for Matilda so early is very risky. And then you pick up the Fredrin when you know the Barats is still open. There were a lot of loopholes in the draft that needed to be addressed. And I feel like WowGG was not able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, there were some possibilities. Could they have gone damage jungle instead of the Fredrin? Did they even expect for MWI to pick up the Estes to double down on it? But they definitely did. And I mean, I'm happy for it. I think MWI have a good future in this tournament so far. A team that maybe I mean, me and you, we counted them out. We thought WowGG had this, and they showed up, and now I'm on the MWI train. I'm ready to see how far they take this run, but it does seem like they have an interview ready to go down there. We got our boy Churro with one of the guests.
Coming to you on the stage, man, it's Churros here. And with me is the beautiful Velvet. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling well.
You're feeling well. You should be super excited.
Thrilled.
Man, you brought back something.
Yeah, I am thrilled.
You brought back something that was incredible. The Ube strategy is back, baby. And I'm just repeating it again and again. First things first, I want to give you a huge congratulations on your win against WowGG. It was the first game off. I remember last year, MWI 2024, you guys did not so well, 9 to 12 place. But right now, you guys are actually showing up. Maybe a top 4 contender?
Maybe.
Okay, let's get down to the fundamentals. What is your thought process on this Ube strategy? And was it down to coaches, or was it down to like your personal preferences? What was it?
It was down to coaches' preferences actually, but I think that I have a part of it though, because those heroes require proficiency from the player itself. So yeah, I got him to pick Arenas and told him I can't tank those people.
I gotta say, like, I was not expecting the Estes and the Melissa coming out, and we have to really talk about names coming in on the Melissa, and she was so vocal every single part of the way. It seems like she's a gold laner, but on the screen, she seems like she's the most vocal about it. What changed over that 1 year that you guys, did MWI 2024 and up to now?
Well, the last MWI, as we all know, wasn't very well, but then we had another thought and we had another goal for us to achieve throughout the year, and which is to make sure that we progress rapidly, because we need the progress, okay? And for names, she actually tried her best to do her role, so we were so proud of her.
I am proud of not only names, but the entire Team Falcons team. Man, I got one more last question for you. Is there anything you want to say to all your fans in the MENA region? And you can use in your own language if you want to.
It's okay, it's okay. I'm just glad that I have fans, not just in the MENA and all around the world, especially in Philippines and Indonesia. I'm very glad, I'm very happy that I have you guys by my side and always rooting for me, and that's quite a thing for me actually.
Well, thank you very much for your interview, and that's all the time we have. But man, there's a lot to talk about, so let's break it down. Throwing over to the boys back on the desk. Over to you.
We are men, not boys. Thanks, Churro, and thanks, Velvet. You can count me as one of those fans from all around the world who I can't believe I didn't see it first. It took a while until the very end of the tournament that she was talking about, IESF WEC 2024, for them to really catch a break. In here, they ran through WoW.
There's really no other way to describe it. They ran right through WowGG. The base was a suggestion at that point because they had their own fountain following them the entire time. The Estes proved itself here. Still don't like the hero, but I feel like WowGG needed to make some adjustments here.
Stava,
right?
Falcons don't care about what you think about
I know,
bro.
we can mutually not care.
We can all agree that it's a great hero, though.
No.
Right? I mean, stats don't lie. Team Falcons Mena Vega proved it was a great hero today, and I think we're going to see more of it from them, honestly.
It
could be something that carries them.
It might become a must ban. I can't believe they didn't ban it. I can't believe
second phase, they should have.
Yeah, so weird, actually.
A lot of the symptoms that showed in Game 1 were not addressed. So that worries me for the future of WowGG here in MWIs, because when you get stomped on, again, for the lack of a better term, when you get stomped on in game one, you usually like at least try to find like, all right, at least two major things that went wrong. If we can fix one of them, at least the game might go longer. Here, if anything, I think the symptoms worsened.
Yeah, there were some adjustments. They focused down on the Baxia and Uranus that we talked about in game number 1, which I like. That was a good adjustment. Just remove like these really difficult to kill heroes in the first place. But you have to be aware that MLBB is going to have a lot more of those heroes just waiting in the works. You gotta respect that. They went for the Fredrin. You already know Barat should be a counter to that. And then you see the Gatot, the potential Barat setup. The Estes is such an obvious pick at that point that I'm really confused that they didn't properly draft against it.
Yeah, but since they didn't ban it, like I said, I don't think there was much they could do against it at that point. I mean, it just looked good. Even this first highlight right here, they make this aggressive attack, and it looks like that is on their side, but immediately it's just turned around. And Names on this Melissa was also just one of the... It was an amazing marksman pick to fit into this strategy. A lot of other marksmen might have not benefited as much as Names would have, because the thing about it is you can just hang out and just get free shots off.
Velvet's entry in the early game, that first clip, and then now here at the end were picture perfect. She definitely should have a growing fan base soon. Velvetnatic. I don't know, man.
Velveteers.
The Velveteers. Are we starting that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that.
Sadaf's not in, though, because he doesn't like Estes.
You know, I just don't like the Estes. The others are fine.
No, you have to admit that you like Estes.
Yeah,
okay, then no.
That's
rule number. That's like
you
the
guys
entry
can make
fee.
your own club then.
That's like list. That's like third down the list.
You're telling me to deny my ego here, sir.
It's gonna be okay.
It's okay.
Well, thank you.
It's okay. The Velveteers are always open unless
you don't like Estes.
You don't follow the rules. Yeah. I think that liking Estes is number 3 in that list.
I'll make my own
What's
club.
number 1 and 2?
Number 1 is...
we don't talk about the Velveteers?
No, number 1 is terms and conditions. You can check that.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
number 2 is you like Velvet. And
Okay.
third is the Estes.
No, I mean the
situation.
first two are fine. Estes though.
We don't get to choose the rules we follow, all right?
Ladies
and gentlemen, that is another round done here in the MWI 2025 Stream B. Best stream. That puts Team Falcons Vega Mena 1 more win away from locking in to the knockouts. Just like that, another sweep. Trex, what happened to it stops here? What happens to end? It ends now.
Trex curse.
Well, technically nothing changed.
I'm not very good at guessing, if you guys haven't noticed. My record right now is not looking that great. It's a day, okay?
Maybe.
I wear all black for a reason.
It's a process.
It's always somebody's funeral somewhere in the world.
Somewhere.
Baby steps.
That got real
we'll
dark.
Get there.
That got real dark real quick.
We're going to ignore that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're setting up for the final match on Stream B here today. This is going to be a Group D matchup between Rising Rage of the ECA and Footy Sports of Turkey. We'll be right back with more MLBB action. Stay tuned. You're watching the MLBB Women's Invitational 2025 at Esports World Cup. My name is Leo, here with Trex and Sdafa.
I still don't like Estes.
We'll be right back.
tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
This land is calling.
You're watching Stream B of the MLBB Women's Invitational 2025 live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Leo, at your service, your desk host for all of today and for the rest of the week. Joined here by Churo and Trex, calling the last match of the day. It's another best of three. This time between the ECA and Turkey, we got Rising Rage and Foot Esports.
I gotta say, before we get the ball rolling, I feel so short next to you guys. God dang. It's like you guys are sandwiching me, but no.
This is not the first time this has happened. Why does it have to come out now?
I don't know. It's just.
You just had to.
It's just a nice little segue over to.
All right.
Rising Rage.
To ease the tension, because these are two teams that we have. I personally haven't met them.
Yeah. Newcomers. Both newcomers.
They are from developing regions when it comes to women's MLBB. Mind you, if you say EECA, women's MLBB, a team that we were introduced to last year, VSG, are no longer here. Remnants of that squad were spread out in their qualifiers and just couldn't make the cut. Instead, we now have Rising Rage, and they'll be facing off against Foot Esports, who has a solid MLBB esports ecosystem in Turkey. It's just that we haven't really met much of the women.
We're starting things off with Rising Rage.
Yeah, I mean, Rising Rage is the team that I really have my eyes on. Last time, like you said, VSG, they make it to top 4. One of those members, Kyowe, was on another team, only got to 3rd place in the ECA qualifiers. Rising Rage took out all of those remnants and are the new stars of the region. And if they hold up to EECA standards overall, they are a team to be feared.
All right, sad as it is that we're missing out on big names like Kyowe, Synchro, Minun from last year's VSG, we have now Zaza, Evredian, Every, Asuna, Bondi, and Zefirka playing for sub. So these ladies, they're fresh faces, and I'm always up for new names. I'm up for new dreams to come true. This is Rising Rage.
Speaking of new names, new dreams, we have new picks, new strategies that ECA can bring to the table. Enough with that Uranus, enough with the typical picks that we've seen before. You know, Falcons brought back Ube. I'm excited to see what Rising Rage is able to bring to the table this time around.
That's a high bar to try and beat. Team Falcons Vega Mena did re-debut, reintroduce, and with very much gusto and a lot of success, the Ube strat. I wonder what the ECA's reps here will do, given that they are playing out of the region that had the Brave draft for the men's league, the MCC. So yeah, no, definitely the envelope is really high. The expectations are really high. Trex, you said that it ends now. Last series. I don't think it ever will. I think we'll keep seeing new series. I think we'll keep seeing new picks. I think series will keep getting swept. Although the second part I don't want to see. I want this maybe to go a distance.
At least give us one. Give us one best of 3. Give us one, give us one big match. Give me something to be entertained. I'm not saying I haven't been entertained, but there's nothing like a good, reverse sweep, a good back and forth, some ping pong. Give me something to play with.
We could try. So with that said, it comes down to these two. We have yet to introduce the second squad here, the away team, so to speak. This is Foot Esports from Turkey. We're talking about Unohana, Mireya, Zendaya, Nora, and Mieko.
All right, so Turkey, another region very similar to EECA. Overall, is a region that we've seen a lot come out of, a non-MPL region that has continued to push the envelope in MLBB esports. Now, last year, we didn't see too much from them in the women's side of things, but this could be the change. And I think this is a great team for them to go up against. A nice starter. They're not starting off facing the champions, the previous champions or anything like that. And when I look at both these teams, I think it could be an even power leveling.
Yeah, I mean, I remember back in M6 where Ufetnar was actually coming in. You have the Turkish region not being a stranger to MLBB at all. But this is quite interesting. We taught them as the newcomer, but I would say they are, what's the word for it? A wild card. I don't know what to expect out of this teams. Dark horse, maybe again.
They're a threat.
A team of possibilities.
Team possibilities.
Of limitlessness.
All right, time to put away the thesaurus. No, these ladies over here are introducing their own brand of Turkish esports. And again, if it's one thing to take away, they did 4-1 Kara Esports FE in their finals, in the qualifier. So a gentlewoman sweep, like just one game out of the 7. I think that's something to watch out for. Again, Turkish MLBB has always been bubbling up as a dominant force. We've known Incendio, we've known now Aurora, we've known Ulfednar, we've known
S2G,
Flux Impunity, S2G. So will Foot Esports follow in those footsteps? We'll find out here today. I wonder if Unohana and the rest of the ladies can introduce something new. I hope they do, because if you remember, look back to history, there's always been special picks out of Turkey. They have the Lilia in mid. They have the Yuzhong in the EXP lane. They have the Amon in the jungle.
Yeah. I'm also looking forward to the double mid lane roam kind of situation. I remember Ufetnar or Fireflux Impunity, they brought out the Novaria together with the Eve, but that was metas ago. This time around, I think they definitely have something that other regions don't. The ability, the possibility of testing things out and seeing where things go. And what better day or what better time to test things out than day number 1?
I mean, this is definitely the time to do it, but also there's a lot on the line here. So far, the teams that have been testing things out, maybe they weren't testing it out. It seems like Falcons came in very prepared with that strategy. But yeah, the teams that are willing to stick to what they know or stick to what they do best are winning out right now. I think it's okay to pick something a little different than the rest as long as you're able to deliver on that. As long as you're prepared for that strategy, I don't think you should get out of your comfort zone on day number 1.
And to understand exactly what's allowed in the current metagame, let's talk about some hot picks. Let's talk about some things that might come out in this draft between Rising Range and Foot and see if the solutions are present. In case they get banned early, then should they change priorities? Topic number 1 would be Uranus. Is Uranus really, truly the big bad in this current metagame that it's chalked up to be, or is it more like just a monster of the week?
So far, low sample size. It's a flip of coin. They tried this earlier on this series, or the first game, and then the previous game with Team Falcons. So this is a hero that works better in the EXP lane because you want to maintain lane priority as well as like creating space for the rest of the team. You are a loose member, so that you can just roam around the entirety of the map and leave the rest of your team as a 4-man composition, which works kind of well. But then again, it's still a low sample size. I would say it's still a experimentable kind of hero this time around.
Low sample size in the MWI, but if you're talking about just in general across second party, third party, premier events such as this, I think Uranus has proven to be a pick, like at least top 10. So, Trex, your thoughts? Is Uranus... Well, we know Uranus is going to show up in this draft. For sure, Uranus is going to show up in this draft, but are we reading the room right? Is he supposed to be that big of a priority, or are there other ways to attack what's possible?
I definitely think that, yeah, he deserves this spot with his 100% pick ban rate. So far,
high contest.
From all the way back to even wild card and other events. But is there going to be an answer to him? That's the real question. I don't think we've seen enough just yet of, is he really that good? Or have we just not seen, you know, some of those top teams play against him yet? Because that's what always ends up happening when we watch these events. It always takes until we get to the knockout stage to see what really comes out in the laundry, right? So, yes, I do think he will continue to stay as a hot pick. Will he continue to be 100%? Time will tell. Will he continue to be unbeatable? Time will tell. But right now, he definitely deserves this spot in the meta.
Yeah, I don't think anything is unbeatable. We've seen the rise of heroes like Esmeralda come out, and we've seen heroes like Hilda and Phoveus who just don't want to spend any time with Uranus. Like, any time you spend with Uranus is time that Uranus wants you to spend on them, because you're wasting precious time. Because again, you're right, Churo. You mentioned how Uranus wants to be away. He's a loose member of a lineup, and no true lineup should benefit from Uranus being around, because you want to break your opponent's formations, their battle lines, and these answers, I think, are going to be more important. The life and death of Uranus falls on the shoulders of the teams who are willing to let it through and then answer it. We've seen in the wild card, teams are willing to play Lucas.
Yep.
You could really beat down on a Uranus that way.
The CC works as well as a sort of like head-to-head counter.
Dairoth.
We haven't seen that much yet.
Not yet. Hasn't been picked yet, but
we're teasing it.
We know that mechanically speaking, logically, the Dairoth should bully the Uranus. Are there other possible solutions you guys might want to suggest so that in case it does come up, we can look extra smart?
I mean, I like the CC idea. I think what you could approach with it is pick something highly mobile, right? Yep. I think something that I was just about to say, Benedetta, something that, okay, fine, you might not beat him in lane in the 1v1, but you can beat him in rotations, and since he's going to be a loose member, fine, you go beat the other 4 in a 5v4, right? You take advantage of that Uranus being elsewhere and just try to bully the other 4 members of the enemy team. That could be another way to approach it. Come back to the shred. I mean, there's going to be some options I'm sure we're going to see as these events move forward. But currently, yeah, I think against a team that's maybe not as well-trained, maybe not as ready for something like that, we're going to continue to see teams having trouble with it or just banning it out.
Now, from the EXP lane, let's move over to the jungle. The jungle has grown to become quite the sandbox for a lot of teams. Specifically, I want to use as an example Team Falcons Vega Mena. Sunlight, a prolific utility jungler user. She rocked the Baksha. Again, already must ban her pick in the first phase alone. Rocked the Barats the game after. Might have played better than the Baksha. Are there any other heroes that we're expecting to come through because of the rise of utility junglers now? Or has this, again, another possibility, gone out of control? Are we dipping too deep into the days of 2021, 2022 when all you could see are just utilities left and right?
The way I approach it is not on a lane-to-lane perspective, but more on a macro, like what's your objective? Like how do you want to play the game?
So the jungle doesn't live in an island?
The jungler and the EXP, I like to say it's more of like a tit-for-tat. You trade flexible jungler or a high bursty jungler for a tanky EXP lane. So
one
that's
or the
what
other.
Uranus, yeah.
There's like a balance.
It has to be a balance. So the Uranus actually gives a little bit more mobility. That's why you can afford to bring out the Barats. You can bring out the Baksha, which provides that kind of sustain, that frontline tank, especially in the early game where Uranus doesn't shine as much. And so I think from this perspective, if teams want to pick up the Uranus EXP lane again, I feel like they could go something. We're actually seeing a decline in fighter junglers from before. You know, the alphas, the alphas that had been readjusted or nerfed down to the core, 25% negating damage from the jungle creeps. I think that. I guess this game just doesn't want to see fighter junglers anymore.
You said the F word. I missed my fighter junglers, man. It's been a while since we've last seen the likes of the Alpha, the Lucas. I'm glad that we got to see at least a shadow of Lucas in the wild card in the EXP lane, the Bully and Uranus. Where is Suyo? Where's my boy Suyo?
Even the Julian.
I'm glad Suyo's gone. I'm sorry. It was like a year and a half.
Where is this coming from?
It was like a year and a half.
Suyo's been around for less than a year. What are you talking about?
Either way, it was multiple seasons. We saw it at M6, leading up to M6. We saw it in MSC, M6.
No, he wasn't at MSC.
Yeah, he was, right?
He was.
Yeah, he was in MSC. It was Roger, Suyo, Alpha. That was like the meta at the time. Really? Suyo, Alpha were the junglers. Joy as well. Then it was Joy, Suyo, and M6.
This MSC?
Last MSC, yeah.
Last MSC.
He was in.
Gentlemen.
Look it up. I'll keep on talking. Either way, my point is it wasn't even really a fighter meta. It was like 3 fighters, man. Let's just be real here. I'm happy. I think right now that the door is literally just cracking open on what we're about to see in terms of meta. I think it's in a good spot, especially because we can see things like sustained meta. We're still seeing assassins pop up. I'm not completely counted out. Leo's about to prove me wrong, but we will see.
I thought y'all got me on the Mandela. Don't gaslight me. Suyo came out after MSC. Suyo came out
after MSC.
So was it Alpha Roger?
No,
yes.
Here's the thing. It's been around so long that it just clouds our judgment.
Yeah, it just clouds my judgment.
It was, hold up.
Are you sure there was
Yeah. It was Ling, Julian, Fanny, Hayabusa, Nolan.
Alpha.
The Alpha
there was a random Akai in the finals. So, no, if Suyo was here, we would definitely see his face at least banned. But it's nowhere there. So, yeah.
He's looking at the wrong notes.
So, Suyo has been around for less than a year, and already the developers have nerfed him to the ground. Or, I don't think they've nerfed him to the ground. I'd like to argue that it's not his nerf that kicked him out of the meta. I think it's the atmosphere around Suyo.
Yeah.
Mid lane mages are just too strong. I mean, what am I saying? Just mages, mid laners, they're just way too strong. And that alone might be too much for Suyo to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like it's a mix of like the developers just removing his passive magic defense, but also the meta calls for a little bit more late game sustain and late game insurance.
He does run out of utility later on.
Kind of doesn't fit the bar.
Falls off.
Yeah, and the late game especially. But I do want to see like coming back to your point, like the Amon, the Nathan, which was so prio banned and picked when they were first introduced,
Nolan,
and now getting fallen off. Nolan as well. We talked about this in the earlier game as well, and people just I guess forget about it. It's pretty much the same way you play the Suyo for how you want to approach the Nolan, but then again,
you don't have the defense. You don't have. I mean, they're just too squishy. And I think the problem. I think the only reason why Hayabusa and Ling and Lancelot right now are surviving assassins is because of their mobility, right? Yeah. Because they can at least get in and get out. A lot of heroes like Nolan, Julian, those guys. Once you're in there. And if you take 2 shots on one of those heroes, you're dead. Like, there's not the defense that Suyo had. There's not that that ability that a fighter has, right? To kind of absorb a couple more shots from a high burst mage like a Farza or a high burst marksman. So I think that's what we're kind of seeing the big shift in. And if an assassin is going to be in the field, it's got to be someone that can move. It's got to be someone that can dodge. But still, the fact that we have those options and the fact that now we're seeing things as well, like Fred Rin, we just saw Bosch. We're seeing the possibility of sustained meta with Estes. I feel like the meta is very open right now in a sense of like at least composition total. Yes, there's a few lanes that are hurting, but composition and total is there.
It's enough time talking about it. How about we be about it? It's time for game 1. It's Rising Rage with Coach Sabtizi at the lead versus Coach Asmo leading the charge for Foot Esports. Churro and Trex gonna take care of business.
Starting things off, Rising Rage banning out the Baxia, and on the other side of the table, Foot Esports taking the Fredrin out, and they identified that Zaja's Freya is actually one of the main signature picks for Zaja, so you don't want to sort of like inch into that, especially since Zaja is in the XP lane. It's a hero that is very high versatility, and if you get her super fed in the late game, it's pretty much unstoppable. But something that I do want to point out, though, is that Rising Rage likes to play around the sustain roams, so we might be seeing things like the Florin, the Angela, the Estes again, maybe the Matilda is coming up. So high priority bans over on the side of Rising Rage.
I think the Freya ban's interesting. I've been seeing, you know, like hints at it, at least on like, you know, YouTube channels and things, possibilities of it. We saw it in the Japan qualifiers even before it got the buff. So I'm not counting this hero out just yet. In the way that things have been going, literally anything is possible. Basha gone, Uranus gone. ZTN gone as well. With ZTN gone, the next mages on the chopping block have to be either Jushin, Farza, right?
And you got Kimmy as well.
Kimmy.
But Kimmy, though, I want to talk a little bit about this because it hasn't been performing well. When it was first released, when it was first reworked, you had the traction pulse. You could do sort of like a Tigger implosion, but you're still safe and it's non-committal. You could fire it every probably 20 seconds or so.
Well, I think the Kimmy, one of the problems that Kimmy's been having, though, is it's paired up against the Farza a lot. And that range is tough to deal with. And right now, I feel like that mid lane is so much more important than a lot of teams are putting it out to be. And yes, the Farza can get countered, but I think it could be a very solid upfront pick, because right now, if Rising Rage doesn't pick it, Foot gets it, what do they have to answer it, honestly? Yes, I guess you could pick up the Lapu or something of that nature. But even those, the Farza has continued to just outplay a lot of teams, even when it's countered.
Yeah, a lot of zonal potential coming out from the Farza per se. You got Rising Rage immediately snap picking up the Kimmy, but we also seen another hero, 100% win rate today, which was the Selena. It kind of works against the Farsa and against an Isun Shin if Rising Rage wants to play around it. You also have the possibility of a triple marksman composition coming in from the ECA region.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Fovius now picked up by Foot as well. So something to kind of hold down the front line, keep things solid, possibly get to back line with the Infernal Pursuit. Foot now also, they don't need to pick up a mid laner since Kimmy's already been picked up on the opposing side. They can save that for pick 3. Probably don't want to push it too far back, but if they want, they can maybe lock in jungle here, lock in something solid.
Yeah, definitely opening up that mid. Oh, actually, I was going to say, just reserve that mid lane and try to see something and suss something out from Rising Rage.
They could have saved that for pick 5.
That's right.
No one's going to ban that.
Okay, so now the question comes, how do you deal with the Veil? It comes with a lot of utility kit. You have the burst from the Sandstorm, the Wind Burst as well. I think it kind of is quite annoying in terms of team fights. You have a decent amount of burst damage that comes in when you're around the objective takes, and it kind of has some limited zonal potential from the Veil. So I don't think you need to counter it with anything from a lane-to-lane matchup, but most likely they want Rising Rage to pick up an Assassin. That's the only way to get into the face of Veil.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely forces them. That could be what it is, right? Like, hey, we're putting this out to bait you into picking the Assassin because we have an answer for it. But still, I'm not counting out the Veil. We saw the Veil. I wish Leo was here. M6, maybe MSC. I feel like we've seen it clutched pick. I can't remember exactly what they were using it. I want to say maybe even SRG picked it up as like a random clutch, and it worked very well. But again, it could be early here. If Rising Rage wanted to go something more on the utility side, it's a great answer to that. If they want to go something like, you know, the Estes, something that wants to group together, it immediately stops. It makes them guess, right? Like, maybe we don't want to go for a Ube-style composition here. Maybe we want to go for something a bit more split up. But it does seem like maybe there was some issues with the draft, and the Veil wasn't what they wanted.
To be honest, I think the Veil could have been a good pick over here because of the River buff. You gain a little bit more movement speed as well.
More movement speed.
You
That's a fast
passive.
boy.
You got 10 stacks. That's right. Then you want to match the movement speed. You don't really have the Baksha to deal with you anymore, so that gives you a lot of play around within the jungle region as well. But then again, man, okay, if not the Veil, then who? Best case scenario, Farsa. At least you have the Wings by Wings to get you out of the way.
I mean, like I said, they didn't really they could have easily picked anything in that first pick. They can slot in that Farza as their third pick since Mage is already picked. They're not going to get it stolen away, right? They can just slot in later. So I was expecting more something on the line of like Phoveus Jungle, Phoveus Roam, Phoveus anything at that point. Just to the Veil, I mean, yeah, if they want to go for it. The only idea was yours with maybe it's a bait pick. Maybe it's like, let's put this in front of them and see what they go. But it does seem like we're going to be redoing this draft with some technical difficulties. So yeah, where do we go from here? If it still is the Kimmy on Rising Rage side, they pick up Phoveus. What do you like after that? If it's not the Veil and they have to slot it out for something else.
I would say try to guarantee yourself a Kaleo pick first. It's a little bit more versatile. At least you have some form of escape mechanism from it. Unless you want to play something that is more taunt heavy, you go for the Gata Kacha and then you get AOG out of the way. Draw out all of the major ultimates from your opponents. And I guess for the Kimmy side, I would say the Yushin Shin would be a viable option just to pair it up against together with the Kimmy. But it's still on the boards. There's way too many heroes right now.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, that's the thing. We've seen so many teams take the assassin route. We've seen so many teams take the utility route. It's a hard game to guess right now. It's a hard draft to be like, oh, he's going to definitely pick this. It's not the chess match that it normally is to where we know exactly, all right, if they pick this, they pick this, they pick this. It's very up in the air currently.
I want to bring this up. I really don't want to compare the drafts here with what we have with the men, but typically that would be a Moskov pick if it's open. At least you have some late game insurance. At least you have some cross map plays guaranteed for both sides. But the Veil is actually confirmed.
It's confirmed. It's staying. It looked like maybe Rising Rage had a trouble picking their next picks following up. That might have been the issue with the draft. Who knows? The world may never know. But Rising Rage on the backspin, on the shot. So did they just lock in jungle here? I mean, since you picked the Kimmy in mid, it's normally paired up with a utility jungle. You normally are going to go something like the Fredrin, Basha, something of that nature. Maybe we see the Barats again, but you have enough damage to slot something like that in your draft.
It kind of works with the Eastern Shin since the Zetian is already out of the picture. So it's pretty easy to execute right around the jungle. It's one of the fastest jungle clears in this meta as well. You have some form of vision control as well. So they want to pick the Eastern Shin up. They could, unless if not, go for the Lancelot or the Ling. It's a little bit more safe. But yeah, it could be anything. Unless you want to go for the CC as well, just to counteract the lane-to-lane matchup against the Phoveus, and then you can match that tempo, match the speed of rotations down into the objective takes.
Yeah, so I mean, Rising Rage continues to take their time here.
Yeah,
we're on the clock. I mean, yeah, the Veil messed us up too. So I mean, it makes sense. You know, it's like, wait, what's going on here? I don't have this in my notes right now. We're not ready. So yeah, as we continue to wait on this pick here. So you think they're going to go damage?
I think it's better to try to get an even matchup with the EXP lane and try to get some assassins going on, because right now both teams are actually not picking up any assassins. Not too sure about Rising Rage as of this moment. I know one of their comfort duo picks is the Angela and the Alice combo as well that we've seen from Virtus Pro, but then again might not work out too well if Food Esports is able to have something more aggressive into the jungle.
Yeah, I'm guessing at this point maybe
a little bit more technical difficulties.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, Trex.
I'm like, yo, where's this pig at? I can only hypothesize so much at this point. Maybe we'll just jump into the game. We get to just do a free fly. We get to just see exactly what happens. You know, maybe someone over there wants to tell us exactly what got picked here. They do look serious, I'll tell you that much.
They
look locked in right now.
I think something wrong with the graphics. I don't know what is going on right here, but
it's okay.
Hopefully they're experiencing the same thing as us, and we'll have a remake real soon. But
or maybe the draft is just continuing at this point, and they're just like, you know, it looks like the draft is continuing, at least on their side.
And then we'll just wing it into the game.
Jump in and land it on.
This is how we like it. This is how we like it.
Keep it free. Keep it free. So. We'll go a different direction with this then, right? who's your vote on this match?
I would, man,
We didn't
you're
get
putting me in a
prediction
tough spot though.
We didn't get a prediction in.
I would say right now, I think EECA has a lot to prove. Being a newcomer in the scene as well, not a lot of exposure for the most part. They had some form of their potential in the previous MWI, but now with a change in the roster, they want to prove that EECA is definitely in the region and they are a strong contender. But it does look like they're actually in the bands. You can see the phone right there. They have 3 picks on both sides, and it's the second phase on the band.
Cameraman, just let us see one of the phones real quick so we can see exactly what's going on. All right, so you give it to ECA.
I'm giving it to ECA.
I'm not going to lie. Back in the day, I was a big Turkey A fan. I do think ECA are probably the favorites here, but to keep things spicy, I'm going to go with
Turkey.
Foot Esports, Turkey A. I'm excited for them. Honestly, I think out of all the matches, this also, even though both of these teams are essentially pretty new to the scene right now, a lot of these players, I think this is could be a very even matchup. And in terms of what could go to a best of 3, this could be that. For anyone just tuning in, this is the last series of the night, game number 1.
Series 4, and man, hopefully they sort the graphics out because they're almost halfway done, and I think Trex, we might be able to wing it now. They seem like, okay, second phase of that bands, but what are you?
Second phase of the bands?
What are you hypothesizing?
I mean,
that's coming out?
we're just gonna guess all the drafts.
All the heroes, yeah.
We had the veil on the side of Foot.
And that is not a glitch. That is not a bug.
That is not a glitch. That really happened. At least that's what we think. We hope. I don't know. We'll see. All right.
And we're still back to square one.
We're still back to the same draft right now. So yeah, if it's Veil there on the side of Foot, I'm gonna call it in as I'm gonna say they lock in a marksman here and they go for the they pick up the Granger here.
Okay.
There you
Pick
go.
up the Granger. I would say Rising Rage would definitely go for an Eastern Shin or some other form of assassin. It might be Eastern Shin or Ling. At least you have some form of threat for the Veil, and you can get into the backlines and try to take him out of the game before things go south. What's left, though? I mean, if you want to risk it for the biscuit, you could always flex Kimmy into the gold lane, but that won't be a viable option.
Hold on, maybe Rising Rage picks up the... All right, we're going in game. We're going to see what it is anyways. Let's jump into game number 1. EECA, Rising Rage.
They will be the Eastern Shin, that's what I'm saying.
Against Foot from Turkey A. Let's jump into the game.
Okay, let's see what we got right. We got the CC up against Phobius. We got the Farsa getting picked up right there, and then we got a Gata Gacha as well for Foot Esports.
YSS is on the other team.
YSS is on the other team. Let's see how things play out. We got Asuna trying into the mid side.
A little bit of damage already. Nora Asuna with the 1v1, 2v2. But Every continues to outpush the damage. Rising Rage up against Foot. First minute in.
I think we got to slow down. I think we got to calm down because we're seeing the draft for the first time, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that a Tigreal?
That is a Tigreal.
Okay.
Okay, let's see how this thing plays out.
Let's talk about the draft.
So much time for that. Zendaya taking a lot of damage, though. I think she will be safe for now. As Asuna getting the Tigreal up, I think what they want to play is around the Zaman Force. Mako goes in with the Zaman Force and tries to disrupt any of these team fights, but I don't think we'll see the value of Tigreal until the really late game when Mako actually comes into the team fights.
I mean, overall, Rising Rage, it's an aggressive composition. You have a Hayabusa who wants to jump in, wants to find flanks, wants to find angles. You have the Kimmy who's going to output damage. And then you have Carry to melt as well. It's aggressive. It's what we want to see on the side of Foot Esports, though.
3 greedy heroes. Asuna getting stunned up, push back.
A lot of damage onto Asuna. Asuna might not be able to get away from this one. Zendaya takes the kill. Nora able to just get away. Rising Rage falling back.
Good aggression from Foot Esports, and this is what you want to see with an aggressive team, especially from Maria with the Eastern Shin. You want to be able to get that early game snowball and turn that snowball into an avalanche. First turtle game getting spawned up. Foot Esports in a better position contest for this one. They don't have Asuna in question. Maria taking a little bit too much damage though, but they are still safe and sound.
Yeah, turtle up. Unohana able to get the Infernal Pursuit. Nora as well pushing him back. Feathered Airstrike comes down as Unohana keeps Rising Rage at bay, but maybe too deep.
Ooh.
Finally drops. Gets the kill, actually. Every falls, and Unohana finally pays the price, but that's a good trade in the book of Foot Esports.
Good is an understatement. They took out one member of Rising Rage as well as the Turtle to their names. So this is pretty much a good trade. Unohana actually committing highly with that Phoveus. The issue with the Phoveus in the late game especially is that you have to deal with the carry. So if you're in the face of a huge skirmish or a huge team fight, that's when things will definitely go south. But Foot Esports getting the best start that they can have, as Rising Rage still needs to wait until that late game. Bondi really needs that the Trinity build to come online, especially since you're dealing up against two really tanky boys. Don't really have a lot of vengeance, so right now the Revitalize will come in handy dandy in the early game.
You know, just to point something out, there was no veil.
Oh, there was no veil.
It was all
so
a veil
over
over our eyes. Not letting us see the Farza.
We just got bamboozled.
We got bamboozled, we got tricked, we got... You know, yeah.
Yep.
The other words, don't have my thesaurus on me right now. But I will say this, Foot Esports starting things off fast, but Rising Rage not falling behind in terms of gold, not falling behind in terms of map presence. They are all over the place. I got a feeling we're in for an aggressive, fast-paced game.
You don't see a Redian around, but they're actually doing a very good job, or Foot Esports knowing where Rising Rage is at all times, and Miko actually going down into the mid-game rotations, trying to get and funnel in all of these lane farms as the Yisun Shin, Maria desperately going into the jungles and clearing up all these loose jungle camps. This is what you want to see in Foot Esports. You have two basically greedy heroes facing up against Rising Rage, just three very greedy heroes. So Maria right down the bottom side, Zaja is very low, as Foot Esports might be able to contest for this one and set their sights up for this turtle.
Yeah, I think in all of these big fights, one of the big threats of Foot Esports, they got to watch out for Asuna, because they have this YSS who wants to get the back and forth dash with the passive. At any point you get pulled in, just like that, speak of the devil. But down comes the Feathered Airstrike, look at the damage. Look at the damage, Ev Heridian able to take out Maria. It's 1-1 right now. Unohana gets the kill. Unohana once again pushes forward Zendaya, looking for the shot, doesn't have the wing by wings to chase her down. Foot Esports comes out once again in that team fight.
It all almost went south for Foot Esports. Nice little implosion from Asuna to trap Maria and Nora, waiting for the right iframes to end from the Eastern Shin. And Zendaya just popped in with the wings by wings, got into position, throws down the Feathered Airstrike to sweep things up. And I think Foot Esports is just riding on this aggression, and they're building that snowball. So far, not a sizable economy lead, but this is going to be a free turtle going to hand to Foot Esports. What I'd like to see from the top side, though, Miko versus Bondi.
Yeah, Miko might get picked off here. Doesn't know Asuna's there. Asuna gonna look for the push. The slow does come in from Starling side. Miko now trying to fall back, but it's too much. Miko will not get away, and the kill goes into the pocket of Bondi. A perfect place to put it.
It's too high committal, very sacrificial play from Miko. Just one person soloing down up on that top side. They know that they don't have vision down the turtle, so that was a huge mistake that Miko is making. We haven't seen the Harith actually popping up so far, but we always talked about it when we talked about it yesterday as well, that Harith has been nerfed down to the core. No one's picking that up, but hold on a second. Asuna getting pushed back.
Nora does get pulled back, but down comes the Feathered Airstrike once again. Zendaya is just always there at the right time, and this is what I mean when I was talking about the Farza, man. It feels like no matter what it's up against, as long as your positioning is clean and your timing on those Feathered Airstrikes is right, and taking out Bondi, a double kill over to Maria.
We're just finding kills after kills. The stars were aligned for Maria, and with that killing spree, you have a second lease of life. Every single time you kill a member, you have so much HP regeneration and a little bit of a movement speed to get a little bit more rotations down. And speaking of rotations, and I like what you say, Trex, the Zendaya's Farsa is everywhere on that map. On the top side, Mako's in trouble. You got Zendaya just flying through the jungles and being right there and then. In the 5-minute mark, we typically see the trio coming into position. Foot Esports taking down that T1 up top side, and they're going into that Trinity.
Yeah, it's looking good for the side of Foot Esports. The gold is starting to push more and more into the favor. A tower's down. Look at the damage. It does come down. Feathered Airstrike drops once again. Nora still okays him on force, but Asuna does get caught. Zasha able to take him out. Zasha able to take another as Unohana's in the backside, finding Bonnie, but Maria was late to the party. Does find a piece, does find a kill, evens it out 2 for 2.
2 for 2 kill. Turtle going to hands of Food Esports. They don't really have a lot of damage from Rising Rage to contest for this one. But Redian, I don't think she wants to go in with the shadows to steal anything. You don't want to have that kind of commitment right there. But at the end of the day, I feel like Rising Rage is much better off in a defensive position. Asuna using the implosion to catch 2 members, especially Zendaya and Miko, to try to convert those kills into kills for themselves. There's no objective takes coming in for Rising Rage. Look at all the turrets still fairly healthy.
Oh, Unohana once again dropping dunks. Out comes the shadow kill, but Unohana still gets the kill. Nexamon's force does drop, but it's not enough. Asuna falls. Miko just causing mayhem right now. Food Esports showing up in the land of Dawn.
They're on ice skates from the mid side down to the bottom. They're everywhere and they're sprinting down, taking little itemizations. It does look like Bondi one more item to get that Trinity, to get that power spike, to get that damage in. But already, Miko, that's why the Harith has been so popular. You don't really need so much items. Only the Stardom side, only the Feather of Heaven, and then you come online. So right now, for esports, they can use Miko into any one of these nice little skirmishes and positions. But on the top side, off of the map, Mireya takes down Bondi.
Mireya the player. Right now, I mean, just all over the map, making this YSS look so good. Asuna does land the implosion under the tower. Still not enough damage. Unohana will finally drop as Everidian able to get the kill. Nora will fall as well. Everidian with the double. And while this is happening, Mireya does try to take that purple, does secure it, gets away cleanly, but at the price of 2 members, just not worth it.
Yeah, Asuna and Every has so much wombo combo potential, implosion into the traction pulse or vice versa, whatever works. And Rising Rage, they're taking it slowly, taking it one at a time. Being in a very defensive position, they understand that Food Esports is very high committal. You want to be able to be in your face, especially Miko, especially Unohana, and they basically just turn that around into kills. But right now, First Lord's getting spawned up, Rising Rage in position, gold lead, pretty much 2K negligible at this point. It's just an item and a half. Food Esports, the play is coming imminent.
Asuna with another pushback implosion onto 2 once again, but the Feathered Airstrike keeps Rising Rage at bay. Bondi taken out. Mireya the player finding plays in the backside, but taken out by Everidian. Everidian with the shadow kill as Zasha pushes Food Esports back and splits them up. It's a 2 for 2 once again. Rising Rage is hanging on.
Got 3 members on both sides. Food Esports doesn't have the jungler as Food Esports desperately tries to delay Rising Rage from getting that Lord. Both teams want to fight S5. Azaja busy down the bottom T1. The whole Trinity already built up for Bondi. You have a little bit more damage from that carry alone and able to shred everything down. Forget about the early game. Right now, the mid into the late game, it's all about Rising Rage showing their presence in.
All right, Lord gonna go down. Nora comes in a little bit late. Feathered Airstrike, a little misplaced. Everidian does drop. Unohana able to get the shutdown. Bondi, though, making plays happen as well. Mireya able to get the kill. It's 2 for 1 right now. Lord still marching down as Food Esports find 3 in the midst of the chaos.
To be honest, Asuna made a heck of a play. That was a 4-man implosion. But at the end of the day, Avery couldn't even get close. Everidian was already down. Bondi couldn't get close enough. She was able, she was down before she could dish that much damage. Zaza unable to follow up against the Tigro as well. Take a little replay. Look at where Asuna is, just prancing in. Nora starting things off as well. He's just walking into the fray, trying to stop that Feather Airstrike, but it was too soon, too late. It was 3-man implosion, and Bondi just slow hitting from that back. If you're at a carry, you want to play in a defensive position, but there was no tanks, there was no bodies blocking you from hitting those shots.
And so much of this has to do with Unohana just keeping the rest of Rising Rage at bay. Asuna can make all the plays she wants, but if Everidian's not there, if Bondi's not there, it just doesn't matter. Food Esports seems to continuously at least win out on some of these team fights, but still look at the map. It's blue. Rising Rage still controlling a lot of this game.
You still have a Baron bottom side. Unohana dragged in by the traction pulse into the AOG to disrupt everything.
Ooh, Unohana may not be able to get away from this one. Asuna actually picks up the kill. Miko finds Every. Zendaya here to back him up. Asuna drops. Zasha just trying to get away. 2 members drop, but Food Esports need the 1v1 ninja fight. Maria up against Everinian, and Everinian wins once again.
Man, it's a 2-for-2. I don't think that Yusun Shin is able to take the Hayabusa on a 1v1 for now, but Food Esports is just a brawl fight at this match. Every single kill they take is 17-12. I think this is the highest that we've seen all of today. But at the end of the day, 50 seconds till the Lord spawns up. That's a major objective that Food Esports and Rising Rage needs to contest for. And I think at this point, both teams, Economy, even Stevens, they're able to fight and dance around this Lord. Right now, does look like Bondi is actually coming into position, does have the damage to take everyone down, just needs to be protected. So, like I said, Trex, in the defensive position, if Bondi is unable to get touched by Unohana, I think they have a better shot.
But here's the thing, right? When I was looking at Rising Rage draft, that's one of the problems that I'm seeing is, yes, you have this carry who can do so much, but your only real blocker for your marksman is Asuna, right? And even Asuna wants to kind of dive. So what keeps on happening is Maria just waits for that and targets down onto Bondi. Or Unohana just waits for that and targets down onto Bondi. So Rising Rage, the way they enter these fights, positioning is going to be key.
I think how they could play it is Every just staying back, holding back around Bondi, but you also want to be in a close enough position to land your traction pulse. You're starting things off with the Lord Dance, and I think Food Esports has a huge value into this Farsa. Well, hold on a second, Viridian taking a little bit too much damage right there.
Look at Zendaya, look at Zendaya. Oh, Miko finds one. Food Esports now with no retribution on the field for Rising Rage should be able to do this, should be able to take this. Miko finds another on the backside. Bondi taken out, a triple for Miko, looking for the 4th. Immortality does pop. Asuna gonna come back up. The Maniac. All you gotta do is find one more, but they're gonna hold back and go for the Lord.
Everything went south when Viridian took a little bit too much damage, shadow dashed into the mix, and Miko just immediately pulverized this Hayabusa. They can just cycle it though. They have the manpower. 5 men versus 1. It's 4 seconds till Viridian comes online. They're able to take this turret down, and also Lord marching down the bottom side.
They might be able to finish it before that at this point. Minions coming down the mid. They do decide to back off. There's a tier 2 on the top that they got to clear. Miko's there, getting the Lord's work done right now. Food Esports. Did we expect the game to be like this? We're at 33 kills total, a bloodbath.
Miko almost got taken out by a Viridian, so good find right there, but able to get a little bit of a reset before the Lord actually crashes down. Food Esports desperately needs this Lord to break down that T3 bottom side, so opening up all that jungle, it just puts Rising Rage in a very defensive position. But still, silver lining though, Asuna has a high ground potential in that implosion. Ooh. Zendaya?
There's just so much damage on the side of Food Esports. AOG does pop. Zasha just trying to get away. Nora though, might fall. Murray able to get a kill for himself. Zendaya on the run, but Zasha gets stopped and Bondi finds Maria off the map. Miko though still getting involved, does drop some launch force, but it's a little too far away. Every now responding. Unohana drops. Bondi with the double. 4 members down on the side of Food Esports, and once again, the map is reset.
Big turnaround from Rising Rage. Everything just went south when the AOG landed, but the taunt back and push back by Asuna into the turrets just shut Food Esports down. They're strong as 5, but when you layer in 1 by 1, it doesn't really hurt us that much for Rising Rage. And the fact of the matter is, like I said, you have high ground defense coming in from the ECA. So if you get a little bit too close, if you're a little bit too high committal, Asuna will take you down. Let's take a look at a replay to see how things went down. Get AOG down on the Winter Crown. Asuna just pushed Nora back. And when you don't have that tank, you don't really have a lot of shields to deal that much damage.
Maria goes down. I mean, it's just, this was, maybe they went a little too deep here. They could have waited. They could have kept it chill. But overall, I mean, it's those small mistakes, and that's what we're seeing so much from both sides here. These big team fights happen, and one of them just goes a little too far.
A huge hefty brawl, but at the end of the day, Zendaya is still 3-0-10. This woman is still unstoppable, and Rising Rage has to find an entrance over to the Farsa, shut her down. And once Farsa's out of the picture, it might be more of a better advantage in the objective fights, but it's easier said than done. The onus goes down to Iridian. If he's able to find a flank, if he's able to maintain the side lane pressure, this is how you're able to take Zendaya down, but you're just so protected by 3 beefy boys.
Oh my god,
what is
the
that damage
from Every. Unohana is not going to be able to just burst in anymore. Zendaya does drop the feathered airstrike, but they're going to have to give up this mid-tier 3. Rising Rage once again making the map blue. Lord is up, and this is Lord number 3.
Starting things off, Maria trying to find the entrance in. The Lord gets a reset.
Every goes down, Maria able to get the kill. Miko does drop the Demon's Force. Sasha there's unfazed by it. Asuna does get the pin. Everinian able to take out Maria. Now there's no retribution beside it. Fu Esports double kill for Everinian. But members are dropping on both sides. Everinian just trying to hang out, and Unohana takes him out. And now it's a red streak on for both sides. Food Esports stand tall on top of this Lord. All it takes is one here. Zendaya gets the final hit. The Lord goes to Food.
It's one after another. Rising Rage just queuing in. Into the Lord pit they go. But the timing isn't right. The Lord already spawned up, marching down the mid side. Zendaya has so much damage potential, and Rising Rage are struggling to take her down. That was a good find by Maria onto Every to start things off, though.
Okay, Lord coming down. They don't have enough, like you said, to push down with this. So Rising Rage should be able to shred this. And the map just gets reset once again. We're closing in on this 20-minute mark. Gold at a standstill. At this point, everyone's just about maxed items. Take a look at the gold distribution between both junglers. Maria was ahead a lot, but now it looks like Everinian is catching up.
Slowly but surely, though, I think the play that mattered most is Asuna and Bondi trying to go into the mix, but we can see clearly Zendaya adapting to the situation, holding on to the fair airstrike until Bondi shows herself, and that is the adaptation, the versatility that we want to see in this Farsa. If Every or Bondi ever goes down in this last team fight, this last push, I think Foot Esports might have a better shot. Rising Rage is able to find their way into Zendaya. There's going to be a long death timer that she's going to claw her way up from that grave. They're starting things off with the Zaman Force as well, but they touch and they go.
All right, let's take it from here. I mean, Food Esports at this point, yeah, just play it slow. You don't need to rush it. You have the Farsa. You have someone that can just kind of stiff arm if they try to dive in. They have a composition that can deal with Rising Rage diving to them. What it can't deal with is them getting too split up at this point, because Every and Bondi can both shred. And if one of them, if Unohana goes too deep, he's gone. If Maria goes too deep, she's gone. It's a problem, and Food Esports needs to understand that.
I know it's a risky situation, but if Iridian is able to go to the side lanes and try to get that push, you split Foot Esports up in part, I think this might be a good shot for Rising Rage. But at the end of the day, though, I think for Maria, you do have that vision play and vision control over the entire game, so it doesn't really matter for them. Just waiting on for the next Lord, and we're back to square one. But Trex, this is a 50-50. It's been 20 minutes or so.
Let's close it in. We're closing in. I wish that, you know, I mean, it would have been helpful for Foot if they would have gotten that bottom tier 3 tower, that bottom tower, base tower, because they would have had advantage on this long lane. Now, with it up, minions still the same strength. Rising Rage playing more of a much wider map, but are they going to pay the price for that? Because Food Esports is blitzing this Lord. Every showing up a little late. Everinian as well, going to get zoned away from Unohana, and Lord goes to the side of Food Esports, and look at this in the backside. Asuna gets the stun. Every starts busting shots. Maria, though, able to take him out. The double kill from Maria. Members are dropping. Miko drops him on Force and finds another. Everinian all alone against 4, looking for the getaway, looking for the outplay, just looking to try to get out of hell right now. Food Esports, all they got to do is close it in.
What a play for Food Esports, and they take another kill off their name. There's 4 members down for Rising Rage. Lord also marching in the mid side. They might be able to do it here, Trex.
This should be it. Food Esports, after 21 minutes, find game number 1.
Game numero uno. From the draft to here, we thought that Veil was going to be in, but the Farsa showed so much promise. Even in the last second when the Farsa was taken out, Food Esports, they overturned that situation. I didn't know what that thought process was when the Tigra came up. It might have been better if we had the sequence of drafts. But then again, that was well-played execution from Food Esports right from the start. We wanted a brawl match. they got a brawl match.
Yeah, I mean, they were going blow for blow for blow. And a lot of times when it comes down to those types of matches where it's just throwing punches at each other's faces, seeing where everything falls, the grittier team can win out, right? It's not always about the draft. It's just about, and I feel like Food Esports, they took a lot of those fights together as a unit. And I think that's where we saw the other team just kind of, Rising Rage just fall a little short. Sometimes one of them was a little late. Sometimes Asuna went in a little too far alone. Sometimes, you know, Faja would jump to the back while the rest of the team wasn't following up. And if you're going to go for that type of play style where it's, we're just going to throw hands today, everyone needs to be throwing hands.
I also want to point out that for Rising Rage, though, every time they secure a kill, they didn't convert it into major objectives. But hey, that's just my opinion. Let's take a look at, or let's hear from Leo. What's your opinion on all of this?
It's been a while since we've seen this kind of MLBB, right?
Yeah.
This is
Scrappy.
Pedal to the metal. No, I've seen Scrappy. This is more than Scrappy. This is pedal to the metal, you know, down on the ground, just, you want to roll, sir? And it's been 15 minutes, like, we're still rolling. How long did this thing last? About 20-something? 24?
24 minutes.
24, 25.
24 minutes.
25.
Of non-stop action.
All right, an MMA round is 3 minutes. A championship MMA round is 5 minutes. This was something else. This was something that happened in a back alley.
This was underground.
This was
backyard wrestling.
And it's so refreshing. I'll tell you now, I wouldn't have it any other way. But there was something you both mentioned that really made it count despite all of this trading, whether it be beneficial, whether it be planned, that made the difference for me. The fact that, I don't know if it was Chura who said it, I don't know if it was Tre who said it, but they just have so much damage. Food Esports, who said that?
I don't know.
Everyone had a lot of damage. Everyone had a lot of damage by the end of that game. Both teams were just aggressive, like, yeah.
Okay, to be fair, I think it was just easier for Foot to put the damage out there, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that Every was not protecting herself as well as Zendaya was. Yeah, Zendaya, y'all. Zendaya was just, woo. Nobody could talk. Why?
Because she's the greatest showman.
Because she's MJ.
She's MJ.
Yeah, no. So that's what made the difference to me. It's like if everyone is scrappy except for one, the team who has the least scrappy person, the team that has the one member who knows how to conserve herself, will come out on top. And that's what happened here. Again, I don't know if they planned for this kind of MLBB to be played here, because again, the shortest route to victory is a straight line. I don't know how they both decided to run circles around each other.
It was intense, to say the least.
Yeah.
It definitely went the long haul, both teams. I mean, yeah, we saw a few mistakes from each side. We saw some really good gameplay, I think, from both sides. Like, in terms of, I think, micro, right? Maria was able to many times single out members of Rising Rage. I'm excited we finally got to see the YSS actually perform very well. I feel like so far it's kind of fallen a little short here and there. So, hey, man, at least we didn't have to see the Veil.
Oh, yeah. I was looking forward to the Veil.
I was usually looking forward for the Veil.
But we instead got a different debut, all right? So we still got something that we were looking for, and that's the Tigreal. Your thoughts on Asuna's Tigreal?
Sacrificial. Just one word, sacrificial. I think a lot of the times, Asuna had the right idea, pulling in 2, 3, 4 members at one point with Implosion, but there was just no follow-up. I like Tigreals that play with Implosion and into the push. Or
that
the drag,
sequence.
That sequence. And not that, the typical dash into the flicker, into the Implosion, because at least you have some form of repositioning of your opponents. Asuna did that very well. The only issue is, who do you protect Bondi? Because Bondi was right at the back line, and whenever Asuna opens up that opportunity for Bondi to come close, she gets a little bit too close. So the positioning for that carry needs to be in question. Is still in question.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Tigreal is very useful, very possible. I just don't think it was this comp. I don't think it was this game, and I think the side of Rising Rage just weren't either all on the same page. There was a couple plays, as you just said, where either Asuna went too far, and maybe they were doing it right, and Foot was just doing it better. Maria was always getting to the back line, finding those moments. But yeah, I mean, because there were some great implosions. Problem was Bondi was late to that party. The moment Bondi runs up right there, as we saw it, immediately taken out. So there's something that's got to be worked out here.
I know what it is. So, because you have the implosion, but every single one of the members are single target damage. You got CC single target, you got Hayabusa single target. You might argue Shadow Kills split damage, but it's not so much.
Carry.
You got the carry single target damage. It's not enough AoE damage to follow up around the Tigreal. The only one that matters is the Kimmy, but I saw at the end of the day, the Kimmy is not enough to take down the tanky boys. Like, you want to deal with the Phobias and the Gato in the backside, and target prioritization.
They needed a Farza.
And the team that had the Farsa and the team that had more AoE was the one that got there. And I think, again, that's the main difference. Now you put it better into words. The fact that Foot Esports had the AoE, Foot was much easier, had a much easier time dishing out the damage that they had, made all the difference. So that now that puts Rising Rage on the back foot, 1 game away from losing this series in a sweep. Something's got to change. Number one, I think the draft. We always say that, but folks, it's just true every single time. Maybe the Tigreal was right. What would you have changed if the Tigreal stayed? Because I think, I agree, Asuna really tried. Asuna was a significant part of every major team fight. It's just they couldn't take advantage of the setup that she provided.
I think they shouldn't have. I think first picking the Kimmy when the Farza's still out there, maybe a little bit greedy, maybe a little bit, shouldn't have gone that path. I think they could have played with a different mage. They could have ran something a little bit different. But overall, either way, even that game, they were close to winning that game a few times. Foot made some mistakes. Do I think the draft could have been better? Yes. Do I think some of the gameplay could have been a little bit better? Yes. But yeah, I mean, there was definitely some moments where they just seemed a little split up, and in a comp like that, you don't want to be split up. When you have an implosion possibly coming in, everyone needs to be ready right then and there. There can be zero hesitation. So yeah, we'll see how they approach the next game.
I have a feeling that the next draft, if it doesn't change fundamentally for Rising Rage, it's over. I think.
To be honest, though, I say me and Trex just missed the entire sequence of the draft, so we might see.
There
like
was
maybe,
no sequence.
There was no sequence, so there wasn't a lot of information for us to go on to this. I mean,
so
the
we couldn't put
players
a
definitely
pin
know
on what the priorities were.
Yeah, because it could be like, okay, maybe the second pick wasn't the Veil. It could have been the Farsa. It could have been the Eastern Shin. So it denied their triple marksman, I don't know, plan.
So we don't know if that's the case.
So we don't know if that's the case. So we can only hypothesize, and we hypothesize quite a bit and within that region. And the Farsa getting picked up for Foot Esports was actually the nail in the coffin for if it was picked up in the first phase. Because then the Kimmy doesn't have a lot of like zonal potential, and you want to throw Tigreal into that mix. Very high committal hero. You want to throw yourself, throw your body in order to get a nice implosion, and there was just no follow-up. But yeah, to sum it all up, there's not a lot of information without the sequence.
Yeah, in any case, the denial might have been the decision. The fact that they did not get the Kimmy in case they were going for triple marksman benefited them in the end. So with that said, I would also have liked to hypothesize, right? Because that alone makes half the game. That alone might have been what changed the outcome here, because I'll agree with y'all, gentlemen. I think Rising Rage had about the same win rate or chance to win as Foot prior to this, but we can only speculate as to how the draft went. So with the draft set aside, should there also be a change in priorities? Were they not rotating correctly, or at least putting enough pressure on Zendaya or maybe even Mieko? Because, folks, this is uncanny. I'm uncomfortable with this. The Harith winning. You're not supposed to win with the Harith in this current metagame, but if you do, then that means something went very wrong for your opponents, or you did something extremely well, very extraordinarily with that Harith. Did they not put enough pressure on that white little baby boy?
I mean, we saw Maria
white-haired
going up to the gold lane a few times and getting some ganks early on. We saw the way that Foot rotated early game and looking for those off lanes, which immediately gave Miko a slight advantage and was able to scale a bit. Yeah, the Harith hasn't been doing great. Miko made that Harith look great, though. And Miko wasn't super aggressive on it either. Was more of willing to wait, let you come to Miko, and then Miko drops his Zamon's Force and just, you know, dash around. It wasn't like the typical dive Harith that you see sometimes, where like you drop the Zamon's Force, jump in the middle of all of them, and boom, boom, boom. Miko was much more passive with it, and it worked out.
And she's the single Purify holder out of all of Foot. So
Like she wants that implosion to come.
Put it here so we can play after it. So maybe there was enough pressure, and I think it was just a matter of timing then. Because again, this was a 24-minute game. At some point, even if you did put enough pressure on Mieko, and assuming she had a worse KDA for that, Rising Rage, they just didn't end fast enough. A lot of fights happened closer to their side of the map, so they weren't even controlling it that well. Looking at the lineup again, considering they may have also struggled with map control, given that there's a Yi Sun-shin on the other side, and of course the massive artillery mage that is the Farsa. Could that be a game changer? What if some way, somehow, if Yi Sun-shin ends up on one side, like for food, should they prioritize Zetian? Is it a check for every to have a Zetian?
From what I remember from the draft, Zetian was banned out in the first
There
round.
it is. Okay, and that's why when Zetian, Zetian got banned out, and then ECA picked up the Kimmy first pick,
Yes,
and I was immediately like, I'm not crazy about Kimmy up front when there's still a Farza on the field. I feel like the range is a big deal. I feel like Farza, in my opinion, I think she's probably, I put her as my #1 mage right now in my #1 mid lane. I think she's prio over some of the others, but I mean, again, that's all debatable. But definitely range, and we've continued to see that range be a problem.
To be honest, though, in my opinion, there is a certain way to deal with the assassins in the jungle.
Yeah.
We've seen that in the first game, Virtus Pro up against, sorry, not Virtus Pro, GG up against Navi MY.
Correct.
Very aggressive, go head on, go mano a mano into the jungle, try to disrupt all these team fights and leave you farmless. The fact of the matter is, Rising Rage was unable to do that, or they didn't have that courage or that confidence to be able to execute that as well. Bear in mind, they have the CC. And when you have the CC, or even a Khalid, or the Hilda, is more notorious for sitting in your jungle and getting their aggression going and trying to stop the snowball from happening, especially from the assassin.
Yeah, maybe it was more of a lack of pressure on Mireia. I agree. The few times that we actually saw Mireia in threat of dying was when Iridian tried to kill her. Yeah, but that's not the best way to use a Hayabusa. You want to send the Hayabusa over to kill Zendaya. You want to kill Mieko. But alas, here we see this shinobi chasing this Korean legend. He's not a ninja, by the way. Like, as cool as that is, like, it's not even anime. It's like, what is the...
Like, manhwa?
That's manhwa is like... So what is Korean anime still called anime? Regardless.
Manhwa?
No, that's
manga?
what he said.
It's not really manga.
No, that's Japanese. That's Japanese, but...
Whatever it is.
I mean, a manga fight is an anime fight. Same thing.
True, it's just slower. And you need to read. But regardless, I think the pressure was lacking on Mieko. Or rather, no, on Mireia. So if they put more pressure on Mireia, maybe even in the draft, we see this change. Maybe the tides turn for Rising Rage, and maybe we finally, somehow make it to Game 3, but that still comes down to how the draft is attacked.
I mean, with the way the last game went, I think it's very possible we could see a Game 3.
Yeah.
Just
at this point,
regardless of what the draft is like.
It's very possible. It's exciting. It's crazy. They're throwing punches. I think Game 2 could even be even more of a slugfest.
Elbows,
knees,
shins,
knives.
Whoa!
You know, they threw out the Tigger in the previous game. Right now, I'm excited to see what else they have up their sleeves.
What if? Again, we did mention this earlier. A possibility just to really change the tempo and give Foot Esports a quick gut check to see if they're ready to respond. What if Asuna picks up a support, an Enchantress support, like a healer, Because, again, it's clear that the Turkish ladies and the ECA reps here, they love to fight. So what if you pick a hero that's like just says, all right, keep fighting, we're going to keep going.
I know you just want to tease the Rafaela. Just someone pick up the Rafaela right now.
Rafaela,
we haven't seen the Rafaela in action.
Angela, like these make for such close fights.
I mean, when I saw the Kimmy earlier, that's where I thought they were heading. I thought I was heading to something more sustainable. You get your damaging mid lane, you pick up a marksman after that, and you just run Ube, right? But then the Hayabusa's a little bit too much. You guys talked about the triple marksman. The YSS, it works with the double marksman because he doesn't get too far away, right? Like, he still has to stay close. It's not like a Hayabusa that's completely leaving your team behind, right? And I think that's where the draft starts to get now it's a little too much. You're too split up. You're too all over the place. But let's jump into the draft.
Too much of anything. is a bad thing. Let's see if Rising Rage can even the odds and take us to game 3. It's Trex and Churros running you through match point with Foot on the play.
Going into match numero duo, is that a right word? Dos. Starting things off, Food Esports banning out the Freya 1-1 Phobias. We've actually gone a long way through. It's already second phase of the draft. They actually banned out the Suyo as well. On the other side, Rising Rage taking out the Hayabusa to Tian, Jusin, and Baxia. What's on the board right now? The Uranus, Kimi, Granger, as well as the CC, Farsa, and the Gato for Rising Rage. Yisun Shin still on the table. Food Esports really teasing the Yisun Shin coming into the question as well. And I think for this gameplay, nothing really changed too much. Actually, they're swapping their mid lanes. So at the end of the day, I think for both of these mid laners, pretty head-to-head matchup in the lane-to-lanes. But the rotations definitely will come through for Rising Rage. But hey, what do you think?
All right, while Trex is gathering himself, I'd like to say, come on, fool, why you gotta ban my Suyo? We've been alluding to said hero for a while, and I think they read into it. And having seen Rising Rage play, isn't Suyo the perfect hero for this very scrappy team? It's just like, all right, I'm in, I'm out. I can sustain a bit with the Sever hold. Come on, you're breaking my heart, you're breaking my heart. Rising Rage, they got red 4 here. They still don't have a jungler and a gold laner. Irithel is still left open, yeah?
I want to see Irithel, I want to see Moskov, I want to see cross-map plays, but Irithel will be going into their hands.
Pretty good at this prediction thing. Maybe I should be a caster.
Oh, please.
Okay, Foot. Again, here's another change.
The Fredrin will come out.
Mireia showing us more layers, depth to her hero pool. She picks up the Fredrin, and I'm so thankful that it wasn't the Uranus in the jungle. And then they cap it off with a Kalia. How is it that Kalia is now being seen in the second phase like this? This is injustice for this little mermaid girl.
I think it's very consequential because you want to go in, try to pick off someone, and I think it makes it easier for the Kalea to disrupt the Farsa, but I think Food Esports just trying to suss out that they want to go for a wild card or a sort of a random pick.
Okay, that random pick is not as random because it definitely is going to be the jungler, and here we are, the second time we're seeing
Exborg Jungle.
Exborg Jungle for the day, currently winless. Trex, what do you think?
I mean, against the Fredrin, it's definitely possible. There's something there overall. It's not as bad as it looked earlier that we saw it. I think it's something that maybe could work here. They do have burst damage, a lot of burst damage behind it.
Not only burst damage, you have true damage to break down the shields from the Uranus as well as the Fredrin. You're always in the front lines trying to soak up as much as you can. Definitely will be a difficult... Food Esports will find it difficult to find their way into Irithel's face to try to disrupt her, get her out of position, but also now they have to deal with the Farsa on the opponent's team. Now the tables have turned. This is looking much more balanced for side of Rising Rage, but then again, Food Esports trying things out. We've seen good plays with Uranus, and it's going to be Uranus EXP lane. We're jumping in.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw the Exborg Jungle was earlier, and it was up against the Estus, and it just wasn't, enough at all. We are going to jump into a pause real fast, so we get to talk about this a bit more. I think this time it could be a bit more feasible. In the past, during the Fredrin meta, essentially, we saw traces of Exborg here and there because of that true damage, right? Because of the ability. You add that up with the CC as well, War Axe, things like that. It can definitely become a problem. They have the damage behind it, but taking a look over at Food, it's a great draft as well in my eyes. You have some power picks, right? You have the Kalea, you have the Uranus that we were just talking about so much earlier. That is a nuisance overall. And then you have things to back it up like the Granger.
What I actually do like about Food Esports draft is the Kimi and Granger composition. Coming in and you're basically just hitting into one direction. It's easy for you to get a barrage into that. It's easy to penetrate into the front lines and try to break through that damage, and also a little bit more of a non-committal stun from the Traction Pulse. So that's what I like to see about the adjustments that Food Esports wants to make in order to have a more dominant game. On the other hand, Rising Rage has more zonal control. only with that Farsa alone, and you pair that up with the CC, the backline is not going to have a good time. But in order for Foot Esports to play their cards right, what I think should happen is that the Kimmy and the Granger would need to be sort of like pseudo frontline, if you know what I mean.
I mean, this is definitely the type of draft I want to see with a Kimmy. With a Kimmy mid, you have this Fredrin in front of her. You have some possibilities. The Farza is definitely scary, mainly just for the range, and the only long-range hero on the side of Foot is the Granger, and that's really just the Destinata, and even with the last nerf on him, that range has been shortened, so it's a little hard to try to close that distance, but I think what they need to do, they got to use that Kalea, right? If the Kalea, and not be be kind of straightforward as it, but also be able to pull some sneaky plays off, be able to pull some ambushes off, be able to catch that Farza off guard, because if you don't, then it's going to continuously be a problem, because their composition wants to kind of huddle together a bit. Their composition wants to just engage you, and that is one of the hardest things to do against a Farza.
I like that you pointed out the Kalea. You have a lot of different options to approach in. You could go for a bush ambush kind of situation, or you could go sort of like a flicker jump onto a person and then get a tsunami slam in a unfavorable position, getting a reposition into a skirmish. But also, typically pick up the Kalea just to counteract how the Gacha Gacha wants to play. When you have a tsunami slam, Gacha Gacha comes in, tries to disrupt using the AOG. I don't really see the value of Kalea if you have a Tsunami Slam and it gets disrupted by the Gato.
Yeah, it could definitely be a problem. I mean, there's a lot of answers, I feel like, on both sides, right? I think we're in for a much more possibly methodical game this time than last time. It might not be as much of a bloodbath. I mean, it could still happen. They could both still go and just start swinging hands, but I feel like both teams can take this at a different approach.
But who do you have your vote onto this round?
I like Turkey's draft right here. I think it's just clean overall. Yeah, the Farza, again, like I said, for me, it's one of my strongest mid laners. It can really just make a difference for some reason. The damage is just crazy. The early game rotations with the Wings by Wings are crazy. And even though she's a sitting duck with the ultimate, you have the Wings by Wings to get away, which makes her not as much of a sitting duck as a lot of, stable ult mid laners. So it's tough. It's a tough call on both sides, but here I still like Foot. I mean, I still like Foot.
Honestly, though, Rising Ridge, I like that their composition is much easier to execute, but then looking at game number 1, it's an all-out brawl. We might expect an all-out brawl again. Now that Farsa is in their possession, it might be much easier for them to take the objectives and get the Lords into their hands and try to push it through. But then, that being said, they still need to have that confidence to play the cross-map plays or the side lane plays. That was what was missing in the first game. We always see Rising Rage going for kills, going for trades, but it's not exactly a trade. You leave the side lanes wide open. Typically, you pick up a Hayabusa, you want to be able to push in the side waves, try to get at least a T1 or T2. They attempted to do that, but Maria was always there. Now, the turns have tabled because Maria is on a stocky boy. He's a little bit slower on movement speed, a little bit slower on rotations. How do you think it's going to pan out?
I mean, I think in terms of rotation, I think in early game, ECA may have a little bit of an advantage in terms of rotation, just like getting around the map, maybe looking for some early pickoffs. The thing is last game they weren't able to do that. If they can do that this game, maybe slow down the Granger, do things like that, get themselves ahead, they could look in for a good example. But the problem is with the Fredrin, right around third turtle, even second, but third turtle, first Lord, he becomes a problem. The damage is there, and then he's also tanky. I think what's going to be big for the side of ECA is trying to find a way to get to the backline, but now that they have the X-Borg, they don't have a way in, right? Really? So they just really, at this point, have to go for more of this stiff arm strategy of kiting, getting them down as low health as possible, and then going for the kill.
Do have to agree with you. There's a lot of ways that EC can play this around, and I see your perspective on Foot Esports, and yeah, I think we're going to set things up into motion. There's a little bit of a technical difficulty, so we're going to be jumping into a little break, so we'll be back with more MLBB action coming back at you. See you soon.
We have built enough anticipation for the final series of tonight. This is game number 2 between Foot Esports and Rising Rage. Match point right now for Foot Esports. How you feeling right now? Are you ready for this?
I'm more than ready. I want to get things started. I know we missed a little bit of the draft in the first game, but right now I want to see what actually goes down. What is their thought process in every single bit of the match? I know we missed out a couple of early game drafts, and I want to see what is going on right now. In case you missed it, I think they're redoing the lobby because there's a lot of technical difficulties that's going on, but we want to have sort of like an even playing field for both teams. But then again, I think it could be anything right now. I don't think what we saw in the full draft actually is
everything going to stay?
Yeah, it's everything in the stage because
is everything going to stay?
Yeah.
I mean, I like both drafts overall. I think they're very playable. My guess is it might be staying with the draft, and maybe they just needed to re-lobby up. We will see, of course, how this pans out. But either way, taking a look at it, Foot Esports on match point, looking to get that much closer. What does the ECA really need to do here to even the playing field?
Definitely look for conversions, getting the objectives. And when I say objectives, it's not the main turtles or the lords that really count for them. It's more of the turrets. You want to get the turrets taken down, open up the maps, open up the jungles. Don't let Maria walk in all fine and dandy into your jungles and just having a free shot for that. And she's just picking up everything that she can.
So you would say it's more on the terms of gameplay than draft, right? It's gonna what happens in the game here, and I can kind of agree with that. I think last game, even when they were behind, we saw Everidian getting some solo kills on Maria. We saw them able to win out on some of those fights. It wasn't exactly anyone's draft's fault completely. We know the possibilities are there for ECA here. They just need to kind of pull through.
Speaking of which, players are locked in, ready to go. Sorting a few things up. It looks like they're still in the draft. They're trying to redraft everything, and hopefully we get that draft getting pulled up once again. But hopefully, like you said, Trex, everything will stay the same. We would see, if I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm mistaken, you got the Fredrin and the X-Borg in the jungle for both sides. It's a trade for trade. Kimmy right now in the hands of Foot Esports, and Farsa going in the hands of Rising Rage at this point.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, that matchup right there is kind of weird because in terms of skills, we do see the X-Borg meltdown, but it looks like we're going for a whole new draft here. So we are going to be picking things up. Freya banned once again from the side of Foot Esports. Definitely something they don't want to see, and they're going to first pick that Uranus right away.
I think nothing's going to change. Farsa and the Gato are going to be there.
Okay, so it's same draft?
Everything's same draft. So it's going to be the Granger and Kimmy getting picked up. So we're speeding things up right a little bit more. So
yeah, we can just talk to what I was saying. Pretty much the X-Borg, it's passive, like the way it does true damage works well against the Fredrin. The thing about the Fredrin, because of that dash, he can quickly close the distance. And what X-Borg doesn't want is someone to stun him up for even a second, because that's when the damage comes in. Fraga armor's gone, and now he's useless. He can't pop his ult. He can't survive much longer. It's a problem. So a lot of this, as you said, comes down to execution. Rising Rage, can they keep that distance? And I think so much of this match is going to be kiting for Rising Rage with the CC, with the Farsa. Put out the stiff arm and make sure they don't tackle you. That's the plan right now for Rising Rage. Even with the Aerithel, another great kiter. Their whole composition relies around them keeping a distance and getting as much damage down as possible.
It's also sort of like a pummel through ballistics missile kind of draft where you start things off with either AOG or the curtain call from the CC, and then X-Borg drives in with the last insanity, buying some time, and then Aerithel comes in with a heavy crossbow, cleans up shop. I think that would be the best case scenario, especially since you have a zonal potential and that range from the Farsa alone. For the side of Foot Esports though, the best way they can play it is just do cross map plays. Just do like proxying that wave, trying to pull everyone's attention away from team fights and onto the Uranus themselves, and then try to redictate the position of all these skirmishes.
Yeah, for sure. Now we're finally going to be having the chance to jump into this game. The draft is exactly as we saw. Like I said, the anticipation is rising. I'm ready to see it go. Last time we had a really fun match. But let's jump into the land of Dawn. Foot Esports sit at match point. Can Rising Rage even the playing field?
jumping right in. First thing I'm actually looking at is Xborg versus Fredrin. Who jungles much faster? And it seems off the bat, the leash coming in from that Kimmy alone would be able to get Fredrin that fast rotation down to the EXP side as early as possible. We're looking at a mirror-to-mirror matchup, starting on the same side of the map. In the mid side, though, Zendaya getting a little bit aggressive, and that's how you want to play it around a Kimmy. But I think, okay, it's the same. I was mistaken. So Zendaya is still played the Farsa in the previous one, right now Kimmy.
And I mean, taking a look at the emblems for Everidian, pretty much full damage, no defense capabilities there, nothing to kind of maybe give yourself a little more health. They're going pretty all in. I'm excited to see exactly what he builds here. Most likely, obviously, going to pick a little bit of defense. Bondi, though, and Miko going for the 1v1 already in the top side. Miko doesn't have that level 4 just yet, but still, the aggression is already there.
Speaking of aggression, you see Nora giving intel duty, the reconnaissance duty over for Food Esports. They know where Everidian is. They know how they want to play this. And Maria just walking fine and dandy into the jungles, though.
All right, Nora, look for the Tsunami Slam. Doesn't have level 4 just yet, so can't pull it off. I'm forgetting that we're not even at level 4 yet, and they're already trading blows. I'm like ready to call the ultimate in, and it's just not possible because we're a minute and 40 seconds in.
To be honest, though, wasting all of these crucial resources, the flicker's gone just for the lizard on that bottom side.
Hey, man, I need that lizard. I need that lizard.
You Floridians and your reptiles.
Yeah, that's how it is, man. Every minion counts. Listen, everything on the map is a neutral objective between these two teams.
Hey, you can keep your lizard suit because right now I want that turtle stew. And Foot Esports starting things up with that turtle. Doesn't look like Rising Rage wants to contest for this one.
Everidian showing up, does have level 4. Watch for the last Insanity coming to the last minute. Every in the backside. Maria still able to get it. The knockup happens. Asuna now in a little bit of trouble. Everidian as well. Unahana, down comes the Appraisal Wrath. And 2 members are deleted. Zasha might just be next. Yes, a triple kill for a Fredrin. We're 2.5 minutes in.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. Nora buying Food Esports sometime, and that one lizard caused Every to not be level 4 for that turtle fight, and Food Esports, they're drinking turtle stew for dinner.
They threw in a couple members of Rising Rage in the stew as well, stirred it around, took a bite. All right, gold lead, looking at almost 2,000. Unahana all alone right now. Should be able to get away from this. One feathered airstrike does finally connect, but Unahana's still safe, and this is why Uranus might just be at the top of the pecking order.
I'm not surprised. This is what to expect when you're playing a Uranus. Very annoying, always boxing that wave, and Rising Rage needs to pull members in towards Uranus, and it doesn't seem like you can take that down. Unohana already up to full health.
Yeah, I mean, it's a problem. You know, Sadafa said that he hates Estes. I think Uranus needs to be on that list because that right there is a hero that nobody can deal with. And I mean, yeah, we're just back to the eternal struggle here in the XP lane. Turtle is going to be up in about 37 seconds.
The damage from Uranus is also starting to show that adjustment that they had in the previous patch was actually starting to hurt. 30 seconds until the turtle spawns up once again, taking a little itemizations. It does look like Mieko has that Hunter Strike ready. The damage will come through. 1 level ahead of Bondi as well. And it seems like Rising Rage, even though they're 1 kill behind, hold on a second right here.
Oh, Suna does get stunned up, immobilized. Tsunami Slam does happen. Feathered Airstrike dropping down. Everidian just trying to get away, but there's no getting away from Maria today. Unahana now also just rage baiting him at this point. Come on in, please. Give us a try.
We were so stunned up and shocked by the damage that the Feather Airstrike can deal in the previous game, but right now, it deals nothing at all. They're just walking in. Hit me, I'm right here. There's a huge red mark and they don't care. And Unohana from the bottom side of the map, they're in every single one of the team fights. This is the momentum that Foot Esports wants to build, and it kind of seems like, man, the early game is sealed.
Okay, so where do they go from here? Everidian, and this is what I meant, right? Everidian wants to be able to kite, but when you're a jungler, you also kind of want to get a bit close at times. And it's just, he's having trouble, man. She's having trouble. Xborg is not performing right now. 0-2-1. And I think if they lose this one, I think at that point we know maybe the Xborg jungle just isn't it. A nice AOG in the backside though. Look at the top. Miko does go down. Asuna able to get the kill. That's huge for Rising Rage. Maria does pop in Appraisal's Wrath just to try to escape, but Rising Rage is chasing him down.
Unohana, Nora getting caught out, stunned up, shot out to infinity and beyond. It's 2 members down for the side of Foot Esports. And right now, Unohana trying desperately to save that T1 down the mid side. They eventually can, as Everidian, they take what they can to get out of the way. From a 4K gold deficit right now, pretty much even Stevens, 1K gold lead for Foot Esports, and they're ramping up that aggression themselves as Rising Rage. Their rage definitely rising for now. I think the play that Everidian can do in this point is really hold back. I think play towards that late game, try to get the immortality. Skypiercer already built up for Mako as well, so looking for a lot more kills down on this last turtle fight.
I gotta say, Zasha has been doing a great job as well on the CC, has been being a pain as well to the side of Foot Esports, doing the same thing that you would do on Uranus, just getting in the enemy's face, harassing, being an annoyance.
4 seconds till the turtle spawns up. Does look like they want to find someone first.
Nice Tsunami Slam. Feathered Airstrike does come down though. Every just trying to help defend. Maria has to run away. Everidian low. Everidian gone. Zendaya gets the kill. Back in the mid side, a lot of damage on Nora. Nora used the flicker just to dash back. In comes Zendaya to help out Every, repositioning with the wings by wings, looking for the stun onto Unohana. Unohana might just be too late, but wait, that's a Uranus. Nothing to worry about. No struggles here.
He's still
1v3.
She's still
going.
This is what you want to expect. This is what you want to play around as a Uranus. And Unohana hit it right on the head. Proxying that waves, free turtle again over to Foot Esports, but they're ramping up the aggression. Nora goes in deep.
Nora goes in deep, does not use the Tsunami Slam, finally does. Maria's there to try to help out Nora, just trying to get away as Bonnie looks for some free shots. In comes Unohana once again, in between them all. Asuna drops, Miko with the kill as Zasha's in the backside looking for Nora. Zasha able to get it, but Miko's there, ready to save the day. Drop the final hit, get the double, wipe them out. It's 2 for 2. Rising Rage still trying to hang on.
It's long extended, but it's so well worth it. Nora started things off. They took down the T1 down the mid side. Jungle is pretty much open for Foot Esports. Now, Mireia is able to play however she wants. It's 4-0-2 on this Fredrin, and Rising Rage has to deal with 2 really tanky boys all over the map.
There's something to point out, right? There's something important to talk about here. My favorite mid lane hero right now, the Farza 1-0-3, it's Deathless. And that is going to get scary and scarier as this game goes on for Rising Rage. That could be the saving grace. I mean, last time it went on, man. And I think it could go that way again. The way both these teams are starting to get back into that slugfest mode, it's possible.
Unohana dragging all of Rising Rage onto herself, proxying the wave, drawing all the attention into the side waves, and this is what I said will happen in that draft. You want to play around for Uranus? Sure. Go around and proxy that wave. Rising Rage wants to stick together, but you need to send a loose member down to deal with that Uranus. Now it's wide and open. Foot Esports converting all of these little pull waves into objectives, especially those turret takes.
Look at Unohana in the boss side too. Just, you know, man. Songs playing in the background, birds chirping in the air. I'm gonna take another tower, hang out in your jungle. Rising Rage trying to make some plays up top. Maria able to get the stun on Natasha and Bondi. Zendaya as well, just looking for the camp. The Lizard is important, remember that.
Look at how Nora is actually zoning everyone out of the way. Uranus zoning everything out and pushing the minions into the turrets, and they need to be able to respond to this one, but they're not fast enough. Every doesn't have that confidence to use the wings by wings to fly in to try to deny that turret. Lord standing up strong. This is the first Lord of the game. It's for Esports waiting for Rising Rage to get in position. They're 3K gold ahead, so if they want to go into a skirmish.
Asuna in a bad spot. Tsunami Slam does come down. Brought back. Taken out. Asuna's still up. Nora actually drops instead. And Asuna will get away safely with the AOG. Rising Rage find the advantage in that fight. A feathered airstrike to save the day. Nora and Mireia gone. No retribution for the side of Foot Esports. Rising Rage can try to push this.
They read that so well. Mako in the spot of bother able to dash out of the way, but Rising Rage, they saw that opportunity. Unohana right from that flag.
Oh my God. How does they do it? Just once again, it's one hero against the world. Put a Kimmy behind him, and they're invincible.
Zendaya still dashing, weaving, bombing away. They're still alive, able to sustain all the way up through.
Zendaya? Again, with the dash through. Can he get the outplay? No, finally taken out. Every gets the slam, gets the kill, but Uno Hana's still there.
The Lord spawning up right now. Maria starting things up, but the damage from Rising Rage, they unleashed everything onto these two tanks, and Uno Hana, this is her playground.
They bought enough time, squeezed every bit of juice out of that one. Wait till Maria get back on the field and get the Lord of the Tsunami Slam on Asuna. Connects onto the AOG. Can Asuna do it? No, not today. Miko with the killing spree as Uno Hana just zones away the team.
A worthy sacrifice. Uno Hana regenerating everything back up. She does not have the sprint as of now, but it does not really matter as Food Esports just taking full control of this game. It's looking hella blue at this point, Trex.
It's not a sacrifice if you never die. Uno Hana 1-0-8.
Man, talk about your Farsa. Still 2-0-5, but it doesn't really matter. For the airstrike does nothing. It's just stacks on stacks on stacks. And right now, Uno Hana just everywhere on that map. Rising Rage needs to find a way to be able to handle this Uranus, but this annoyance is too much to handle.
Okay, let's take a breath. Let's slow it down a bit.
Okay.
What's the big problem for Rising Rage here? Lack of crowd control. There's no way to stop Uno Hana, right? So what's the answer?
They're not even trying to. They're not even trying to stop Uno Hana.
Well,
they're just letting Uno Hana do her thing.
It's true. I mean, that's because there's just zero crowd control at this point. So I think the only thing, they got to wipe out everybody else first and then get to Uno Hana at the end. Even then, they might not be able to take him out.
One thing I noticed is Nora and Uno Hana, the interactions from the Kaleas healing even more up for that Uranus. They're starting things strong, but things can go south really fast. Fraction Pulse will land.
Nora jumps in. Every drops a feathered airstrike once again just to clear the waves. Zasha does lock onto Nora here, but Miko's lock targets Nora just able to get away as Uno Hana continues to hold the front line. Rising Rage still stuck inside of their base.
A little bit of a defensive play for Rising Rage. A successful defense. They just need to keep this up for another 70 seconds as Uno Hana constantly hammering down to half and up to
Every
full.
gone. Miko able to get the kill. Maria now looking for more. Uno Hana in the backside. Just destroying them one skill at a time, taking shots to the tower to the face. He finally falls. It's a shutdown for Everidian, but we all saw the tower do the dirty work. And it doesn't matter because Food Esports still closing in another Tsunami Slam as Asuna's gone, and it's nothing but Zasha to defend.
No makeup, no problem. Zendaya is wearing up her shoes, pulling up her socks, locking in and taking everyone down. You line up in a line is where you will go down. And Foot Esports just total domination in this game. 4,000 gold lead, but there is no way that Rising Rage is able to handle this Uranus. Taking a little atomizations, doesn't really matter as much, but you have the Radiant Armor coming in from Everidian. But even with the Radiant Armor, you're not able to sponge up enough damage from the Kimmy herself. And this is really in a dire moment as the Lord getting spawned up in 5 seconds. Food Esports in a much better position to zone everyone out of the way. And look how far Uno Hana is actually rotating up on towards that top side as well, starting things off.
I mean, that's Uno Hana's objective at this time. And last time we saw some lacks from both teams of overall map control. And this time it seems like both teams, we look at Zasha, we look at Uno Hana, they're both hanging out in the long lane right now. They're both kind of making sure that it doesn't get too pushed, but now Zasha's going to come back, and that means Rising Rage, if that's the game they're going to play, they need to make their move now while Uno Hana is away, and down comes a feathered airstrike. Look at the damage, Tsunami Slam though, it's 1-for-1 still. Zasha gone, Maria gone, but it's a retribution for the side of Food Esports. Does Rising Rage want to try to go for the Lord here? No, Nora gets the knock up as Miko's in the backside, but Miko gets deleted. Bondi finds the kill, but Uno Hana is still here to save the day.
She's just...
How does he do it?
Full
How does she
of
do
power,
it?
coming in strong, soaking every single one of those hits up. And I think they played it as best as they could. And Mireia down, no retribution. At least you want to find some salvation from Rising Rage, deny them from that Lord. But how I think they could play it a little bit better was going onto the long lane, try to get a backdoor play. And that's how Food Esports is able to play this around, especially with the Uranus around.
Yeah, I mean, it's even when Rising Rage kills Miko, kills Maria,
You still have
There's
Zendaya
still
to deal with.
nothing they can do, man. It just doesn't make sense right now. Unohana is single-handedly carrying this game. Asuna now locked up, can't move, taken out. Unohana takes out Bondi. One by one, the dominoes fall.
Talk about a tank. This is a planet you actually have to take down, and she's healing everything back up. A little bit of a taunt right there from Food Esports as they make quick work of that Lord. They have all 3 lanes in question. Lord will march down mid, and if they can take down these T3s on both top and bottom sides, and Rising Rage will not be able to have any defense at all. Unohana keeping everyone busy.
All right, Rising Rage, once again. Can they defend this? We saw them, they were able to do it last time. Lord's gonna be coming down the mid, no tower to defend. Food Esports taking a wide objective, making sure they clear all the lanes, syncing them up, and try to get one big push to finish things out.
Silver lining, they do have high ground. fiercest airstrike will be able to clear out the lanes. They're starting things off with that Lord. Bottom side already pushing in. They're facing their fire onto the Lord.
Big pick, a lot of damage. Zasha already gone. Zendaya takes the tower as Maria holds down the front line. Look at the damage. It's too much to handle. Maria finds Asuna. That airstrike comes. He held onto it. She held onto it. Unohana drops. Lord's still on the field though. Food Esports. Nothing but Zendaya, Maria, and Miko to try to do this. It's a 3v3. Will they go for it?
No, it's too risky. They need to stay disciplined just a little bit more. Wait till Unohana comes back up. Try to soak every one of those damage out. But at this point in time, 100 seconds till that Lord spawns up. It's a lot of time for Rising Rage to come back up online in this front. They could have ended it right there and then.
One more Lord.
One more Lord.
One more Lord.
We're
maybe
back
two.
at it again. Maybe 2.
You know the only Lord that matters, right? The last Lord.
The last Lord, which will never come. Which might not be. But then again, look at the map. Super Baron, Rising Rage only has their throne left in question at any one point in time. Honestly though, if you're playing Uranus and how you would like to play it is if you want to put the Uranus up alongside that Granger, try to find a angle, a sneak play into that back door. Rising Rage is not going to bother about that side, that long lane. Look at where the top lane is pushing in, really in deep, 25% down onto their turret base.
All right, so Food Esports, once again, I think they just approach this the same way they've been approaching it. Rising Rage, though, man, they win out. They've been winning out on some of the teamfights earlier. They got Maria, they got Miko. I think at that point, they just need to commit, man. Even though Unohana is harassing in the backside, it's like, we got to get this Lord. Yep. We have to get this Lord. We took out your retribution. That's what you wanted. You got to just go all in. And if it ends up with just 2 of your members and Unohana, at least you got the Lord.
I would say give up this Lord, try to play defense, because this is where Food Esports falls apart. Very high committal draft. At the very least, you throw in Nora into the mix, you throw in Maria into the mix, you get a traction pulse onto Asuna.
Ooh. AOG forced to try to get away. Maria does lock on to Every in trouble, locked up, taken out. This could be the end for Rising Rage. After a long game, we're 18.5 minutes in. Food Esports still unable to close the distance completely, and this is what I meant by the kiting from Rising Rage. It's so hard to get a complete wipe on them.
Yeah, they come in too fast. It's like a ballistic missile once again, homing in onto that Farsa, and once you take out that Farsa, you don't really have that high ground. And like I said, it's a little bit difficult for Rising Rage to contest for this Lord within their jungles. You have to deal with a lot of flanks that's coming in, especially from Unohana. Sometimes it comes in from Nora alone, and the sustain from all of these tanky boys, tanky beefy boys are not enough. It's Rising Rage back on that defense.
All right, this Lord may just be it finally. Maria does take a lot of damage. Everidian, he's running away. Miko able to get the kill. Another one drops. 2 down for the side of Rising Rage. Food Esports looking to try to finally close the game. But airstrike comes down. Down goes Unohana. Every still continues to defend. Rising Rage hanging on, swinging from the chandelier right now. Minions on the base. Maria tries to close the distance, tries to drop the Appraiser's Wrath, but is locked up and taken out. Everidian gets the kill, and Rising Rage continues to rise from the ashes as the Lord closes in.
They're too low. They might not be able to do this, though. Lord down the throne.
Oh, Miko, along with Nora, clean things up. They sweep them down, and Food Esports takes the series.
What a game. Man, another game where we can't catch our breath. Unohana was everywhere on that map, and the damage really comes through from Foot Esports. At the end of the day, there was nothing that Rising Rage could do. I would say this was a really dominant performance from the Turkians. Turkish?
The Turkish, yes, the Turkish. I'll forgive you this time. But yes, the Turkish. They played an amazing game. They were able to go, they were able to meet ECA in the ring, go blow for blow, pound for pound, and sweep. A lot of times when we see matches like that, it goes back and forth. We go to 3 games because they are just messy, grueling, you know, just heart-wrenching games at that point. And Foot Esports comes out clean with a 2-0. Made it look easy at that point. Even with some of the chaos that happened, they did a wonderful job. I'm excited to see ECA in future rounds, but tonight, it's for Foot Esports.
To be honest though, man, they deserve to be proud. They deserve to be happy. For a lot of them, this is their first time on an international stage as well. We're going to be jumping into the interview really, really quickly as well.
Oh, we got our boy Sadafa down there with the interview. It's like somebody. Who are we going to get? Who are we going to get? I'm excited to see exactly which team member we're going to get the interview with.
Kind of looks like either Unohana or Zaza.
Well, let's toss it over and figure out. They might need just a second, actually. MVP, who do you got? Who do you like?
Unohana.
Unohana?
Game 2, Unohana, 100%. But I think it's high
Game
time
1,
that we
Maria?
Maria
played a great game on the YSS. I feel
on
like
the
in game
YSS.
number 1.
Honestly, the Fredrin, perfect. Honestly, perfect. Especially with the Fredrin, they know how to play around the arenas.
Even Maria showed two faces today. We got to see the aggressive YSS, and then we also got to see the Fredrin triple kill in the first minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah, not to blow your bubble though, there are some things that they can definitely work on is closing up that games. They were too excited for all of that, but you know what I'm excited about?
Let's not burst bubbles.
You know what I'm excited about?
The interview.
The interview. That's right. Let's throw it over to our boy Sadafa. Go ahead.
All right, hello everyone, Stafa here, and I am with Nora from Foot Esports, who just took a clean 2-0 victory against Rising Rage. Congratulations on your win. Now, I want to ask a question, actually. We asked Foot Esports before the tournament started which teams they wanted to meet the most here in MWI, and one of them was actually Rising Rage, if I remember correctly. Did the match meet your expectations for how it would go?
Başlarda MWI için Rising Rage'in daha iyi bir rakip olduğunu düşünüyorlardı. Sence nasıl geçti bu maç?
Bizim için kolaydı. Açıkçası 2-0. Yani başta biraz heyecan yaptık ama ondan sonra daha güzel geçti. İlk maçın heyecanı çok vardı gerçekten. Arkadaşlarımda da bende de. Şu anlık iyi. Rising'i kolay yendiğimizi düşünüyorum. Biraz yalan.
There was pressure on us for the first game, but we managed to deal with it, and after the first game we actually did a great job to win the game, and it became kind of easier.
I agree. After the first game, it really looked like things went a lot more smoothly for you, and in game 2 we really saw you guys do a great job to get that clean sweep. I do want to ask, from what we've heard, is it correct that Foot Esports, the players have never actually met each other face to face before this?
Daha öncesinde Foot Esports oyuncuları yüz yüze tanışmış mıydı buraya gelmeden önce?
Evet, biz bir yıldır beraber oynuyoruz. Arkadaşlarımla yüz yüze tanışıyordum. Hatta bundan önce Malezya'da bootcamp'teydik. Yaklaşık 14 günlük bir bootcamp'imiz oldu. Bu esnada da çalıştık. Yani daha önceden tanıdığım arkadaşlarım.
We are actually playing together for a year, and before the tournament, before the EWC, we had a bootcamp in Malaysia, and we came here actually from there.
Amazing. Then that means you guys already have had some experience playing together, and you can really see that the synergy was there, your gameplay was very, very strong. So once again, congratulations on the win. I think you guys did a great job. I do want to ask, now that you guys have won your very first match, were there any goals or achievements that you wanted coming here into MWI? Did you maybe want to get like top 3, top 5, or did you have any personal goals you were hoping to achieve now that you're here on the international stage?
Senin için buraya gelmeden önce ve buradaki ilk maçtan sonra hedeflerini değiştirdin ve şu anki hedeflerin neler? Top 3 ya da top 5 gibi düşüncelerin var mı?
Buraya gelmeden önce de top 3 istiyorduk. Şu anda da top 3 istiyoruz. Yani hedefimiz ilk 3'e girmek. Bakalım kadar gösterecek.
We were planning to be the top 3 of the World Championship, and after the first game, we still believe that we can do. Let's see what happens.
Well, let's see what happens is a great way to put it. I also want to see if you guys can achieve that goal. So one last question before we throw it back to the panel. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans or supporters who might be watching you?
Taraftarlarımıza ve bizi sevenlere söylemek istediğim bir şey var mı?
Bütün fut taraftarına teşekkür ediyorum. Ailem, arkadaşlarıma teşekkür ediyorum. Umarım daha güzel şeyler başarırız.
I want to say thanks to all the foot fans and also my friends and families. I hope we can do something better for the future. Thank you.
I think after this match, you guys can definitely continue to do even better and evolve with every single game. But with that, let us go ahead and throw it back to our casters up there to finish off our very first day of MWI. Guys, take it away.
After today, I am definitely a foot fan. I don't know about you guys.
It's a foot meta this season. What I'm telling you.
They won a single best of 3 in a sweep. I mean, that's amazing, right? But
yes,
already we're confirmed. Like,
I mean, you're already confirmed a Falcon fan. You
no,
started a club.
I've always been a Falcon guy.
You're not a foot guy.
All right, congratulations to them. It's a well-deserved win, but I think Nora has earned quite a few fans, a new batch of foot fans because of how great they were here. Especially, all right, Nora was great. Nora was good on the Kalia. Is it just the ladies that get away with the Kalia? Because the wild card, like,
we didn't see it as much.
The Kalia got banned a lot. So I'm surprised that it came through here.
I think high mechanic heroes, they're really understating how the girls would definitely play this round, but they're actually, honestly, I don't want to compare to them, man.
Which is a mistake.
Never underestimate a pro team or pro players in this front. But man, Trix and I had a bunch of fun on all this. We talked a lot. What is your take on this entire game? What do you think? You know, Foot Esports, they win. Yes. What do you think they need to move forward on? And what do you think that Rising Rage needs to do to improve their gameplay? What do you think went down?
You asked me like 7 different questions in one
go.
go.
One at a time. He's really hyped up.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Slow down, bro.
Slow down. Easy.
We got something to talk about.
I'll address those questions as we wrap up the rest of the evening. But first, we need to award our Sony Player of the Day. Weirdly enough, we go back to the very first match, and what do you mean? Yeah, where's this coming from?
I got to interview her.
That's right. Our Sony Daily MVB
nice.
is Arena, the jungler of Navi MY. Of course, we all got sweeps. Yes. Confirmed. But it was her sweep that was the game or the match of the day. And it was flawless. Like she was just spamming that recall on, sadly, on Gaming Gladiators to open up the day, and I think that's what made her such a standout. That's what made her our daily MVP by Sony.
There.
Don't. Is there even a Singapore team here?
Oh.
No,
is there?
You shouldn't have tried, bro.
Just saying.
No, but she was impressive.
I'm a GG fan. What can I say?
What region are you from again?
NA.
You're a GG fan.
I'm like super white.
You're a GG fan, but Rina has won our hearts. Like,
yes.
Cannot deny. Like, hands down, she was impressive on the Lancelot. I'm excited to see what else she brings out of her group here in Group B.
I'm excited too. I think after that match, I think a lot of us were looking at GG and them thinking, like, whoever wins this is probably the team that goes forward. And I'm putting a lot on Rina and the team right now. They look great.
You know, we started the day thinking that Navi MY versus GG is the match of the day, but was a very dominant performance, especially from Navi MY. So definitely, Rina deserves every single one bit of it.
Here is what today's matchups, both on Stream A and Stream B, come to. Group A, we have Team Vitality and Team Falcons moving on through. The qualification match, first to win 2, moves on to the knockouts, while the lower bracket, the last chance bracket, we got Twisted Minds and WoW GG drop down over there. So yeah, Twisted Minds Conquest, that happened on Stream A, so this is what we have now.
I like it. And then we get to see Team Vitality up against Team Falcons.
Oh, the Velveteers.
The Velveteers up against the Vitaliteers.
I think there's a fan base called something else. But here's Group B. Team Liquid. They swept Title Legends Gaming. We talked about this earlier. They're moving up to face Navi MY. This is what we opened up with earlier, and this does drop Gaiman Gladiators and TLG as the Chinese versus the NA servers down there in the lower bracket. Last chance.
Last chance qualifiers from the bottom side. Man, I really want GG to really prove themselves and show themselves. There's a lot of fans out there as well.
So you want them to beat TLG?
Yes.
All right.
Aren't you Chinese?
Yes, I am. But I'm like,
I'm a big fan.
I'm a big fan.
Group C has Navi PH, the defending champions of the MWI, moving up to face off against the self-proclaimed Dark Horses. They'll be facing off in a best of 3 for that qualification match. And that means in the lower bracket, we see CFU Gaming face off against Virtus Pro. So yeah, again, this is a rivalry that runs through the Mekong River. It's Cambodia versus Vietnam.
You know, all of these matches overall, even like the next couple days matches, the loser brackets, they all seem like they're going to be great games, honestly. Like the way that all the dominoes fell here, the way that all the games turned out, I don't think we're in for any disappointments coming down the line.
Yo, hold up. It's a sweep all across the board, because even Group D had Onyx Partiwi moving up to face off against Foot Esports, who just swept Rising Rage, garnering and gathering all of the Foot fans all around the world, and that puts DreamMax Girls out of Latam in the lower bracket to face off against EECA's finest, Rising Rage.
To be honest, even though it was a 2-0 sweep all across the board, I think, especially for a Stream B, we've seen really close games right from the get-go.
20-minute plus?
20-minute plus. It was huge comebacks right all across the board. It wasn't like full dominance from either one team, especially from Stream B. But man, just really looking forward to for tomorrow. See what happens.
Today just wrapped up, and we're already looking forward to tomorrow. Before we do that, any highlights for the day, like a single moment or a single player that really stole your hearts away?
Fresh in my mind, Unohana, 1v4.
On that
He's
Uranus.
pulling everyone. Yes, that was so perfect.
You're gonna dream about that.
We also
I'm gonna dream about that.
Who got the Maniac earlier? Was it Miko?
It was
Harith.
It was a Harith.
Miko got there was no other Maniacs today, right?
No, it was just one Maniac, but you know, discipline. Could have went for the Savage, but helped back a little bit. Save it for day 2.
Yeah, save it for day 2.
Is that yours?
That's mine.
The Maniac.
The Maniac.
But you can't remember her name.
By Miko.
On the Harith. It's Miko. On the
Harith. Is it Miko?
No, not Mirko. Miko.
Mirko.
Mirko's on Stream A.
That's it.
Get it together, bro.
I'm just excited. I mean, we're ending off the day today.
We have like 4 more days.
I know, with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast. This has been Stream B. And if I were to name my moment, I'd say it would be establishing the Velveteers. Falcons Vega Mena did put on a show. They revived single-handedly in a best of 3 in a sweep the Ube Meta. What else comes in the following days? Well, we're going to find out together, because we're in this for the long haul. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor to be at your service, to be here on Stream B on behalf of everyone making this show possible. Thank you so much. On behalf of Churro, Trex, and of course Dafa, we would like to say good night. See you tomorrow, and it has been an honor. We will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.